Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Old Games Saturday, the retro gaming show I put on every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to give you classic gaming goodness, badness, weirdness, aniness, and there's going to be a lot of that tonight with the game we're playing for our second annual Memorial Day weekend compilation program. And if you're wondering also why the volume might be low, I'll have to manage that as we play along tonight with the game we're playing, getting an idea of a little bit of it on the screen, thanks to Midway and Digital Eclipse who provided this. This is Midway Treasures 2. This came out in 2004 for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. We're on the Xbox version for this one. We did Midway Treasures 1 on the PlayStation 2 on this weekend last year, and I figured that was a really good time we had playing that collection, going through every game that was in it. So I said, let's make this an annual thing. So let's do the next one. And I was gonna do Midway Treasures 3, I guess, for next year's, but chat and audience and YouTube land people, if you have a suggestion of what you want to see of a compilation, let me know, and we'll have it happening next year, or if it's me other cases. Also, you're probably hearing maybe the way the sound is going on this. I have my sound pretty low on my capture device for it, but yeah, the sound mixing in this collection is very strange, so I'm gonna have to be changing it constantly for every game, of which there are 20. And seeing the nice sizzle reel of what they are. We've got some big hitters of games, some we actually played before, like Mortal Kombat 2 and Pit Fighter, but other ones there like Mortal Kombat 2, Cyberball 2072, Pit Fighter again, Rampage World Tour, I think that was Total Carnage, Hard Drivin, we got some stories on Hard Drivin for sure, and many more. Hey Lekverse, good to see you tonight for Midway Treasures 2 for our second annual Memorial Day weekend program, and NARC Rivals and Gauntlet II. We got a lot of Midway action going on for this, going back to when we played Midway Treasures 1 last year. As I mentioned when we did that last year, I said we'll get to the other ones, and when we do the other ones, we're running a different system. So tonight, it is Xbox's turn to play original Xbox. Let me emphasize that, because none of the Midway Treasures games are backwards compatible with any of the later Xbox consoles, though there is the Midway Origins collection that's some of the games that are in this, and from Midway Treasures 1 and 3 as well. But yeah, we're going to have our experience with a lot of games in here, some I'm not that familiar with, and some I am, and some even the people who made the original games hated, like Spy Hunter 2 there, but hope you're doing well. First, good to see you tonight for our next compilation show like this, and feel free to let us know any memories you have with this collection or any of the games in it as we go in a bit of a rapid fire, as it's going to be the way we did last time. I've been looking forward to this because I've had a terrible week. I can sort of relate in some cases in the sense that I've actually been fighting a sickness off in a lot of ways, but I am doing better now. But I mean, as I said, I hope it's probably maybe different than your case, but either way, I send my condolences, my best to you. I'm gonna do what I always do with the show, which is bring you in and have a good time with gaming, and however you want to go about anything you've got on your mind with yourself personally, or just sit back, relax, enjoy the show, feel free to do that. We will make it happen, and it'll be a good time for that. I'm glad to see you tonight for sure. Like, first, thank you once again for showing up. And also, hi to Dolly Finn. Good evening to you. We have Midway Treasures 2 tonight for our compilation program, our second annual one. Last year, we played Midway Treasures 1. That was on your request select for section when we did that. And honestly, you kind of spearheaded this idea of mine, which is saying, let's do this annual. Let's do the Midway Arcade Treasures game, I guess, starting with them annually, but then just say, like, we'll do a compilation thing. And that doesn't mean that throughout the year we won't touch other compilations. We did that for sure a couple months ago or a month ago with Sonic Jam, and we can keep that going, but this will be this dedicated show to which we'll show everything off. Your condolences are really appreciated given the circumstances, I can imagine, and knowing some of the things that have happened, I won't go into it specifically, but I have a feeling I know what might have been going on, and I am feeling for you for sure. But as I said, I'll give you what I have to hopefully give you some comfort that way, and also show that, you know, you got your support system right here, and we're doing it with gaming, including some interesting stuff. We're gonna have some hilarity and some strangeness for sure of this, to I guess maybe not completely help everything, because it's not going to. We've been there before as far as some of those elements. And I said I'm fighting a sickness off, or I have been. I feel much better now than I was this past week. I do not. I think it was COVID from what I could tell, but it was something I kind of was hitting off or trying to get rid of, but I am doing okay for, excuse me, now. Yeah, so we're going to have our fun time with this game, but I'm going to have to adjust the audio a lot when we play through these games. So, alright, fine. We've seen the sizzle reel on this. Let's hit start, get going. Yeah, the explosion. This is also the only Midway Treasures release that is mature rated. The last one was rated teen, and the next one is rated E for everyone, which is all about racing games. Alright, so we have 20 games to go through here, but we also have bonus stuff. I'll hit the Y button to briefly show this. you have history of whatever game we're going to be playing, and we'll play through all 20. Elements of the gallery showing things about the game specifically, like here, this is APB, which came out in 1987. They show you the sell sheet for the arcade game, including this one, where it's a driving game. We're playing as police officers. You have to kind of pull people over, and you have a siren on top of the cabinet. Actually, I believe did light up when you were playing, when you hit the siren, because there's actually a button for that. And we'll show that off a little later. And then also videos, where we'll have information from the developers, of which this is unfortunately one of the last Midway Treasures games that has this, because Midway Treasures 3 did not have anything like this. In fact, it's extremely bare bones, even to the point where there's only about 8 games, 9 technically if you really want to go into that. We'll go through all this stuff for all these games as we go along, and yeah, it'll be like we did with Midway Treasures 1 last year. It's just that in this case it's going to be different stuff, because there are some pretty big games in this, in some cases, particularly as we go along. We'll see Mortal Kombat 2 again, and Mortal Kombat 3, normal Mortal Kombat 3, because we played Ultimate a couple months ago, and Pit Fighter on top of that, but then also some other weirder stuff, like Timber, which I kind of only really discovered recently, and it's pretty great. Other stuff like Total Carnage and Wacko and Wizard of War. In fact, let's go down the list, and then we'll start probably A to Z, unless, chat, you have a request of something as we go along. So first we have APB, which came out in 1987, which is a driving game. We were playing this police officer pulling people off the road. Arch Rivals from 1989, which is a basketball game, an early one of Midway's, and actually was kind of the precursor to NBA Jam, as it is. And this one you're punching people. They call it Basket Brawl, and not for a wrong reason. There's Championship Sprint, which came out in 1986. It's a sequel of sorts to not Championship Sprint, that's this game. Super Sprint, which came out in the same year, actually. Has new courses and some other aspects to it. Cyberball 2072, which is, I think, going to be the first football game we're playing on the show. Way before NFL Blitz came around from Midway, we had this, and there are actually 2 versions of this. One that's 4-player that this doesn't have, but there's another collection that has it. Sorry about your week. Yeah, as I said, I absolutely am giving my condolences and everything as far as that, for sure. So, yeah, do not worry, we're here for you, and we'll keep going with what we've got. Yeah, next is Gauntlet II. This is from 1986, which is the sequel to the 1983, 4 year game. We played it last year, as far as it. Hard driving, I got my stories with this one. A realistic, well, fine, for the time it was, driving game from 1989. We got some stuff to go on that one. It was Kozmic Krooz'r, which is an interesting case as far as how they emulated this from 1982. Mortal Kombat 2, which we played before from 1993, not 83, that'd be interesting. It's my grandmother. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, like, first on that. I know exactly what you're saying to that, and they're really. I can't really speak really specific to that. I know there's nothing I can say that's going to, ease it, except pretty much just to say that I am feeling that, and I definitely have, the support with that, and we all are providing that. I mean, because that's, I think, been the interesting thing before we get into the stuff with the game here. I think that's really been interesting on this show, and I think you've kind of helped make that happen. You and everybody's come into this, but you especially, the idea that, hey, you're saying we're going to have a discussion with game and talk about what we have, while also kind of making it a little more personal, making it more as a discussion case. And I think in that case, I'm getting the sense that there's a, no, you're fine. I mean, no, sure, I get it. I mean, but it's always let's at least talk about this before we start off. And it's not off topic, so don't worry that, hey, you're bringing the room down. Not at all. The idea that sometimes it's hard to say, how do you say that for something, that your condolences are enough. Oh, okay, I'm glad that that's the case. I'm glad that that's it, because, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just the idea that this is maybe a shared perspective. I think that's really what I wanted to do with the show to start, the shared perspective of gaming, but I think it also is kind of, transcending that very strongly in the sense of, all right, it's kind of like a community case, and in that case, as long as I can give that, I'm glad I can do that. I mean, as I said, this is not a show that's necessarily going to change the world, but at least if I can, show that I'm being honest as far as, believing this, then that's, I'm glad, I guess I've done my mission feasibly. But alright, so I guess as far as everything else we got on this, yeah, we have Mortal Kombat 3, NARC, Pit Fighter, Primal Rage, which, yeah, this is an interesting one. Rampage World Tour, which is probably the newest game in here. I said, I think, at one point, this was like a bunch of 90s stuff, which it sort of is, but there's a lot of 80s stuff more than anything. Spy Hunter 2, which the guy who made original Spy Hunter hated. Timber, which I mentioned before. Total Carnage, Wacko, Wizard of War, Xenophobe, Zybots, and Wrecked APB. Okay, so, alright, chat, do you have a request of what you would like to see us play first within the 20-game collection of this, disc? which I have on the Xbox, by the way, just to go in this, because when I bought this about a couple months ago, it was surprisingly expensive on the PS2 and the GameCube. It's not as much anymore, but on the Xbox it was way cheaper, and since I do have an original model Xbox, the original one, which you do need to run this, and any of the Midway Treasures games, I said, let's do this, and we're going to be doing one of the systems specific. We did Midway Treasures 1 on the PlayStation 2, we did 2 on Xbox, and 3 is GameCube's. When we get to that, and in that case, we're doing that way because, yeah, it's the best version, for reasons I'll get into when we get to that, or when you want to hear about them. But, okay, is I'm holding on to one thing. Also, one other thing, a lot of these games are also on the Midway Arcade Origins collection. Yeah, there are. There definitely was some overlap I noticed as far as them, because I know APB, I believe, is in that. I think Arch Rivals is in that. Championship Sprint. We played, not Hard Driving. We played, Pit Fighter off of that as well. So, at that point, yeah, there is some overlap. And, yeah, that collection, we should probably show that one off fully. I mean, we showed it last November for the purpose of that. Arch Rivals is my favorite. Okay, let's start there then. In fact, that's a good one to have, and one that I didn't really have much familiarity with when I first played it, but I do kind of like this thing. Also, before I go in, I'll mention one thing. One thing unique on the Xbox version, which unfortunately is not in place anymore, it was what they called Xbox Live Aware. And you see the Xbox Live thing here, hit the black button. It's not going to do anything. It's saying, like, okay, you can do a sign-in for new high scores. Basically, you can upload and put your stuff to leaderboards, because the original Xbox's online is off. You can't do that anymore. But alright, let's start with Arch Rivals then. This came out in 1989, and they do give you, like, the sheet as far as everything, what the tech of it was running. It was running the MCR 68000 board, and it was basically a basketball game from Midway that came before NBA Jam did, and as I mentioned last week, NBA Jam is not in this because they would have to license the NBA, and also because actually Acclaim got the licensing for NBA Jam from Midway, because I believe Midway said, okay, they teamed up with Acclaim for the home console ports of that game, and then Acclaim got the rights for it somehow over Midway. I don't know how that happened, but then what went on is that Midway said, we'll go on our own with other things. But before NBA Jam, yeah, this is what it had, and these are all the people who made it. So there you go, and you have the perspective of what it was. It was the lean, mean profit machine, as they called it, from Valley Midway. And there is your cabinet, so I will definitely show off all the stuff for this. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a button to make that little, display thingy go away. And then also the sell sheet. So basically, whenever you went to the arcades, this is what they gave to the operators to let them. And they even gave them, like, tank tops. Like, yeah, show the support for Arch Rivals to sell this thing to people and show that, hey, you're excited. Here's this new game we've got brought in, and get people wanting to play it. And also conversion kits, so feasibly if they had arcade machines already, they could just swap a board out and play with this one. Okay, so let's do it. Let's give it a play. Also, I'm going to change the volume a bit on this because, as I mentioned, this is weird as far as the way the audio mixing on this collection is. So what I'm going to do is, every time before I go into game, I'm going to change the game audio, not the mic volume. I also got my Switch as well. Okay, so in that case, you're going to be all set for the purpose of that, and be interested to see if maybe we can get some more releases of, like, these older arcade games like this, because I know they do those arcade archives things, but they haven't touched stuff of Midway's. I guess they'd have to go to Warner Brothers now, fees before that. But, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the volume up to 42, and here's the thing. For older games in this collection, I want to have the volume up a little higher, but I want to have it really low for the newer ones, because the audio mixing in this makes it sound extremely abrasive. And if it's too loud or too quiet, tell me and I'll adjust it. But alright, let's start with Arch Rivals. Which I mentioned, this did come out in 1989, and they called it a basket brawl. Alright, so let's show what it was running. Okay, there you go. There is your respective, and you do also have options. You hit the start button. I want to let the track go a little bit. It's actually much more simple than NBA Jam even is, in the sense that it's only 2 buttons. It's shooting and it's shooting and passing. Or shooting and jumping, and then passing and punching. Here's see the track mode, as far as what's going on with this. Without sound, but then you can also set stuff. Oh, you can play 2 players, there's also support for that. Or try to. Alright, yeah, because it's like the Midway Treasures 1. You have the start button, which is your start thing, but it also goes in the menu. You can change screen size. I did put it up high enough so you can sort of see it, because they defaulted to be really small, and it's sort of in line with how it really is on the actual arcade cabinet, sort of, but alright, let's have at it. You choose a player, you can choose from Tyrone, Defensive Giant, Vinny, a great player, Hammer, the Rebound King, Moose, the real champ, Reggie, the All-American, Mohawk is tough and mean. Blade is a crowd pleaser, and Lewis is a top shooter. Let's run Mohawk. And there's my left player, and you hit the jump on, I believe I have it on the X button. You can map the controls however you want. Move around, and yeah, shoot the basket there, and hope it, yeah, doesn't go off the rim. But hey, if I get into a case like that, just punch the guy. Okay, no, I'm passing to my own team. Okay, fair enough. And you can sort of shoot for them as well. Alright. Players may position themselves left screen, so that's their perspective. Alright, yeah, shoot it. Okay, why is the AI not doing anything? But alright, fine, they're setting that. Alright. Alright, so they got the shot. And every time you get a shot, you get the nice cheerleaders there, or you get the coaches saying, like, yeah, what the hell are you doing? So yeah, I had not really played this game that much until I got this collection. And to be fair, they have not really ported this a whole lot. Oh, fine, okay, they sorted it on some consoles. But after NBA Jam came out, I think people were just saying, like, let's just play that. Which is fair, because NBA Jam is, I guess, sort of better, but then again, you can't punch people in the face in that game like I can in that one. Like, I just stand up in front of them, punch them in the face, and you know what? That's fine. There's no case of, like, a foul situation. I guess that was really what Midway was doing with a lot of the arcade sports games. This, Interval Blitz, NBA Jam, on top of that, the idea that they were basically saying, like, alright, fine, we're gonna just go totally nuts and say, yeah, let's make baseball, or fine, any sport more violent. Actually, with baseball, there was the MLB Slugfest games were on the PS2, and I think they were on the Xbox. But, ah, crap. The same can happen to you. You get punched in the face by him, and then he goes through. Yeah, go, team, go! Yeah, I do love that perspective. It does have a lot of, cartoony character, even before, NBA Jam came around. And it's the kind of thing, I remember I was mentioning the Proto-Revo last week when we played the stuff we did last week. I was saying, he knows NBA Jam quite a bit, but I said, have you ever played this? I was like, no. And fair enough, because I mentioned this has not been released that much. But it is pretty good, honestly, and in this collection, which there's definitely some interesting stuff in it, it's probably one of the best ones, honestly, now I'm thinking about it. Right, yeah, just keep going, and feel free to let us know. My uncle, God rest his soul, and I used to play a lot with this one. Okay, so there you go, the family perspective of, families liking games, and having those memories that way. In fact, you know what, I'll go into that. I'll say, in fact, I remember, okay, that's timeout, by the way. They just give you that timeout, you have a continue, so yeah, we have free play, so there we run. No, but I get that experience as well, and in fact, I'll tell a story on this, actually, I'm trying to think, as far as the Midway stuff, if I really had a whole lot of experience as far as some of my family with this, okay, I can kind of do a rebound. I actually did not do that on the test play, so I was not aware to that. Well, I mean, it's not exactly Midway stuff, but I remember my grandfather, I mentioned my grandfather before, I mentioned him when we did Knuckles Chaotix, like, he was the one who was kind of helping me try and get the 32X set up and saying, like, even I can't do this, and he did, like, business that way, as far as, mechanical stuff. But the one game I always knew that he wasn't a huge game player, admittingly, but I know one game he always loved to watch me play in particular was, at some point we'll have to do these, Earthworm Jim. He absolutely loved those Earthworm Jim games, like the style of it, it kind of was a throwback to like a lot of the Warner Brothers cartoons of like the 40s, 50s, and around then. And just that idea of, Earthworm Jim just having those cartoony animations, like the Tex Avery case, especially with the first one. And that case was always that case that, and whenever I play that game, in fact, they put that on the Switch Online, or the second one, about a couple months ago, I did regale that story when I was telling people about that game and playing it, so like, I still have that attachment that way, and so, going with Arch Rivals this way, the idea that, and we mentioned this also when we did Kingdom Hearts, the idea that when you have, the experiences of family members playing a game like that, and that can also, inspire the memory of it, as I mentioned, the perspective of telling your story of a game, because, I mean, everybody can say that, hey, they played a game, whatever it is, and then say, like, okay, I've experienced this way, but then say, like, well, let me get personal, let me say that I had my uncle and I who played it, and maybe the idea that, your uncle might have been big into, like, basketball or basketball games for the purpose of that, and I guess then, okay, there you go, try to go for the final buzzer, and, yeah, off the rim, but, okay, there we go. And that's the end of the first period. I think for the purpose of this game, we'll probably play a full round, because I think this game is a bit different in the sense that, yeah, I'll say this, there could be some games, okay, also, yeah, some of the fans that gets threw their trash onto the court, okay, I didn't actually play far enough to that, for the demo, or when I was doing the test stuff of it this week. Okay, and I could slip over it, okay. So there you go, that is the idea of, yeah, not every, basketball game is going to be doing that, or many sports games really. Or I guess this is kind of, when you really think about it, the era of sports games kind of just going the craziest, whether it's something like this, whether it was on the consoles like with Mutant League Football or something like that. The idea is like, yeah, you just tackle players and they just explode in bloody chunks. So it was like, and Midway was definitely a big pusher as far as that. I mean, not Mutant League Football, that was EA's, but in the arcade, yeah, they were king on that. Actually, I guess, like, for us to go to that, was it the arcade version that you and your uncle played, or, because I know this was on a lot of either home computers, or actually, I think on consoles. I know it was on NES. I believe Acclaim actually did release it on NES. So actually, even before NBA Jam, they were helping Midway do the publishing in the home for that. Alright, still keep going, and having a good time. And yeah, this is a fun game. It definitely is a unique one, and one that, as I said, it does seem to draw a blank with people, but it is one that, because it's not licensed the way that NBA Jam is, Midway can release it a little easier. And I'll be honest with you, I mean, when I was getting ready to play this, I said, you know, if it's, you know, before NBA Jam, it's just going to be like, oh, you don't want to go back to this because you have NBA Jam now, but I wasn't playing this? No, I would say it's really something that it is still fun, even against the NBA Jam. I played it in the Midway Arcade Origins collection. Okay, so yeah, that release, which is the modern availability of this, and I guess then, feasibly then, with that collection, that also means that, you know, on modern systems, you will have another way to play this if you don't want to dig out the PS2, GameCube, or Xbox to get this collection. Which, as I said, it's not too expensive now on all the systems. I mean, it used to be more on PS2 and GameCube in particular, but it's always been cheap on Xbox. But yeah, in the case of that, and on the Midway Arcade Origins, I will say this, it looks great. All the games in that really look great as far as they ran it. In some ways, they might be better emulated. I actually have not played the version of that game in that collection. So, I'm going to be curious to go back to that one and see. It seems like it runs really well in this one, but whether it actually is emulated better. And there are cases of weird emulation we're going to get into on this. And that's despite the fact that Digital Eclipse did make this. And usually they are good about that stuff, but there's some little inconsistencies they have. Okay, that was weird. As far as it looked like I kind of went about that way. But alright, yeah, away team is, yeah, punch him in the back. There you go. Yeah, usually I'd be getting charged for a foul like that. I'd be thrown out of the game. No, not in the Midway Sports Universe. Oh, alright, fine, we'll time out. I just want to get to the next period. Because, yeah, this game is fun, and that's the other thing exactly. You know, you could feasibly be playing a game like this for quite a while, whether by yourself or with other people. Ow. Yeah, and in my case, I'm trying to, you know, make the shots, and it is working the same way that some other basketball games do, in the sense that I think you have a better chance of making the shot if you know, release the ball in a jump at the right time, and sometimes take the chance for three-pointers. But not always. I mean, I don't know, it still cracks me up, just the idea that, you know, I can just punch him in the back and then that's it. I put it up. Yeah, but again, the same thing can happen to you. Alright, so, yeah, come on, guys. Oh. Yeah, we're after him. Also, I don't think there's goaltending, because I don't think there actually is the ability to do it. I've tried it, but usually it seems like, no, I'm just gonna jump and it just misses me hitting it. Because I'll say this, my memory as far as like NBA Jam and some of the games like that, is usually that I'd always jump, I never do it at the right time to reflect it, because it's always the idea that, oh yeah, you have to hit it when the ball's not coming down, otherwise you're hit for goaltending and the other team gets the point. Alright. So it's halftime. Oh, and there's halftime show. Okay.
More to come.
So the cheerleaders that now are shooting the other basket, and the dog on the court. But yeah, feel free to keep going as far as anything with this, because yeah, I'll finish the thing for this and then we'll go on to the next game. Because to be honest, there's some games that we admittingly probably won't have as much reason to go for as long on, honestly, because there are things that you can kind of show really quickly. So in that case, I think it kind of makes sense to be running Arch Rivals a little longer for a full game. I kind of wanted to do that anyway. And in the meantime, though, feel free to let me know any other memories you have with other Midway games, with this game, or feasibly any other compilations you'd want to see going forward, because I said, I started this last year with Mirror Treasures 1, and I said, okay, we'll do the second one. But I also am thinking, well, I don't know necessarily if I just want to make it Midway every single year, and hey, chat, audience, if you want to see something else, tell me, we'll make it happen. Because I got a lot of classic game compilations, and as is custom for all these programs, what we're going to do is, we're going to play through every game that's in it, we will show them off, the full picture, as much as we can, and then show off the extras within them, of which, as I said, this is probably the last one as far as Midway that we have extras, mostly, although I think, I was thinking it was going to go into the basket, but alas, no. I think that Midway Arcade Origins, which I do have on 360, I believe there are some extra stuff in it, sorta. But, yeah, with this one, I don't think you're getting, like, video interviews in that one, even. But, in that case, the emulation on those games is mostly immaculate. Particularly in terms of the graphics. Graphically, those look incredible. Looks maybe sharper than the actual arcade machines do, which is saying quite a bit. And I can't necessarily always say that about some of the collections, even this one. Because this is a good collection, I'll say this. It's just that in some cases, some of the emulations are a little weird. Alright, fine, I wanted to just make the point, I guess, afterwards. Like, fine, I made the basket and, like, yeah, just punch him. I don't know, it just seems like it's not getting old, and so, you know what? Like, for a second, go back to that exactly, you know, I get it, why, you know, you and your uncle and anybody else would be playing a game like this constantly, because, yeah, this is fun. I mean, I could feasibly, you know what, I won't do this, but I could feasibly just say, like, no, we're gonna just play this game the whole show, honestly. That's how much fun this is, and as I said, it's something that I'm surprised how well this game is held up. Sometimes, early sports games be a weird thing. I mentioned this sort of when we did, Warriors Woods a few weeks ago, when I was showing Animal Crossing off. The NES sports games, like baseball and soccer and tennis and 10-yard fight and things like that, they haven't necessarily aged that well, in all honesty. This one, no. This one actually is really fun still. So I can imagine when this came out in 1989, people going nuts in the arcade, or also in the home compilations that it came out in, or on the home ports. Actually, I think Rare made the NES port, and I believe it was David Wise who did the music for Battletoads and Donkey Kong Country 2, who did the music for it, so that was an interesting thing. Actually, I won't get into that, I guess we do American Treasures 3, but, and actually a little more tonight, because actually Rare did do a lot of the NES ports of all the Midway stuff, like this, like NARC, and especially the port of, Super Off-Road, which is a great port, by the way. Michael called me a cheater at this game. Alright, so there you go. I mean, he must have, I mean, clearly that goes to the experience, the idea, like, you know, with this one, like, yeah, you just, like, yeah, you are cheating, punching each other in the back of the head, but hey, it's a feature of this game, so it's like, there you go, you have that great memory. It's like, yeah, there you go. It's like, as soon as somebody says that, yeah, you just do that to them, so, exactly, and there you go, you get that great experience and great memories as far as that, because, and, that's time again, but yeah, we were finishing the game. And honestly, you know what, I'll tell you, I'm glad you brought that up, like, first, as far as it, and I said, of course, you know, the underpinning of, you know, the, you know, sad case of yourself with your family, but at the same time also kind of getting, it's like, alright, fine, you know what, there's nothing I could feasibly say to make that easy. I hated it. He hated that I punched him. Yeah, I can imagine that. But I mean, here's the thing, I mean, I guess that's the idea, is like, look, I know it's not going to be something that you can handle, or something I can easily say, like, oh yeah, you know what, to make things, you know, easier as far as something like that, but just the idea that, you know, I guess it's the idea of celebration of life, really, when you think about this. And in a way, this game, honestly, maybe the show is becoming that, and, you know, maybe Electric should help make it happen. In the sense of saying, you know what, some sad cases, very sad cases, for sure, as far as loss of family, but then also understanding, like, because what's the idea? Like, what, because here's the thing, we'll go even deeper than that. Why do we necessarily feel a deep sadness when we lose somebody? And the answer is, because we had great times with them, we had great memories, even funny memories, even things you can look back on years later and say that when they're not with us anymore, we're not with them anymore, they can look back and they can say, like, hey, I remember this experience with this, the kind of thing of bring you back, bring a smile to your eye, as well as, or smile to your face, and as well as, you know, it's kind of like the idea of, like, a, that nostalgic, perspective, that idea of understanding that, but also, I guess, having to deal with, as I mentioned, the idea that they're not around. So, I mean, we are getting a bit deep to that, but I mean, I like that idea. I mean, as I said, I'm pretty sure that your uncle will probably be loving seeing this, and, I mean, as I said, I don't know the answer as far as afterlife, I don't think anybody does, but the perspective of, hey, could you imagine if maybe he's up there right now, looking down on us, and he's saying, like, oh my god, look at this, random guy on, Twitch, who's playing this old arcade game that, Electverse and I used to play, and just have that big smile. I can almost get my sense of my grandfather maybe saying that whenever I did stuff like, when I did Knuckles Chaotix was setting up the 32X, or whenever I do one of the Earthworm Jim games, so in that case, that is something very interesting. As I said, you're not going to necessarily get that on a show, on every show you see. And as I said, I won't shy away from that if you want to go to that, or don't, regardless. But as I said, that memory, you're making a memory of a game and going to that discussion with it, and I do really like that. And wait, I'm going the other way, shit. Which, by the way, that also is a good pretext to that. You do not have backcourt violations in this game, but unlike NBA Jam, you can't go backwards, so you're kind of, it gives you an invisible wall. I think you would. Okay, well, I'm glad to that, but, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's like, honestly, I'll say this, we'll get the family perspective. When we were playing No Warriors Woods a few weeks ago, your mom was saying specifically, hey, I'm glad that people are, remembering older games like this, and in my case, it's me also kind of discovering, because I've not necessarily played every game in this collection. Some of them I only kind of played for the first time a couple days ago, even though I've had this collection for a couple of months now, because I said, like, okay, I want to do this, let me get it. But the idea of, okay, looking at something, kind of broadening horizon for me, but then also, I guess, not just broadening horizon for everybody else out there, but also understanding the idea that you're saying, hey, your uncle and you played this game constantly. So I'm like, okay, so you know exactly what this is offering, and you're giving that perspective to myself and then also to the whole audience for that. So I do love that. And I love that the idea that that's kind of what is setting the show apart. Is that, look, anybody can play a game or do anything on Twitch and I guess either be quiet or just talk about what it is. But as I said, when I started the show, I was not seeing people. I do this all the time with a lot of people I know. We'll just sit around, we will, as the cool kids say, shoot the shit, which I never really understood that term, but the idea is like, we're just kind of commiserating on something, playing games, kind of going experiences with that, and next week we're going to have more of a realization with that when the Crusader joins me for Space Shuttle 5, and then also for Majora's Mask the week after that. But the idea is like, that's what I did, and when I was not seeing people and I couldn't be doing this physically, I said, I want to see if I can do this somehow in a safe case, I guess because I'm locked away, I'm mostly locked away anyway, trying to make that work. Does anyone remember Duck Dodgers, the show? Yeah, of Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century. Oh yeah, I do, and actually, I want to get the game that's based on. I mentioned that when we played Pilot Wings, because it's by the same people who made that. Or fine, maybe Pilot Wings 64 anyway. I do remember that. I remembered, the old one, and I know the new one as well. I think I briefly saw the new one. I remember really liking it. I'm gonna assume it's probably on HBO Max because it's a Warner Brothers case. I do remember liking that, and the idea of, like, the Looney Tunes stuff. And as I said, we're gonna have some Looney Tunes stuff going in, actually the next showcase show, which is gonna be in, November for the racing stuff. Because we're gonna do Looney Tunes Space Race on the Dreamcast as well. And there we go, that is the end of the quarter. And there we go, the game statistics coming up. Alright, so we did it. Alright, so let's put our initials in. Okay, let's put MPD. There we go. Yeah, definitely we can, oh, that's a race. No, I don't want to do that. Let's just do that, and then, end. Okay, so we won. Final score was 81-72. 49 points with a 48% shot average, 8 steals, 6 rebounds. And there you go. And Mohawk's best are here, so 49 points, and there you go. Alright, so that is your, experience with Arch Rivals. That is a very good game, and one that I actually had more fun just playing more now. But alright, in that case, we have gotten that case going on, and great selection to start the show off like versus with. In fact, before we go on, I'm gonna check, and I'll do this after every game, because I also have to change the sound case for some of this stuff. I want to see if there were any videos on this one. Okay, they're not. Unfortunately, not every game in this has videos that go along with it, but honestly, for a game like that, I could imagine it having that, and good choice, and a great game, for sure. Alrighty, so next, let's keep sort of in the line here. Let's go this one. This is APB. This came out in 1987. This was from Atari Games. You're actually going to see some perspective of some of that. Yes, I love that. Okay, so, Dolly Finn, you also have a perspective of Duck Dodgers, and I guess of a lot of Looney Tunes stuff. I gotta get that Duck Dodgers game. I definitely want to show that off. I'm gonna have to dig that one out. It costs a bit of money, actually, surprisingly. It's like about $100 or so. But yeah, if you love that show, you'd really like that game for the style of it and how it plays. And there is link for that show, I guess. Yes? Thank you very much for that. It will go in the link list when we edit this. Oh, the theme song. Okay, I don't remember the theme song completely off the top of my head. I just remember the slogans. Like, that was the idea of what that was. And I guess feasible, an interesting case to bring that up, I guess, for APB, because in that case, Duck Dodgers, I guess, is the idea of, like, they were kind of, I guess, space patrolmen, sort of. A little, but not completely. Okay. Now, here's what APB is. It's a driving game where you're basically driving around. As a police officer, you have a siren, which is on a button. I think I have it set differently than what the controller map said. Yeah, you're all points bulletin, and there is, I guess, Officer Bob who's driving around. You have to arrest litter bugs. Basically, people who are, to quote the Powerpuff Girls, the Amoeba Boys, littering. So when they're littering, you go up to them, you drive to them, you hit the siren, and then you pull them over and you take $15 off of their pockets. But if you just have the siren going all the time, nothing will happen. If you crash into stuff, you demerit, and if you demerit too much, you're fired. So there you go. So yeah, they do explain the idea of how it is, and I think a lot of Paperboy was built off this, or a lot of this was built off Paperboy, I should say, because I think that came up before. All right, let's hit the siren to get going. That's on the A button. All right. They do give you a bit of a practice, and they say hit the siren if you understand, which is on the A button. So my quota is going through the police academy, driving through the cones. Hold the right trigger to drive, and... Oh, right, if you make a collision without the siren, you get a demerit, so don't do that. So hold A. And basically, you have that little, pull over word, like the target over there, so you give a sense of what that, excuse me, is. Just go through the cones. That, in this case, you just pretty much hold it, and then, yeah, sometimes people need help. So go by them that way, hold the button, or press the button. You kind of want to feather the siren a little bit, and then run around the lap. Alright, so nice work. So I'm at the quotas, and you have to meet the quotas, and you have to hold your gas up as well. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna do arresting. So there's the litter bugs, the guys and gals in the convertible. Alright, so there you go. Put that on, and yeah, they'll go off and they'll disappear. But if you just hold it, they'll just like, oh, I didn't do anything. So there you go. Just basically wait till you see the trash, and just go down the road. So it is like the top-down case. It's kind of like Spy Hunter a little bit. Although the way the porting in this one works, it's a little better. But yeah, I'm also getting into cases where it's better. Yeah, don't throw the trash, my friend. So yeah, keep your eye out. Basically, just keep doing that, and don't crash yourself too much. Or don't crash while you're not using the siren. Because when you're using the siren, it's like, fine, it doesn't matter, you're crashing into everybody. But if you don't, yeah, they'll say like, no, you're gonna get demerited. Alright, for extra time, drive to the donut shop, which is, somewhere. Let's go to Yuppieville. Alright, yeah, I missed it. Okay, so we got the quotas, which is, yeah, you just have to get the litter bugs. But it's gonna get a little more difficult, yeah, because we have a suspect. We have to go after Freddy Freak. I guess he's like a, hippie guy with the, you know, make love not war bus there. He's selling drugs, yeah, this game is rated mature, or at least the, collection is, for the purpose of that, and especially for NARC, we'll get to that one. For the drug case. But yeah, just keep going, just keep driving. Looking for the or I guess the literati, I call them. It's like the Simpsons, like, yeah, let's make litter out of these literati. But alright, you basically want to keep an eye out for where Freddy is, but he won't always show up. Yeah, just keep going and avoid the train. Yeah, okay, there he is. Alright, so here he is. So in order to get taken care of, try and knock him off the road. Okay, or just do that. Okay, now I gotta bring him back to the station. If we do that, we get a $1,000 reward. Get out of the way. Bye-bye, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's go down the road. Yeah, they will also not, you know, get him away if I can just find... Okay, here we go. Well, that's the donut shop. Let's go through there to get, more time. Oh, shit. Yeah, you do have a wall. You crash into it. Crap, no! Oh, come on. Yeah, because I get them in the station time. Where is the station? Okay, there's a gas station. Did I get enough gas? Alright, I did. Okay, so yeah, you do kind of have a little bit of an open world to this. I think there are videos on this game in the extras, which I believe they do go into the idea of like why this... Make them talk... Oh! So I have to beat the hell out of them. Okay, I actually didn't do this. Alright. Alright, so I gotta beat a confession out of them. So it's not like Ellen Noir. Alright, fine. Alright, I'll tell you. Okay. I did not actually see this. I've actually never seen this. So, alright, so there we go. Yeah, we beat the drug dealers. Yeah, yeah, well, I want to know about bears and rabbits, for all of you, Batman Begins fans. Alright, so we got him. And now he's on the most wanted list, and there he goes. Alright. Okay, now, I guess that taxi... Yeah, I don't know what happened with the taxi. Oh, fine. I guess he's honking his horn or something. Ow! Also, if you go too fast, you crash. And explode. You get a demerit, by the way, that happens. You don't instantly lose. You lose by getting fired. Oh, shit. Or, crash into that. So, I should probably... Oh, no, I get demerited by busting the police, car. Whoa! Yeah, get over it. Stop. Alright, so in this case, I'm just hitting the taxis over. And, yeah, nobody acts bad when the siren's on, so it's like in real life. Like when you're driving around with the police, and they'll always, you know, get into a case like that. Alright, yeah, they're pulled over, so I was able to help them. Alright, yeah, stop it. Alright, and we're out of time. And I get fire in my face, damn. Alright, with that, I'm fired. Okay. And And you'll continue, and we'll continue one more time, and then we'll go on to the next game. Okay, so, alright, so they're picking up hitchhikers, so apparently it's illegal to do hitchhiking in this, which I guess it kind of was started becoming illegal when it was 1987, this game. Maybe, or just the idea that it was ill-advised, I guess, or just crash into them, that's the other thing. Yes, alright, let's get going. I mean, yeah, because this is top-down, that's also the perspective, kind of keeping an eye on where you're going, although, you know, as I said, I'm just not being careful, I'm just holding the accelerator down. Yeah, as I said, basically just, yeah, keep going to that. I do like this game. It is interesting, and there's also, I know there was a new version of this. There's a remake. It was actually by the people who made Crackdown. I remember it was actually, I believe, a massively multiplayer online RPG for the PC, but it didn't last very long, and I don't know if it actually played anything like this. Or for that matter, if they were pulling off of, I guess, with Crackdown, or for that matter, for Grand Theft Auto, because Real-Time Worlds, who made Crackdown, they actually did make Grand Theft Auto 1, so maybe that was the idea. But alright, fine, we got fired. Alright, I think I've caused enough trouble here, so, yeah, I get tossed in the garbage. Alright, so we'll let the timer go down. Yeah, there's also why I got a lot of water tonight, for sure. Alrighty, so there's game over, and yeah, there are high scores, but I didn't get any. Alright, so with that, we're all set, so that is APB. Another interesting one, and one that, as I said, seems to get a little forgotten, but definitely has its values to it for sure. And is unique, and there's a lot of interesting games that way for this. Alright, let's do this one. This is going to actually be pretty short. This is Championship Sprint. This came in 1986. It's a lot like Super Sprint we had before. In fact, it's mostly the same. The only difference is that the tracks are different, and the cabinet was a little different. Actually, wait a minute, no. New to me. Actually, you know what? Hang on, wait a minute. Before I play this, I forgot. For each game, I need to be looking at the extras. Yeah, it's okay. So, no, we're not going to this one yet. We'll go on that in just a second. Because APB had actually a lot of extras, so let me go to that. And we showed Arch Rivals for that. Yeah, so APB, we saw what that was. Yeah, you have 2 buttons and a pedal, which was designed by David Thurr, and we're going to have some discussion. He made Tempest and Missile Command, apparently. And they did go into that. Alright, it sold a few thousand its first week, and then declined dramatically, kind of like the remake, it seems like, for that. Took 3 years to develop this. It offers more depth and secrets. Okay. And here is what the cabinet looked like, which I sort of showed off at the beginning of the program. And then the sell sheet. As far as everything that's going on that. The speed shop. Definition of what the all points bulletin is. Dimensions of the cabinet. And the videos. So I'll have a listen to one of these.
I know quite a bit about APB, but the origin, I would imagine, probably had to do with drivers being a genre that won't go away, and, you know, I forget what other drivers were probably out at the same time, but he was probably trying to come up with a twist, it's a driver, but it's a little different, and throwing in some humorous elements. So I imagine it had a lot to do with the fact the drivers were the most popular genre, and he wanted to come up with something that was slightly different than your typical driver.
For me, it looked very much like the old style single sprint or bug games where, you know, your car is right in the middle of the screen, you could rotate the screen around, or at least, you know, drive around the screen. But in the old games, it was a race. This one was more freestyle. And I'm sure you just wanted to me, it just like you wanted to add a chase element to it.
Okay, yeah, I did turn the volume down a little bit on this, or mute the mic for the purposes. I hate APB. Sorry, I'm setting my switch up. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Absolutely. Well, yeah, do tell, though. What is your take as far as APB, what you didn't like about it? I mean, it is a little awkward, I'll say that. Like, the top-down perspective, I get that. For sure. Yeah, feel free to go into that. And by the way, I did go silent. I probably should have mentioned that. Anytime we have any of these, we'll watch. And I don't know if we'll watch all of them, but what I'm going to do is, since there's no subtitles to these videos, and it's kind of weird quality as far as how it sounds, I'm also going to mute the mic for the purpose of that. But yeah, we'll take it a little later. Alright, fine. Now let's look at Championship Sprint. Actually, let's look at the perspective of that first. Yeah, it was followed to Super Sprint with the fact that this one supports 2 players, whereas the other one supported 3. And there was talk about 3D version, but didn't have the same appeal, they didn't do it. Alright, so there you go. And there is some video as far as the differences between the other one aspects as far as problems with the machine. We'll look at that a little later. Let's take a look at this on the wheel. Yeah, because we played Super Sprint last time. This is a weird one to control in the last collection, same with this one, because you kind of go on a swivel as far as how the turning is, and especially, I played this in the arcade, so I know how this operates that way, is that it's top-down, and so when you spin the wheel, you're kind of spinning all in a 360-degree perspective. And you do have more tracks. So yeah, in this case, yeah, I'm just turning left on the analog stick for the purpose, or you can use D-pad if you want for this collection, and kind of just go all around. So we'll start in the easy course. In this case, just accelerate around, which I have on the right trigger, and then just steer. But yeah, as I said, right there, you can kind of get turned around. So if you're not spinning the wheel correctly, or in this case, using the analog stick, it definitely, to me, it feels a little weirder using that. Yeah, don't crash or you explode. And there is a brake, but yeah, I probably should use the brake. Well, to be fair, actually, there is one other top-down racing game that is sadly not in this collection, but it is in the next one, and the Midway Origins had it too. That is Super Off-Road. At some point, I will play one of those, and I'm going to love going to my experience with that one, because that, honestly, that's a better take on this game, really. In fact, that's probably the finest top-down racing game of Midway's. I would say, personally, but there are definitely some other ones, and there are a lot of them, and this was a popular enough game. So, in that case, you definitely got a lot of cases. Actually, there's also another one in that Midway Origins 3 collection, which is Badlands. Basically, it's Super Off-Road with a gun on the car, but it's not as much fun as you think it would be. Alright, so yeah, just keep driving around, and that is your take on Championship Sprint. And there are also the items there on the course. You pick them up for points. You can also sometimes take shortcuts like that, but yeah, the steering is hard. As I said, even in the arcade, it's hard, so that's the idea of like how the swivel is. And that's also why the video I'm definitely going to pick to show on this one is, well, after I blow up, is going to be of how the wheel design is. Alright, so I'll try this again. Yeah, it is hard to steer with this. Also, I'm not that great at this game, so yeah, that's my take too. And by the way, after 3 laps, yeah, if you're not in first, you do get a game over. In that case, yeah, my tires are off. Alright, so let's give it another shot and prepare to race. Alright. And you do go to different tracks each time. Yeah, you have the closing doors, which you did see sort of when we played Super Sprint as well. That does have some nice depth there, because, yeah, you're going underneath the tunnel or going backwards, in my case, trying to make the turn. Actually, they're going really slow, so, like, yeah, maybe I should just be doing that. Feather the right trigger. Probably hearing that clicking of the right trigger. And that is, admittingly, one of the good reasons to play this on Xbox, because for this one, yeah, you have the right trigger to use for the acceleration, which just feels good. Though that's not to say that on the GameCube and the PlayStation 2 you can't play a game like this. It's just different. And maybe in my case, because I played so much of Xbox as it was, I'm so used to that perspective, so whenever I play a driving game or anything else, I'm like, okay, I have to adjust. Oh, crap. Yeah, I get turned around really easily, so that's what happens with Championship Sprint or Super Sprint. I mean, they're the same, basically. They're really not that much different. But somehow I'm winning. Also, yeah, the door is in my way. I'm waiting for the door to go out of the way, just so I can go faster, or get that. What does that do? Oh, right, that makes you invincible. The wrench will make you invincible. So you doing that? Oh, or jump over the side. Okay, I never saw that. All right, so that's good. So at least I'm showing something unique as far as all these things, and made it. And I believe you can play this... Oh, wait, no. This version's 2-player, whereas Super Sprint is 3-player. And I thought there was, like, a 4-player version of this. Although, actually, you know what? That's the interesting thing. I'll jump the gun on Super Off-Road a little bit. Because Super Off-Road's a game that's 3 players, which came out after this. It was 1989. The arcade versions, I don't think any of them had 4-player. They were 3-player. But then, when it came out on NES, it was developed by Rare, and they gave you a 4-player mode. So, I was like, in that way... That NES version is actually one of the best ports of that there is. And I do have that on NES, and it's a great version. I should definitely show that off at some point. Also go into perspectives of Rare that are not some of the games you would expect out of them. Oh yeah, and there's tornadoes on the street. So yeah, don't get caught in those, otherwise something bad's gonna happen. You know what? I was gonna say I was gonna try and get into it, but it unfortunately went off the track. And I came back on the track. Alright, so there you go. Oh, I'm thinking, so we're talking the Looney Tunes take. The Tasmanian Devil. Woo! Oh, crap. I mean, yeah, I'm doing okay on this, despite the fact that, admittedly, as I said, I'm not very good at this game. Alright, y'all want to see the... Oh, I want to hit the tornado. Fine. Or I hit the oil slick. And alright, where am I? Alright, fine. I'm underneath the bridge, but I was kind of getting spun around by the oil slick. Alright, whoa. Also, I guess a little bit like RC Pro-Am, which is also very rare, so there you go. Alright, so we're in the winner's circle once more. I'll give it another shot for the next race. We'll see what happens. Alright, you can get upgrades to your car in this one, too. Alright, let's get some... Yeah, let's fix some traction. So it is like Super Off-Road, except Super Off-Road ended up just doing it better. Whoa. Alright, so yeah, I'm noticing it was a little easier to turn now. So that's, I guess, how Midway got you to put the money into the machine. Say that, oh, by the way, if you keep going and keep winning, you can earn better skills for your car. Whoa. Oh, crap. Alright, that was... Okay, I blew up twice because I was stuck. I got hit in the wall and I get stuck in the door. You know, I want to hit the tornado. Okay, it just spins me around. Alright, so yeah, actually the tornado's not as bad of hurting me as I would expect. I would have thought it would throw me off the course and explode. But alas, no. Alright. Yeah, the oil slick almost made me bust. Alright, so I lost. Alright, so I think in that case, we've shown enough with Championship Sprint. It's a good game. It's definitely one that is taking a little bit of a learning curve to it. Oh, let's put name in. I use the MPD case. Let's use something different. Let's SOG, so SOG. Super old game. Or games of it, because there's tons for this one. Alright. So that's a game over. Alright. Alright, so next on our list, next I want to show the thing with the wheel. With the video they showed on the wheel. So let me do that. And then we'll go to the next game. Alrighty, so Rod Weatherby outlines the differences between Championship Sprint and Super Sprint. You know what? Fine, I'll let the developers tell us that, and then we'll do the thing with the wheel, and I'll be right back.
The main differences between Championship Sprint, which was a sequel to Super Sprint, were simple. We added 4 new tracks. We chose the 4 most popular tracks from Super Sprint, carried those over, didn't throw those away, and added 4 new tracks to Championship Sprint. And then we changed, made a minor change to the way you can build up your car. When a car crashes into a fence in Super Sprint, a helicopter comes out and drops you off a new one. Well, that just seemed to be too slow, that whole process of the helicopter flying across the screen, dropping. You're ready to get back in the race. And so as one of the features of Championship Sprint, which you can add to your car's performance, is how fast the chopper comes out and drops off the new car. And you can build that up to a level where so you can get a new car replaced very quickly in Championship Sprint. But that's it, 4 new tracks, faster chopper.
Was it a 2-player version also?
It was 2. Obviously, the most major difference was 2-player. Championship Sprint was designed as a kit. It would fit some of those upright cabinets that were out there, the standard upright cabinet. It's a 2-player game. I actually have a Championship Sprint at my office. One of the steering wheels is broken on it, so maybe while I'm here I can pick up a couple of spare parts. But I will say one other thing about the steering wheels. We talked about the steering algorithm being changed so players can really spin that wheel to get that nice effect. Well, that actually was a problem as the game was being produced over time. People were spinning those wheels so much during gameplay it was causing an excessive heat buildup. We had a lot of steering wheel shafts heat up and crack. It was kind of a customer service nightmare shipping out new steering wheels to all these guys for overplay, which that's a good problem.
Alright, there you go. By the way, yeah, I'm sorry for the, I guess the audio quality sounding weird. It might sound a little scratchy. It definitely does in my case. I think that's this collection, honestly. I think, but I do know actually my copy of this game does have some scratches to it, but I don't think it's something like that. But yeah, definitely stuff with the audio of that. But yeah, you are getting the information as far as from the developers. I do love the fact that this game has this and kind of gives that perspective of, okay, the history of games for this, and also what are the developers specifically saying when it came to something like that. Alright, next on the docket, let's go down the list. This is Cyberball 2072. This came out in 1980. What do I have in my notes here? 1989. There are 2 versions of this. There was Tournament Cyberball 2072, which was on the Midway Origins collection, which is a 4-player version of this. This is Cyberball 2072, which is just 2-player. And it's just pretty simple as far as what you're doing. Just moving and you're doing an action. And it's a follow-up to a game that came out in 1988 just called Cyberball. There's basically futuristic football in the year 2022. So it actually was this year. This one has taken that up about 50 years. So yeah, there you go. You got robots playing football. We mentioned that earlier. And I guess, yeah, there's your perspective of Paperboy, Asteroid, Gauntlet, Gravatar, Tempest, Centipede, Star Wars. Okay, so yeah, that's interesting. But there you go. There are the people who made Cyberball 22 going. And in just a second, I will show you how this is going to work. Yeah, you have offensive plays. The idea is you're basically going through, I guess, a rule book, pretty much. Just do plays, pretty much. That's what I'm figuring that way. Okay, so, alright, choose your opposing coach. Ian Payne, Doc Davis, Sky Rogers, and Grace Savage. Yeah, how about you? Alright, so my team, I can be either the California Crush, the New York Thunder, the Berlin Invasion, the London Lightning, the Moscow Machine, or the Tokyo Flash. Let's play the New York Thunder. Let me also turn the audio down because it's fucking loud. I did not realize that. Alright, so receive kickoff. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe this is like a full game. So there you go. There is my game, and there are my robots. Alright, so you're going, you're running, and getting tackled. So I guess it's the precursor to NFL Blitz. A little bit as far as this. Yeah, chat, let me know any memories you got with this one. I also don't have much. Alright, fine, let's do run play. And they do give you an option as far as what you can do. So yeah, it is like Madden or something like that. But except in this case, it's all just one button. So, height. Alright, and toss there. Oh shit! No, I don't want to do that. I'll get myself sacked and lose yardage. Although I don't know if you have down cases on this. Honestly, I've not played this game that much to understand it. Alright, fine, let's do a shakedown. Yeah, I'm not necessarily a good one at football, I'll say that. Or American football. Anyway, ooh! Oh, shit! I believe if you do miss enough of them, you're gonna lose, you'll either get a game over or you'll have to lose. You break. Okay, right, that's the other thing. Yeah, you can break down and you'll explode. Alright, you! There we go. Now, there we go. That is how you're making the run. And you defuse the ball. Yeah, the ball can explode, by the way. Forgot to mention that. Alright, let's try... Yeah, let's try pass play. Branch out. Yeah, I'll do the corner pocket. Yeah, and your breakdown when the ball's smoking. Or no, we're breakdown when my robot's smoking. Alright, whoa, shit! Okay, that's why they wanted to sack me. Because, like, yeah, they want to get me out of the way. Alright, let's try the outhouse. Power back and pass. Yeah, I said, I'm not very good. When we get to other football games feasibly you might want to see, I'll probably be better. Especially NFL 2K1 on the Dreamcast. That game I am way better at. And way more knowledgeable. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Oh. Alright, that's the end of the period. Alright, spend credit to acquire strong run defense. Yeah, what the hell, let's do it. Use credits to make purchase. Okay, so that's also how they went going on this. I mean, this game is kind of weird. I'll say this. I mean, it's not necessarily that it's a bad game. I think it's aged better than some of the other football games of, like, the 80s. But at the same time, it's just kind of strange. I just want to get a touchdown. Alright, there you go. Alright, so at least we did get a touchdown. So let's try an option play. Yeah, I guess let's try running it in. Why not? I know everyone's saying, like, yeah, why the hell did you run it in when you're ahead? True, but it's like, well, just because I'm showing this game off. I mean, I love when NFL 2K1 does that. Oh, alright, the ball exploded. Okay. I love when NFL 2K1 does that. They say, like, yeah, what are they thinking trying to go in for 2 when they're winning? It's like, yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, as I said, I'm not necessarily the football expert. Yeah, it is pretty simple, though. It's just pretty much just go in front and just hit a button. So if Madden or some other football games are too complex, maybe this one will be feasibly up your alley. Alright. Alright, so I don't know if I'm going to go through a whole quarter or whole game on this one, but I definitely want to at least try and see what's going on, because when I did the test on this, the only thing I did was there's a mode... Oh shit, no. What was that flash? That was weird. But when I did this, there was a mode I selected for this, not this, where you basically just play plays out of the book, and it just gives you them in a row as opposed to playing a game. So I guess they give you the option to do both. Ew. Alright, there you go. The pass is incomplete. I guess I can do a timeout, can I? Okay, I can do a timeout. Alright, so there actually are not a bad amount of features for an arcade football game like this. And honestly, I can only really think of most of the stuff in Midways for that. Oh, crap. Alright, let's do a goal line play. I never understood how this game works. I mean, honestly, I'll tell you, I'm not the one to ask either. Conversion good. I think the idea is pretty much you're just... Okay, here's what... Well, let me rephrase that. The way Cyberball 2072 works, or the way that football itself works. The way football itself works, I eventually understood by people who know it. Specifically, family and friends, usually. As far as this game, it's basically just... I don't know, you're pretty much just pick and play, sort of, and getting it going, unless you're going in the other mode, where you're basically just running plays out of a book, and if the ball explodes on you, I believe that's a game over. It's weird. I mean, I don't know what your experience with this game is, and as I said, my experience with it basically was... Oh shit, he intercepted it. Alright, fair enough. My, experience with this game basically, starts and ends from 2 days ago. That was the first time I played it, because I wanted to get a sense of what I was doing with this collection and how I'm running all this stuff. But in that case, I was like, okay, fine, it's simple in the sense it's just one button and moving. But as far as how the game itself is operating, yeah, it is weird. I mean, I guess with football, I guess we'll say this for arcadey football. I mean, Midway had a blitz eventually, and that was the game that basically... I mean, honestly, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons, really. You know what, I'm not gonna get stronger defense. I guess I'm still able to go, though. Let's try the old drop. I mean, it is weird, but as I said, it does have this interesting stuff. I mean, robots playing football is unique. But, I mean, it is very simple. I mean, as I said, compared to, like, 10-yard fight on NES, for that one, it seems like it's so clunky. This one's not clunky, it just feels like it's very limited. Which makes sense. I guess for an arcade game, you're saying that you just want to have something simple to pick up and something simple to put a couple quarters into. Which, honestly, I get that. Also, I don't think there are field goals in this game for some reason. Alright, boom. Or... Alright, fine, the ball exploded. I mean, I guess to answer how I guess it works, is basically just move, hit a button, select a play, which I probably should ask a couple of people who know about football, say like, hey, have they ever played this, and what do they think of this? They probably say like, yeah, what is this? But, yeah, I'll see what I can find, maybe. Maybe there's some perspective that way, but as far as, yeah, I'm just pretty much, okay, you spend money to upgrade the smoking quarterback. Okay, so the money I have my team funds, I can basically improve my play. So, alright, so it's kind of... Since we played, Championship Sprint, it's kind of like that in the sense that you can kind of upgrade your team as you go. But it also seems like, oh no, it's kind of weird that, you know, it's a football game. Sorta. But that, I guess you're just kind of going really fast, the way NFL Blitz was. Alright, so let's get going. I mean, maybe also the joke is that this is supposed to be 2072, that it's too complex. Oh, I'll say this, it's not as complex as other games, like other sports games I've played, and actually, there is one, I don't know, Chad, if you're familiar with this. I played a little bit of this. It was on the Xbox. It's called Death Row. It's this weird kind of, like, discus game that's almost like a mix of rollerball, and it's also insanely mature rated, so all the characters saying fuck literally every other word. Even to the point where the demo came out through the Xbox magazine, they had to censor the game pretty significant for the purpose of that. And in that case, it's almost confusing, like, how are you supposed to actually get that running? But that's based on a fictional sport, feasibly, that they made up for that game, whereas in this one, this is, I guess, American football as far as how it's going, but even then, it's like, oh yeah, just hit button. Because there's the idea for the icon pass, but yeah, I got intercepted again. Yeah, at that point, I could at least, you know, just hit them, which is fine to that. Actually, I want to see something. How's this going to go, and when is the end of the period? Not because I don't want to... Well, okay, fine. I guess I might not want to play this game that much more. Not because it's a bad game. It's just kind of there. Alright, that's the end of the period. Alright, so it's 13-6. Alright, so that's more funds. Let's see. I guess I could... Okay, so it is like Super Off-Road and Championship Sprint. You can just basically build up your characters. You know what? Fine. I think we've had enough, honestly. And it's not that it's a bad game, but something that, like... Unlike Arch Rivals, I kind of think it's not worth going the whole way on this. Sorry for all of you Cyberball 2072 fans for that, but yeah, we did at least give it a look on a plan. To be fair, that's how this compilation show tends to work. We're gonna look at the stuff that's going on to it, but we will look at the extras as well. Yeah, robots replace human football players with different plays. Okay, they simplified it for beginners. Okay, so at least, like, this might answer your question a little bit. Since I don't have the answer myself, let's see what the game is saying. Simplified for beginners, finding advanced challenge game, 150 more plays, 3 exclusive high score tables, a better robot buying feature. Alright, here we go. As I said, there were 2 versions released, 2 and 4-player versions. This is the 2-player version. They don't have the 4-player version in this game. They have it in Midway Arcade Origins, though, which is strange, because they do have 4-player games in this. So I don't know why they put that one on the 2-player one here. Helped influence the general trend with sports games putting a spin with other futuristic robot stuff. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, as I mentioned, Mutant League Football and hockey and all that. There's some other robotic stuff. Alright, there's the Gallo. Let's see what this is. Alright, so yeah, there's the season kicking off in August. They give you like a faux newspaper showing that idea. And then how the cabinet looked, which was... Okay, that's interesting. So basically it's like a carousel setup where you have 2 machines kind of pointing in opposite directions. Okay, fine. That's the 4-player version. That's the term Cyberball. There's the 2-player one. Okay. Like 50 years of explosive entertainment, I guess, for football. Or 50 years from that. Okay. Tough-hearting, futuristic football game. Simple controls, 8-way joystick to put in the player of the choice. Place weak players, purchase new ones. Okay. So I guess that's the idea, really. Pretty much, replace your players if they're not doing well. So, there you go. And as I said, it is weird the 4-player version of this is not here, because here is a 4-player game. This is Gauntlet II. It came out in 1986. It is the follow-up to Gauntlet, the first one. It's a lot like it in certain cases, except the fact that, unlike that one, where each player was bound to the number of, or the player number, so like only one person could be the warrior, or only one person could be the elf. Everyone could be the same character if they so desire. It was designed by Ed Log. We'll see him a little later when we do Xybots, which is an interesting one. And this is what the cabinet looked like. Pretty basic. I believe it did run on the same cabinets that Gauntlet 1 did. In fact, they could actually flash the boards out for the purpose of playing it that way. And there's the cell sheet. So I do love that they give this. I just think it's kind of cool just to kind of look over this stuff and just show that, alright, how are they selling a game like this, and just the idea of all this, you know, archival material and stuff for video. We'll watch one of these later, but first let's play the game. Same deal as before as far as how Gauntlet 1 played and how Gauntlet 2 plays. But you just walk around, shoot things, and use your magic when you get it, and put money in for health. Because otherwise, you're going to keep dying. Alrighty. I do love that look at that, though. It's like, there you go. There is your Gauntlet case with, yeah, the axe, or the warrior, the elf, the wizard, and the, I guess, empress, or whatever it is. Although staying on this pretty long, I thought they'd start the attract stuff, but alright, here we go. So yeah, you can select the warrior, the elf, the wizard, or the Valkyrie. Let's select the Valkyrie. Click magic potion before pressing the magic button. And shoot is on, I have it on X button, alright. Basically just go around, kill everything. Save keys to open doors. I don't think they have all the voices in this version unless it was only in the first one. Yeah. And don't get hit by ghosts, otherwise they'll hurt you. And every time something happens, you will have, the first time it happens, pop up an information about what to do or what to expect. So yeah, just go around, kill everything, destroy the skull in there, because that's where the monsters generate. And in this version, the traps make the walls disappear. And pick up the keys to open the doors as well. Alright, and yeah, I gotta avoid getting surrounded. Yeah, but the demons can hurt. I want to get that food there. Increase your health by 100, but don't shoot the food, otherwise you lose it. And you also go to the exit and go to different levels. Alright, so it's basically a dungeon crawler, pretty much. You can play with up to 4 people. Alright, so yeah, pretty much just go along and hear everything going, and hear all those great voice samples of, Valkyrie needs food badly, or Valkyrie is about to die. But in a lot of cases, sometimes you just get surrounded, so that's kind of what is the difficult part of this. And there are other, Gauntlet games that came later that I guess maybe I like a little more. Specifically, I like Gauntlet Legends, specifically, and there's a really good version of that on the Dreamcast. And actually, Proto-Rov is a big one on Gauntlet Dark Legacy, which he has on the PS2. At some point we should show some of those other ones off for sure. Yeah, certain coins with more health, because your health keeps going down no matter what you do. At least in the arcade game. I think some of the console ports did change that, but yeah, there you go. Just keep going. Careful of the slime. Or the acid puddle. Damn, that hurts. Oh, shit. Yeah, you don't shoot the potion, otherwise it won't work very well. Oh, and don't shoot the food either. Okay, I'm just getting totally nervous with all these monsters here. But yeah, that's basically what you're doing. Just going around killing monsters. Chat, let me know any experience you have with Gauntlet, or if you have experience with this one. I mean, it's mostly like the first one. Mostly. It's just that a couple little wrinkles that are a little different, and we do sort of see that. Alright, now I died. But if you hit start, you can continue, and you can feasibly keep continuing forever if you so desire. And use the key to open the chest if you so desire too, but I don't think I can do that. And I'm surrounded by monster-making machines, or monster-making things, and more monsters. Damn. Alright, shit. Oh, shit, and death is here. Alright, yeah, use magic to kill him. I don't have magic, so yeah, run away. Oh, shit. So yeah, it's like the Monty Python Holy Grail case. Run away! And yeah, this is not gonna be the last time we're gonna be talking about that tonight, specifically. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's just going around, just trying to get through. So yeah, there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, can I get out? Yeah, I just want to go. Alright, be pushy and sit down to the secret room. I mean, this is a fun game. It is very simple and repetitive, but especially when you have a bunch of people playing, it can be a blast. Basically, because it's the kind of game that you can feasibly play easily with a bunch of people. Just say, like, yeah, just hit the buttons, have fun, commiserate, and yeah, you definitely have a good time. Especially some of those later versions, especially Gauntlet Legends. That's a great game, for sure, for that. Crap! Yeah, death is getting in my way. I don't have any magic to take care of him. I just have to find where I can get some. Is that magic? Repulsiveness. Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh, okay, it gets the monsters to go away from me. Okay, that's good. So yeah, they're parting like the Red Sea. Alright, get out of the way. Alright, so yeah, you do have different items in this one, so it does make it a little different and give it a little more of a spin. That seems like, from what I've gathered, that seems like what Midway tends to do, or tended to do with Gauntlet. Which honestly, we haven't seen much of Gauntlet in a while. But it seemed like they would kind of give it a little more of a spin for something. Like, for this one, okay, now I can transport. I don't know what that does. We'll see. Or, okay. I guess I just transport randomly, but yeah, it seems like with Gauntlet, they would start with the foundation of just hacking and slashing things, and add something new. In this case, some of the new items and powers. In the case of Legends going 3D, Dark Legacy, I know had more of an expanded mission structure and magic system, I believe. Yeah, Proto is the expert on Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Oh, okay, I can go through walls. So actually, that's very useful. Alright. Oh yeah, they're trying to throw stuff at me. Alright, woo. Oh yeah, I'm doing okay for myself. And this is another one that feasibly you could just be playing just this one game alone. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, there we go. So now I have magic. Alright. So you try using that magic. You hit the Y button or you hit the... Wait, do I? What am I hitting? I'm hitting every button. It's not doing anything. Yeah, shooting poison slows monsters. Alright, so that's the case. Alright. It seems like they are repulsed by me, at least. That's good. Ew. Oh, wait, no, I think I'm hitting... Okay, no. I'm adding food with, the Y button. Save potions for later use. Yeah, I don't know if that dialogue's in this. Alright, magic posts affect everything in the screen. Okay, it's the A button. Alright, so yeah, when you hit the A button, we have one of those, everything dies. And now I'm invisible. Okay, so yeah, basically that's what they're adding to Gauntlet 2 game. Pretty much just adding extra stuff and adding new powers. But, okay, it also means I can't pick up the jug of wine. So, alright, it's not completely perfect. Also, I have to wait till this goes. Alright, yeah. Okay, I can't even pick up the key. Alright, so basically it treats every object on the screen as a wall. So since I have the thing to go through walls, assuming it's still in place, I just go right through it. And I can't pick it up. Okay, so that's not... Well, okay, I can kind of pick it up. I'm trying to pick up the key. Just easing into it a little bit, but no, I don't think I can. Oh, come on! Alright, also, where's the exit? I gotta try and see if I can't find my way out. Or let myself die. Alright, there. Alright, so I have to use that. Okay. Treasure room. You have 20 seconds to look at the treasures. Alright, let's give it a shot.
Found my treasure.
You basically just pick everything up before I run out of time and get to an exit. Before then, too. Alright, so there's an exit.
9.
Okay, the walls are moving out specifically. Okay, there we go. I'm a feel. And there is our bonus. I guess us playing this longer makes up for me not playing Gauntlet 1 for that long. Alright, stalling will cause doors to open. Okay. Pick up the keys, and as soon as I get my next game over, we'll go on to the next game. Or we'll go to the we'll look at the video for this, and then we'll go on to the next game. Yeah. Alright, I guess the magic isn't doing anything. Hitting A, and it's giving that buzzing. Yeah, I was like, alright, yeah, I'm stuck. So I was like, alright, yeah, just keep killing everything. Yeah, Valkyrie's about to die. Alright,
Red Valkyrie, your life force is running out.
I do love that digitized voice as far as how that sounds. It always felt so futuristic to me whenever I heard voice in games like that. It sounded primitive, but just thought of like, yeah, this is where gaming is going to be. And technically they were right. Alright, so that's game over. Alright, we're not continuing, so I'm going to keep this here for the time being while I take a drink of water, because damn it, I need it. And then we'll take a look at the video for it, but I want to see what happens as far as like the continue case. Alrighty, so 3, 2, 1, and that is your Gauntlet 2 experience. That's game over, and you do have your scores based around character. Or score per coin. Okay, so there you go. It does reset your coin, or your score if you put another coin in. Right, there is your Gauntlet 2 case. Alright, so let's take a look at what the video on that is. This is a brief preview, or a brief context on what we played, and then we'll go on to the next game. Alright, so let's see. We got Gauntlet Talk, we got the level editor, I guess how they made levels, level design, the characters, the speech, the size of the team, the hardware. You know what? I was talking the speech. Let's do the one on the speech. I will be right back.
Speech was intended to be, again, going back to D&D for Gauntlet, was to have the dungeon master sort of be looking over your shoulder, offering a little snide comments of, you know, maybe you should have done this, maybe you should have done that, or you stupid idiot, you know, why did you do that? So we came up with little phrases. We created a huge list of phrases. We had somebody record there, so you're probably familiar with things like, you know, the elf is taking all the food like that.
Elf needs food. Badly.
It's the most popular phrase. That's what elf needs food.
Never say the elf because it always needs food. Or the one I like is the son of Ed has got all the treasure.
Don't shoot the food.
Me?
Yeah, don't shoot the food.
But what was the speech hardware in those machines?
It was just recorded.
That wasn't technology. It was a TI. The TI. Highly robust. Road-Trax. That was not Road-Trax. It was past that. It was TI. It was a TI speech synthesizer. It was the same one that they used in the same. They spell, speak and spell. Exactly the same chip that they used in the speak and spell.
And was that a 16-bit game or still 8-bit?
It was done on 68,000. The first game was done on 68,000. And that's quality or 16 bit.
They were the content bits as much back then.
Since you don't remember, good velocity is more the largest bus or register size. I call it 16.
And you had how much memory to work with?
Come on, pull that one out. I did. Well, I could go back to some earlier stuff.
It wasn't a
Gauntlet, I don't remember. You got to understand too. There was program space, and there was graphic space, and there was alphanumeric. So there's several different address spaces in Gauntlet. Like alphanumerics just had the A through Z and a few special characters. The pictures on the screen were separate from the program. You couldn't access one except through the hardware. Saying, "Okay, go draw this," and you knew what the picture was.
Yeah, there you go. And yeah, speaking of speech, yeah, I think here's the thing I'm thinking, because I know some of these interviews they recorded. I think not just for this collection. I think for some of the ones on the PlayStation. I think maybe they didn't have great audio equipment for it. Then again, I mean, yeah, I've got not great audio equipment, so yeah, I'm not one to talk either. But anyway, let's go to the next one. Oh boy, I gotta get you prepared for this one. This one's definitely experience. This is Hard Drivin'. This came out in 1989. Let's go into this one. This is a racing game. It's a 3D polygonal racing game that came out in 1989 that was set up, and I'll show the cabinet in a second, as a sit-down driving game coined as the ultimate driving simulator, which, for the time, not necessarily a wrong thought, because you didn't really have 3D driving perspective, especially with polygons. You played Star Fox on Super Nintendo, but that was years after this. Also, it's aged better, but that's another story anyway. But yeah, there was a lot of people who worked on this one to give it the 3D perspective. And here's what the cabinet looked like, as far as basically just being a sit-down case. There are a couple of them. And if you can play this in the arcade game, I probably would say to do it that way more than this one. But they also give you options for, you know, being a little more, I guess, compact than one of a stand-up case for this. But, yeah, this is what they said. Basically, the idea that you're kind of behind the wheel and just driving a car. In fact, one thing about this game that's kind of interesting is that the physics of this game were done by Doug Millikan. And his father apparently did a lot of advanced car modeling for, you know, actual car manufacturers. So that's the idea. Need to give him credit for early games. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, there's two different perspectives of that, which is the idea that give credit for early games, but also the idea of, like, how much has a game that aged well. And that sometimes can be a question, and sometimes with a lot of retro stuff, that tends to be something that kind of can set it off that way. And I know we brought, because actually I did bring this game up when we played Star Fox, saying we're going to play this eventually. But the idea of, alright, looking at the perspective when it came out, but the idea is like, is it still fun, number one? And for number two, was it fun for that perspective? I mean, as I said, for this game, I get where they're going for, but when I first played this was actually with its follow-up, which is Race Driving, which is mostly the same, so they add a couple of different things to it. I was kind of laughing my ass off, I'm not going to lie. And you'll see why in just a second. Also, make sure the audio on this one is set. I think I can put this up to 40-something, maybe not that high. Well, we'll see. Yeah, because we have the track there, just driving around. It seems realistic. Yeah, Dolphin, you say the idea of this being realistic, or indicate that, and I'm saying it. You also have a clutch case if you want to run a clutch. I'm not running clutch, screw that. You turn the key. On the arcade machine, you do have an actual key. You turn. And you drive. So there you go, you're just driving down the road, and you have to get to the end in time in order to get a challenge race, which is insanely hard to do, by the way. Even the arcade, but with that wheel in the arcade, it plays way better. Although it doesn't play bad with this controller. It's like, whoa, you're steering around, whoa! Or crashing into the barn, let me do this. Or miss it, okay, well, we'll see crashing. By the way, if you do go off-road for too long, you'll be put back on the track. I mean, it is interesting to see this. Like, yeah, they're running 3D polygonal engine 1989, but yeah, it's a weird one to come back to. Putting some of the other ports of it, I mean, they ported this on Game Boy, for God's sake. So primitive. Yes, it is, but the idea of, like, what's the perspective of admiring what it was doing for the time, but then how well it's aged. I mean, compared to something like Virtua Racing, yeah, this is not as good as that. Here's the thing, this is supposed to be a realistic game, but here's the thing about this is not realistic. I'm driving in a loop. So yeah, just keep driving and drive in a loop. And just go over there. So there you go. They did have some fun making this game still. It is primitive, but it's fun to watch, and I'm going to try to see if I can't do a crash eventually. In fact, well, eventually I'll do that. Actually, one of my best memories of this game, going into memories of games with other people, I remember with my coworkers, I mentioned I'll institute a thing, we'll have Bad Game Thursday, or actually Ed Wacko is the one who helped make that happen, and I think every day he says, like, I dreaded it, because, yeah, look at Captain D-Track taking that to the logical extension, saying, like, we're gonna play Hard Drivin'. And I showed it to them, they said, like, wait a second, what is it with this primitive game? Why is it that I'm screeching my tires on the grass? Why is everything so boxy? But, and also, why when I crash into a car like this, let me show you this. Yeah, the instant replay. Oh my god. I remember when I first saw that. I was like, oh wait, what happened? I went through the course! Oh my god, what's going on? How'd that happen? Oh my god, I am so happy that happened. Oh my god. Alright, that is amazing. I did not plan that, I swear to you. And we're doing that again. Yeah, we can't just leave it at that. That is what this game is. This. Oh, I got a high score. Holy crap! Wow. Okay. Oh my god. Oh man. You know they say laughter's the best medicine. Yeah, that made me feel good that way. All right, let's do this. Okay, let's try it again. All right. So yeah, that's what happens with this game. That's what's so weird. You get this weird carnival music being ding ding. Ding, 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 and then you just crash in this explosion. Oh my god. Yeah, this is why I wanted to show this game up. This is not a very good game. It's not aged well. Compared to something Virtual Racing, as we're talking about, for 3D polygons, compared to Star Fox and Super Nintendo, where that looked primitive now, maybe, but it really worked. I wouldn't touch this game with a 10-foot pole. That's why I'm doing it, because, like, look, I want to touch this game with a 10-foot pole just to, you know, give the experience of it. Although, I'll say this, if you're gonna play this at all, play in the arcade. Actually, I have a retro arcade around me that does have this, and you do get the perspective of that realistic feel of what they were going for. Also, you get that car just going right through that one. I mean, but you're right, it definitely is something that it was a product of its time that way, and it's kind of hard to come to. You know, it's hysterical. Yes, it is. Oh my god, yes. And that was what happened when I showed this to people. I said, you have to see this game. They didn't know what this was, and they were like, what is this thing you're showing us? Which sometimes that can be the great thing. I mean, even with a game that's not very good or a game that is aged, sometimes you get a sense of, okay, what were they trying to go for realistic racing? Because nowadays you have stuff like Gran Turismo and Forza Motorsport, and a lot of these, you know, and Need for Speed, a lot of like, advanced racing games. Back then, this is what we had. Even in the arcades, like, you had a lot of, like, top-down stuff. We had Championship Sprint before. So, within 3 years, they went from Championship Sprint to this. So, technologically speaking, you can get it, but it is also something that, do you really want to come back to it? And in my case, I like to come back to it to have fun with it, to laugh at it, and also show it. And also show this, that weird stuff that I didn't plan that. I just got stuck. I don't know how that happened. But I am so happy it happens. That's what I love about doing this show, because, dude, when you play a game live, sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter what happens to it, just sometimes weird things will happen that are out of your control. Also, you have gas, by the way, so, yeah, if you run out of gas, you're gonna be in trouble, but I'm not gonna even get to the end. And if you run out of time, by the way, that is game over. Okay, so, before we go on to the next game, there's one thing I do want to do on this a little differently that I haven't done. I'm not gonna show the clutch case. We're gonna turn the key. We're just gonna have fun with this game. We're gonna go around. We're gonna go backwards. Okay, and I'm getting points, but I'm not getting lap time. We're just gonna go off. We're just gonna drive into stuff. That's what happened, because I think my coworkers had said, can you just drive into stuff? It's like, okay, sure, let's give it a shot. Let's run into this train. Or just bounce into it and nothing happens. Alright, fine. If I off-road, I get put back on the track. Okay, so that's not fun. We have to crash again. That's... Actually, you know what? Will I have enough time to get there? Well, if we do, I want to try and see if I can get to the loop and fall out the loop. Yeah, fine. Let's go off-road. Let's have our own adventure going on the hard drive. And I'll assume there are probably, like, mods or hacks to this maybe that turn off the off-road thing. Okay, yeah, see, I'm not making this as much fun now to watch yet as I was before, but I want to see, you know what, I'll tell you something. I don't think anything's gonna happen with this. Okay, no, the cow, nothing happens with the cow. It's not like Cruis'n USA, where you can crash into it and it explodes into bloody chunks, which was taken out, by the way, for the N64 version. So, alright, what I'm gonna try to do is, I'm probably gonna run out of time doing this, but I do want to show something with the loop, so before I do that, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. We'll jump off this, I'll do the thing with the loop. Whee! Oh, and I didn't crash. Oh. See, it's one of those things that sometimes you want to try and crash in this game and you can't. Alright, fine. I'll run out of time this time, then we're gonna go to the wheel. Oh, alright, fine. I'll crash into the rest and be denied. Alright, fine. One more thing. We're doing the wheel and then, or the loop, and then we'll go to the next game, because, yeah. Blackfish, you're right. This is not necessarily a game that you wouldn't want to play over other ones. It's just funny. and strange. Well, fine. But also looking back at the time and saying, like, okay, fine. I get what they were doing. I completely get that. And it's worth pointing that out, you know? Give Midway credit for this, or give Atari Games credit for this game, because, hey, games like this had to start somewhere, and eventually we would get better things. And we saw that with Pit Fighter, and we're gonna see that again with Pit Fighter. Because even though we played it already, it was like, yeah, it's in this collection, we'll play it, but we'll give it just a little bit of a look, because we already looked at it before. Oh, yeah, sometimes I want to go fast over that, but sometimes that just happens. It's kind of random. Alright, oh, I can abort the replay. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to go in the loop, and I'm going to stop in the loop so I can fall. Or go out of the loop, I can do that too. Woo! Or hit another car in the loop. You know what? Fine, Oh, there we go, stop. Yeah, just stop. There we go. Oh! Okay, now we're gonna watch the replay. Oh my god, this is so funny. Alright, there you go. Okay, so, yeah, oh, back at the loop. You know what, fine. We'll try one more thing with the loop, and then we'll, I'll be timed out, so then we'll go on to something else. Oh, right, I forgot. Other cars will just go through the loop. Alright, fine. Let's go out the loop. There we go. That's much better. Okay, I think this is gonna be good. Oh my, yeah, this is just a mountain of, lols. Specifically, if you just want to put it that way for that. So in that way, I appreciate it. And feasibly, we'll have another reason to play this game when we do Midway Controllers 3, because its other version is in it. But alright, fine, we are done with the hard driving. Which sounds like it's something computer-based, but it is not. It is hard to drive, by the way, so yeah, that's, feasibly that way. And there's nothing else as far as information. Okay, next game. This is an interesting one. This is a game I never heard before. It's called Kozmic Krooz'r. Yeah, that's what it's spelled. Came out in 1982. It is a shooting game. It kind of plays like Robotron a little bit in space, but it's also connected to Wacko. We'll see that a little later. Here's the thing about this game, and I did not know this. Kaboom. Yeah, it's definitely something to see for that, for just the explosion. And it's interesting thing with Kozmic Krooz'r this way, because this has not been ported a lot, and actually there's a reason why, because, and we'll see a picture of this on the gallery over there. In the cabinet, apparently there's a spaceship that's in the middle of it. Apparently they used an actual model to show that around the display. It was only made by two people, Bill Adams and Marvin Glass. Yeah, this. Let me show you. Yeah, there's the cabinet right there with the joystick and the shoot button. Or the other joysticks. There's dual analog like Robotron. But it had this thing. This, saucer. Are the Rangers in space? Maybe. Well, different kinds of fine, aliens there. There's no space like home. Gotta face only a mothership of love, and your mission is to guide him home. Alright, so let's see. Rummage through there, the cosmic junkyard. There's the cartoony look as far as that. I guess there are not going to be any Power Rangers in space that way. At some point we can get to something with that, but alright. So let's show Kozmic Krooz'r. So I said, hey, there's a perspective of that with a physical perspective. So how do they replicate that in the video game? And this one of the only ports. Yeah, that spaceship there. That was a physical manifestation in the arcade game, so they can't really do that in a home game. So what they did is they said, okay, we're going to rebuild this. We're going to make it so that it's pretty much a polygonal model. Also, I think we're good on the audio on this game, because this one, I know I have to have the volume high. Yeah, there we go. Also, it sounds a lot like the Tron arcade game, honestly. So yeah, I was saying like other license cases. Alright, just go around. You have an 8-way shoot, it's like Robotron, pretty much. So yeah, like Robotron, move around with one stick, fire out with the other one. Like so. Also, don't get caught by the, spaceship, or you'll get in trouble. Actually, you know, I'll show that. Also, your tractor beam, which is on the right trigger. And I guess you reflect things with this. But yeah, there you go. This is your Kozmic Krooz'r case. It's weird. Yeah, so, I mean, that... You know, that is one thing, because I didn't actually know that that was what happened here. So basically, this was a perspective of Bally Midway, who released this, trying to mix the idea of a video game with a physical perspective. I guess almost like pinball, to some degree. or getting hit by something like that. And it's interesting seeing, I guess, emulation of this because of the fact that, hey, they can't necessarily replicate this exactly the same way at the home. And there's some games I remember seeing, like, in, like, retro arcades around that are similar to this, not necessarily Midway stuff. Where you think, like, how could they, you know, replicate that? There's this one game, I believe it is Bally connected. It's, trying to remember the name of it. It's something like this cold beer game. Also, I got a high score somehow, so let's just put H's in. Let's try again. I think it's, I'm trying to remember the name of this game is. It's this, logic game where you're kind of moving handles on the side, or fresh cold beer, I think it is. I'll put a name of it and a picture of what that machine is. You're basically moving a metal bar up, and there's like a ball. You have to move it around to avoid going into the holes in order to get the one on the top. It's really interesting, but it's one that also, because it's like a physical game, kind of a tough one for them to, be replicating in the home. So I guess with this one, I guess give Digital Eclipse some credit to say that, okay, what are we going to do for getting this physical spaceship here? Let's just do a polygon. So like, okay, fine, they have to do that. Also, you get stuck in the warp hole like that, you're going to be in trouble, and you move around randomly. Yeah, so it's basically just kind of like a shooter the way that Robotron is, but also definitely has an Asteroids feel, sort of as well. Which, I mean, I guess gets to a perspective of what games like this were doing at the time. I guess because you had Asteroids, it was such a huge hit of Atari's. So what were other companies wanted to do to stand out, and there's one way they stood out. And there are a lot of interesting stuff if you, like, go back and look at some of these weird games that came around. Well, stuff, especially stuff in Midways. Actually, I remember there's one, and I'll mention this because I know there's no way they can ever get this in a game again. There was an arcade game, and I've played it. I don't know what the hell to make of it. I don't know, Chad, you're familiar with this. It's called Journey. It is themed after the band Journey, who did songs like Don't Stop Believing and Stone in Love and Wheels in the Sky, or Wheel in the Sky. It is actually a real thing. I'll put up a picture of what it is. We'll edit this in a couple of days. But it's kind of, I don't know what to even describe that as. So I'll play another round of the Kozmic Krooz'r. It's kind of a lot of random stuff. You're kind of just like, sometimes doing shooting stuff, sometimes just trying to move the band members of Journey around, so, you know, not getting them killed. I mean, it's bizarre. As I said, because of licensing reasons for the band more than the music. I mean, it was from 1979, I think it was. So it's not something that, oh, there'd be necessarily too much as far as licensing stuff, but yeah, a lot of that Journey relicensing stuff is a lot. Or it's like Death Star Battle in the Atari 2600. Yeah, that's not wrong. That's a good point to that. Because, yeah, I mean, let's go into that. On the Atari, you had a lot of games where basically just in space or getting shot by something. And actually, in my case, I never played that. And actually, my Atari 2600 experience is pretty limited. So maybe we should fix that for this show. But you're right. I guess in that case, because you had a lot of space stuff, you had, like, Space War, which is even older than this. You know, well, let's do one more round, and then we'll go on to something else. But yeah, you do have that where sometimes some of these games would blend together, and then the idea of, like, what made one stand out. I mean, as far as this game, it's pretty basic. I mean, admittingly, if not for, I guess, the tractor beam thing and the physical mothership there, it probably would be maybe interchangeable than the other ones. But it's not a bad game. It still plays fine. And it's probably better than, where is he? Is that? No, Wacko came out after this, because Wacko's the sequel to this, and it is this collection. We only shoot in 4 directions, but it does have the same character, the, what is his name? Krooz'r guy? Oh, Captain Krooz'r, that's the name of this guy. Yeah, I knew I had it written down. But yeah, it's pretty basic. Like, yeah, what you see is what you get. Just shoot, go around, shoot everything. It is slower. It's not like Robotron where you're moving really fast, or you have even, like, some of the thumping things, like, but, definitely something unique, and as I said, give them credit for saying, how do we replicate this physical element of the cabinet, and hey, made me interesting, although, honestly, I've never seen this cabinet in the wild, so I was like, yeah, it's probably a pretty rare one. So, good thing that we do have a collection like this that has it somewhere. Okay, so we got 4th place, when I'm kind of not really trying, so CF. Okay, so there you go, that is game over. Let's go to the next game. You also see the loading, which is a little inconsistent. Sometimes it goes longer than you would think it would. Okay, next game. Alright, next is a game we've played before, but there are things about it that are going to be a little different, sort of. This is Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah, this came in 1993. We played this a couple months ago in the Midway... Well, not the Midway Code Origins. It was in the Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection. Let's take a look at this one briefly. Yeah, so you probably know this game. This is probably one of the most famous games in this. It is the sequel to Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 1, by the way, is not in this for one specific reason, because Midway said when they released this, they said, we want to make a special case of Mortal Kombat Deception, which we're going to see a trailer of later in this show tonight, to have that as a special pre-order bonus with it for the Collector's Edition unit. So they didn't put Mortal Kombat 1 in this, and I guess they figured Mortal Kombat 2 is better, which it is, but still... You'd like to have all three. In fact, Midway Treasure's extended play on the PSP had all three, but not this one. Alright, so same deal. Digitized characters before. Ed Poon, John Tobias, Dan Forden, Tony Goski, John Vogel, everybody there. All of your actors who were in place of Richard DeVizio, Ho Sung Pak, Carlos Pacina, Daniel Pacina, Caitlin Zamire, Anthony Marquez, Philip on MD, so I guess he is MD, did not know that, and John Parrish, so there you go. And, yeah, your gallery of stuff. By the way, I was also wrong when I said bigger, faster, louder, and meaner is the tagline. That was the Sega CD version of Mortal Kombat 1. But yeah, Mortal Kombat has finally met its match, indeed, with a game that is even better. Heard so good they had to come back for seconds. Yes, it did, and there they are. And that was exactly, yeah, when this game came out in arcades, just like Mortal Kombat 1, it was a big deal, and I'll show the launch video later. But let's do some killing. And also look at why this collection is a mature rating. We'll look again why it is a mature rated case. So yeah, alright. So we sort of played Mortal Kombat 2 before, but I mean, when it comes to a collection like this, that's what we're going to handle. Also, one thing I have to do is I have to turn the volume down, because I forgot. This is a newer game, and this audio is going to be very scratchy if I do not do that. And actually, I'm going to let the track play just so I can at least get a sound of that so it's not deafening you. Also, because I'll say this, I don't think this necessarily is as great a port because of the sound perspective. And I don't know if the PS2 and the GameCube versions have this problem. But with the Mortal Kombat stuff in this, it's just insanely scratchy. And you think on the Xbox it would have the Dolby digital support, but it does not. Alright, there you go. And yeah, this is a great game, just like it was when we played it a few months ago. So yeah, it's fitting to play it again. And as is always the case with the compilation, if it's here, even when we played it before, playing it again. Maybe not as long, though. So, yeah, we have Kung Lao and Liu Kang, Johnny Cage, Scorpion, Jax, Katana, Shang Tsung, Sub-Zero, Melina, Baraka, Scorpion, and Raiden. We're running Baraka again. I will run a different character for Mortal Kombat 3. Actually, Mortal Kombat 3 is the case we technically have not played it before. Okay, yeah, skip this. Oh, so yeah, this looks familiar. Same case as before. Just beat everything up and kill them, and it's, wonderful. Yeah, and slice them to death the way I do with Baraka with the back, and low punch. And they're stupid enough to run into this now, but later on they will not be. And also gonna try and do different fatalities when I can get to that case. And yeah, I'll take a look as far as the pit fatality here, which is 4 down and the high kick button. So I'll do that. Alright. Alright, come on, just... Alright, Jax, you're going down. Yeah, Jax Briggs, who does have, you know, the atomic arms going, whoa, which is definitely the strong case. That was before he got, you know, his robotic arms, right? 4 down, wide. Oh, shit, alright. I can do it on the next level, because if I did that, I'd toss him into the Deadpool, and he would be burned in acid. Alright, fine, let's take care of Raiden. Seems like Raiden's always the one I'm killing when it came to last time, when I look back at that. But yeah, you can just see up there, like, hey, what are the spikes there? Yeah, I can knock him into that. I'm gonna try and do it. I tried doing it last time we played this, but I messed up the button combination. I remember it's forward down and high kick for Baraka. It is different for each character when you have their either stage fatality or pit fatality, depending on how the wording is. Okay, run 'em with blades with friends. It is still just as much fun as it was when we played it before, and it's definitely one of the best games in this collection. At the time, since there was not really many arcade-perfect ports of Mortal Kombat 2 around, yeah, this definitely was a nice one. Alright. Alright, come on. 4 down. There you go. Okay, there you go. Now people are dying. God, I love it so much. If there's any game that's going to get you in touch with your sadist, yeah, Mortal Kombat, and it is so much fun. But yeah, there's Katana again with the fans. Yeah, so this looks familiar, but as said, this game is good enough to come back to, and feasibly to come back to more, although, I'll say this, if I was going to come back to this game again, I probably would do it either with another person, because like, hey, then we fun to fight against somebody, or do another version, because I do have this on the Sega Genesis, where it is, not one-to-one with this, but it does have differences, so at least in that case we can say, oh, take a look at, oh, by the way, we played this game twice before. How is the console doing it? Okay, so chat, let me know your experience in Mortal Kombat 2, or what version you played, because this game was on everything, pretty much. Well, sort of. I mean, there's one game in this collection that basically was on everything. That's Primal Rage. We'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, because this was on the Super Nintendo, it was on the Sega Genesis, it was on the Game Boy, the Game Gear, the 32X, the Sega Saturn. It was out on the PlayStation Japan, and then it got ported in this collection, and then on other ones as well. Right, come on, Katana. Actually, let's try another different fatality. Back, 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 back. Shit, alright. Yeah, if you hold block, optionally you can do that, or you can just do it back, 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 and high punch. I can slice your head off. Try to do the Kung Lao, and then we'll go on. Yeah, I'm actually having good luck with the blades on this one, especially at, you know, the 5th opponent, because, yeah, when you get to the higher opponents, yeah, they start to become cheap and hard to beat. So you have to understand exactly what to do and to exploit the AI to get your way through. Especially when we get to Mortal Kombat 3 in just a few minutes. And they also won't fall for my run into my blades trick. Ooh. And that's also the point, you want to use the block button. Ooh. Yeah, and also use the sweep kick. Alright, yeah, you got me. But we're on round 3, because it's best 3, so alright, fight! He also has the teleport, so alright, I am making it a little different than we played it before. Yeah, usually you just kind of want to jump and kick into them, but it doesn't always work, because sometimes they'll, you know, get in the way. Alright, let's try again. Oh, oh no! Finish him! Alright, let's do this. Back, 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 back! Dig a dude! Yeah, there you go, you're dead. Alright, so I'm showing different fatalities at least for this, but there you go. That is his other one. Fatality. Ah, there you go. Alright, fine. I guess it's fitting we're probably going to end with myself. Oh, I keep hitting start to skip that, but it goes to the menu. Alright. Yeah, we are in the Dead Forest. I guess it goes to one thing I don't know if I mentioned enough when we played this the first time, which is Mortal Kombat 2 really played into a lot of the perspective of, you know, what is, you know, Outworld really like. This weird stuff, like, hey, you're in the portal stage, you're in the tree stage with, like, the talking trees that feasibly they can eat you. In fact, I know, I think Mortal Kombat 9, I think, brought the stage back. And there is a fatality. You can actually toss the opponents into the tree and they'll be eaten and they'll be chopped in half. Oh, and there's smoke! Okay, so I'm glad we did this. So yeah, you sometimes see smoke in the background there. And what happens is that I know in... Alright, I'm gonna get killed. Boom. When you see smoke... In fact, you know what? I'll do another fight here just because. And we'll run... Someone I didn't run before. Let's run Shang Tsung. Oh, when you see smoke back there, you can actually fight him. I believe, in the console version, you hit down and start when you see Dan Ford and Pablo do an uppercut. But in the arcade game, I think you have to win 25 matches in a row to do that. Alright. I don't know Shang Tsung's moves or how to morph into other characters, because that's Shang Tsung's deal. Alright, there's the fireball. Alright, so back, back, high punch is 1 fireball. I think it's back, back, forward is 2. And then back, back, forward, forward is 3. Yeah, I'm not very good with Shang Tsung. Usually when I played Shang Tsung, which was the 3rd game, and then at that point I was like just exploiting the fireballs. Okay, that was weird. Oh! Alright, so yeah, there you go. Shang Tsung dies, so I was like, yeah, that's probably right. Okay, so we played that enough, I think. I'm gonna go in there, and yeah, well, that's game over. I think I showed enough blood for this case, because actually the next Mortal Kombat game we're gonna play is not something we technically played before. Alright, let's exit. Okay, fine. Before I do that, let me also show off the video for this. Because, yeah, Mortal Kombat 2 deserves a video, for sure. So, let's take a look at that, and then we'll go on to MK3 down here, which you technically haven't played, and I'll explain that in just a second. Alright, so here's the launch kit for Mortal Kombat 2. Let's take a look at what they were doing, and I will be right back.
Here it is, Mortal Kombat 2. More characters, 3 times more images, more secret moves, more battlegrounds, more hidden surprises. And it's the first video game to feature our crystal clear DCS sound. These are the 12 combatants. Each possesses an array of special strengths. Liu Kang, Kung Lao, Johnny Cage, Reptile, Sub-Zero, Shang Tsung, Kitana, Jax, Melina, Baraka, Scorpion, and Raiden. Get to know these characters, because when it comes to fighting for profits, they're all in your corner. Mortal Kombat 1 has started an unstoppable global fire, and notoriety has fanned the flames. The world's players have embraced these characters, and they're begging us for more. Never before has a game been so perfectly poised for such massive success. What was a roaring blaze will now become a raging inferno of profit. Get ready to feel the heat of Mortal Kombat 2, the world's ultimate fighting machine.
So yeah, there you go. There's your 90s as hell marketing of Mortal Kombat 2. But then again, this game is good enough. I can understand why they want to be that excited about it. Alright, so next we're going to play its sequel, Mortal Kombat 3. Now, we technically have not played... Oh my god, that was cheesy. Yes, it was. And there you go. It goes to the perspective of gaming in the 90s and the idea of marketing it. And also, as I said, looking at the perspective of it. I mean, that is unique. And I mean, I like that they have this just to go with perspective of, okay, what was Mortal Kombat like then? And I guess now how they market it with, like, 11. And I guess whenever they get to 12 for the purpose of that. But yeah, there you go. I mean, you're definitely going to have that on this show, and yeah, we'll remember it. We'll look at that stuff, and we'll put that in perspective, and it is, if nothing else, good for a laugh. Okay, Mortal Kombat 3. This came out in 1995. We technically did not play this a few months ago. We played Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, which was the enhanced version, because, let's go into this. They released this, and it was a controversial one, specifically, because it had, like, the dial combo, it had a run button that was new, and the combat code system, which I don't really go into last time. But here's the thing about this game, is that, same deal as far as, like, the cast and stuff, but some of the cast members did change. I know there was a case with Johnny Cage's performer who he was not, like an involvement or something with that. This game was released on consoles really quickly after it came out on April 15th of 1995, and Midway then appeased the arcade owners who said, you're cutting into our market by putting this in the consoles like this, especially the PlayStation, which had an almost perfect port. I think they're wrong, by the way. That's not 1994. Actually, you know what? Oh, they're wrong. Okay, there you go. So, it says 1995 here. It says 1994 there. It's 1995. I know that for a fact. But they made Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, which gave more characters. And every re-release, mostly of Mortal Kombat 3, after those initial console ports and some of those other things, went with the Ultimate version. Mortal Kombat 3, how boring you are. Okay, we didn't really get into that, honestly, when we played Mortal Kombat 3. Do tell, I mean, I know you said when you really started liking Mortal Kombat, it was with the Deadly Alliance game. What's your take on Mortal Kombat 3? Because, honestly, I'll say this. This is actually the very first Mortal Kombat game I played. Mortal Kombat 3 alone, not the Ultimate one. This is the first game I ever played in this series. I do like this game, but there is also something about it with balance compared to Mortal Kombat 2. Compared to also some of the atmosphere it went, because you went into... Well, it kind of went back into Earthrealm a little bit. You had Outworld stuff, and we'll show maybe the intro of this, because these are actually kind of long. But that was kind of a controversial thing for this game, as far as, like, the setting of it, and also, I guess, the fact that, since we're running the normal Mortal Kombat 3, the first version, there are characters that were big in the other games that aren't in this set list, or in this fighter's roster. I will show that. I'll also show the intro off, because I didn't show it a little, well, fine, we didn't show Mortal Kombat 3 itself, we showed the Ultimate version. Which is basically just a better version in the sense that it has more characters, more moves and stuff. But it is still worth looking, I would say, to Mortal Kombat 3 to understand the idea of that. I guess if you're looking for the best port of this, I guess it's this one outside of the audio things of it. And there's no knowledge there's not power. I do remember that perspective as well. But if you're like, look at the best version, probably on the PlayStation. Or this collection, one of the two. But then again, you have Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, so you might as well just play that. Which almost any version that's great, except the Game Boy Advance one, which is supposed to be one of the worst games ever made. But then they made a really good version on the DS, so there you go. Alright, yeah, there is your Mortal Kombat 3 free play. For centuries, Earth has used Mortal Kombat to defend itself against Outworld's Emperor Shao Kahn, but after all that, he's coming through the portal, and this also goes to, and we'll see this in just a second, the idea that a lot of stuff is in the city streets, which, for the setting of this, and also, yeah, some of these characters are going to be gone. During this time, Khan a queen named Sindel, who's a new character in this, and led by Shang Tsung, so he's back again. Basically not on Outworld, but on Earthrealm itself. Because, yeah, that's the idea with Mortal Kombat. I don't know if we've gotten into this enough. And we will only play more games in this series. Any other ones you want to see, let me know. We'll make them happen. The idea that there is Outworld, where Shang Tsung and Sindel and Shao Kahn come from. And then Earthrealm, which is where the Earthrealm Warriors is led by Raiden come from. And Raiden, by the way, is not in this game, by the way. I can show that, because I think we were done with the intro. Unless it goes into something else in the story. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's just the character boss. Because there's Kano, who is not in Mortal Kombat 2, but he's in this one. Yeah. Yeah, here are the characters that are in here. You have Shang Tsung, you have, you know, I'm going to pause this, because then it won't time out. You have Sindel, you have Jax, Kano, Liu Kang, Cyrax, Sub-Zero, who's unmasked, Stryker, Sonya, Sector, Nightwolf, Shiva, Kung Lao, and Cabal. So yeah, Scorpion and Reptile are not in this. And a lot of people weren't liking that, so that was why when Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 came out, they said, fine, here they are again. I'm gonna play Shiva. Also, this is gonna showcase one other thing, and like first I can get a sense of like maybe not liking this game for this balance, or lack thereof. Yeah, Shiva's busted, or in fact, there are a lot of characters in this game, they're busted. He up, down, you do the stomp thing. You can catch opponents in that pretty easily, unless sometimes they'll kick you that way. And so it can be pretty cheap, honestly. But the game is fun, it's just that in a lot of ways, it's also that, you know, fine, compared to some of the other stuff in this series. Hold on, I'm jumping around because I'm trying to look for a move here they had, which is back, down, back, high kick. Yeah, because I only know two of her moves, the fireball and the, and also back down. Oh, wait, was that it? Okay, that. Alright, you do it stomp. Yes, just use the down up thing to stomp on the ground, and then use the fireball doing quarter circle forward and the high punch button. And for the fatality, I need to understand what I'm doing with that one, which is back, forward, forward, and while holding high kick. Okay. So actually, it's pretty easy. I mean, it definitely has some aspects of stuff like there, like, yeah, we're in the, I mean, there's some mystical elements. I guess we got lucky starting this way. Whoa! A lot of the cases just go in the street, and it seems like maybe it's like, hey, how's that working? Boom. But yeah, we'll knock him in there, so you do have the stage transitions here, but alright. Finish him. So, back, forward, forward. There you go, rip the skin off. Although it looks kind of cheesy, and here's the other thing, I'll say this is Lickfors as well. A lot of the fatalities, despite how violent they are, they kind of seem maybe a little more, cheesy. And here's the other thing, yeah, we're in the city street, so yeah, we're on a bridge, and it's dirty. So, like, I guess maybe people, here's the thing about this, I'll say this. So you're not wrong to say that, because I know when this game came out, there are people who liked it. It's a fun game, it plays well, there's nothing wrong, fine. The balance thing aside, there's nothing about this game that's wrong with it playing exactly. So much as they thought that, hey, it's kind of taken away the mysticism of what Mortal Kombat really was, which is a fair point. I mean, to be fair, I am playing a Shiva, who is kind of another otherworldly case. You do sort of have that. And look, since this was the first Mortal Kombat game I played, I didn't really know better. And it wasn't until later I played 2 and some of the other ones, and then I really started to like them. So in that way, it's like, yeah, this is kind of a weird one to come back to, but it is interesting to kind of look at that perspective of, okay, what was Midway doing with Mortal Kombat? And I will say, I guess it's maybe less contentious than Mortal Kombat 4, which is when they went 3D, which I don't hate either. I think it's fine. And I I'm sorry, I have that Dreamcast version that's pretty decent aside from the sidestepping thing, which is a pain in the ass to do. And it's a great port. It's Eurocom did the port of that. And I'm somehow beating Cabal, who, by the way, talk about the most busted character in the game, it's him. Okay, yeah, I just kicked him. Yeah, you have to do that hold thing. Sometimes you hit the button and kick him in the face. Oh, wait, I'm back here again. Fine, let's make it a little more interesting. Let's go in here. Oh, yeah, so there's Sonya, who is all about juggling. So that's the other thing, I guess, about this game, and maybe where, compared to Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, it turned people off, because it was going really hardcore with some of its mechanics, including the ability to run button, which I haven't really used. So, like, all right, you go. Boom, boom, boom. Trying to do that. Yeah, and also putting the combo together. You have to kind of dial in what it is, as I mentioned when we played the Ultimate game. But sometimes it's not easy to tell that, and it also is the kind of thing that the way the characters go, you can run into very unbalanced fights. Especially when you get into the AI later in the game, when, yeah, Shao Kahn will just kick your ass up and down the joint. Which I guess makes sense, but still, it's like, even more than Mortal Kombat 2, you really notice that much more. Yeah, because Shiva's otherworldly, she does bleed green blood. Oh yeah, that bicycle go of Sonya's is always a weird case. Yeah. Is she gonna fish me? Yeah, I don't know if they necessarily do fatalities. They will sometimes during the stages. You know what? Fine, let's play someone else. Someone I didn't show before. You know, let's play as Cyrax. I guess in the other case, like robots in your Mortal Kombat game is weird. But yeah, in his case, you pull back, and low kick. Yeah, he's a net. He pulls it out. So, to quote Wayne's World, get the net! And the net does bring him closer to you so you hit him. So yeah, it is a little cheap that way. So, if you don't know what you're doing and you're against somebody who does, yeah, you're not necessarily going to have a great time playing this game. Even more so than Mortal Kombat 1 or 2. So yeah, in that case, I get that idea of, like, maybe that, okay, it seems like it's kind of boring compared to maybe how some of the other Mortal Kombats would run. As I said, it is still, I mean, look, it could be worse than this. Is this like the arcade game I played? Well, this was in the arcade, so feasibly, I don't know, Dolphin, did you play Toasty? Yeah, you do see Dan Ford in there. I don't know if you played Mortal Kombat 3 or 2 or what your experience with Mortal Kombat is. It might be, because I'll say this, because I don't know if I actually said this when we did the Midway Arcade Treasures, the first one. All the games in all of these collections, well, except the next one. The next one's a little different. I'll get into that in some case. They are porting the arcade game directly. This is a direct port of the arcade game. In fact, this is actually the only direct port of the arcade game. This one and the other one. It didn't have a number at the arcade. Okay, so you might have played the first one, although I have seen with Mortal Kombat a lot of cases where they would use the Mortal Kombat 1 machine and they just change the board out. And they wouldn't even necessarily change the bezel art exactly. So you might have played this game. And I don't know his fatality, so I'm not doing it. Which, by the way, if you do his fatality, I believe it's... He has, like, helicopter hair, or he has, like, a blade at the top that you can easily cut into the enemies that way. Yeah, I'm gonna lose to Kano, because Kano has, you know, the roll thing. Okay, thank you. Sure, no problem. I mean, but sometimes that's an interesting thing, because sometimes I'll say this, like, 'cause when I first saw that with Mortal Kombat, I think one of the retro arcades I go to, they have Mortal Kombat 2, but they still have it in the Mortal Kombat 1 machine. I think same with Mortal Kombat 3. So, sometimes you think, like, well, wait a minute, they just get a new cabinet, but I guess going into the arcade perspective, I should say, you'd think that, well, back at the time, they'd say, like, well, hey, I have a machine. I don't necessarily just want to, you know, toss it out just for another one. It would cost them a lot of money. So they said, just give us a conversion kit, which Midway admittedly did a lot of. And not just Midway, there are a lot of other companies like Konami and Capcom and Sega that would do stuff like that. But usually a lot of the upright stuff of Midway's tended to do that, so that's why you saw it the most with them. Oh yeah, there you go. You do have the combat code. If you do enter something very specifically, you might get something cool, or you might just get them screaming at the end, which is probably the case. Yeah, because the thing this added, I'll go into this before that. Oh, by the way, there's also a preview for the movie that was coming out at the time. Okay, so that's how you know this is the arcade port, because none of the other releases of this game have that. So yeah, the Mortal Kombat movie, which is seen as one of the better video game movies of that era. But yeah, there was combat code, so when you play two-player, in fact, you know what? I'll show this, because I have another controller connected to my system for the purpose of this. I'm just gonna pick anything. I'm gonna show something off, because, let's do Sub-Zero, and, we'll show Striker off again. Yeah, we get that. You see the buttons I'm pressing. You're seeing those pictures changing down there. If you press a button combination on both controllers quickly enough, you will get a specific code. Also, one other thing is that, unlike the Ultimate version, I'm hitting back, forward, high punch. He doesn't have the gun. So, yeah, Striker does not shoot the gun in the normal 3 game. So, yeah. And that's Flawless Victory because I have the other controller that I just have over on the side, and I'm just running through and playing myself. But yeah, you still have the case of Sub-Zero doing the freezing and all that stuff. Boom. Alright, you know what? Fine, let's get this out of the way. Boom. Actually, I think same case as before. Yeah, I can still finish him, but I don't know Striker's fatality, so yeah, I'll just let him shoot his gun up in the sky, which doesn't actually get to be able to shot in this version. And we'll quit. Okay. I guess we'll show one of the videos for Mortal Kombat 3 off, because actually, I guess, Delphin, to answer your question then, maybe this will give a perspective. We'll watch the shorts, we'll watch the launch kit intro. So yeah, if we got cheesy before with Mortal Kombat 2, let's take a look at how 3's is. And I'll let you to it, I'll be right back. Alright, so that was a little more low-key. I guess they kind of want to let the game show itself, although... But, I mean, think about a day before you had stream cases like what I'm doing. They basically just had a camera going into the arcade cabinet. But, yeah, there you go. There's your Mortal Kombat 3 perspective. Alright, let's keep the violence going. This is NARC. This came out in 1988, and there's also a little bit of a bonus we're going to have a little later on this. Because there's a remake of this in 2005. We'll go into that in a little bit. But, yeah. This came in 1988. It was developed by Eugene Jarvis, who made Robotron and Smash TV. And it was definitely pushing stuff when it came out, because it's a game where you're a drug cop and you're killing drug dealers like crazy. They're throwing syringes at you. And NARC, yes, are you familiar with NARC, Delphin? Yeah, because this is the original. Came out in 1988. And they did even have like an unofficial FBI sign, I believe even on the machines. And I'll let the arcade track go. I think they might have had, like, the winners don't use drugs thing. Yes, oh, so you are familiar with NARC. Do tell, any experience you have with this game, any thoughts on it if you've played it. I didn't play it, I don't think, because I don't think I really saw it around that much. Now, despite the fact this is one of those machines that, okay, you have played it. So, yeah, with this one, it had a 32-bit processor, and in 1988, that's a pretty impressive thing for it. Yeah, no one had the guts until now, I guess, for, you know, drug perspective. I guess it goes with a lot of like the say no to drugs cases of the 80s, the late 80s specifically. But yeah, there you go. In this case, you're basically just going around and killing drug dealers, And it was published by Williams Entertainment. And this was, I think, the first game that they released after Midway bought them. But yeah, you're destroying the Crack Syndicate, K-R-A-C, or K-R-A-K, anyway. So yeah, you're going around shooting everything, and there's video, we'll go into that in a little bit, particularly as far as, like, the hardware. But let's start looking at the game. This is another reason this game has a mature rating, but yeah, we'll go into it. Parents were unhappy with this game. I mean, yeah, I guess so. They said it was too violent. See, it's funny because, I don't know, I mean, we saw that with Mortal Kombat, for sure, and I know Mortal Kombat, I mean, there were congressional hearings about Mortal Kombat, I know that, and we mentioned that when we played it a couple months ago. This one, I mean, this had that too, you're right, but I also don't remember hearing as much about this at the time, although, I mean, this was all 1988, so at this point, the question was, well, as we've said before, the thought that were video games seen as children's entertainment necessarily, and then something like this, you realize, okay, no, it's not. Although, I mean, the question is, do you look at this as a morality case because you're killing drug dealers? Or do you say, no, you're killing people, so that goes to a case? Oh, I did. Okay, so you do know the stories then, Dollyfin, on NARC more than I did. So, you know, it's funny, though, because actually I didn't play NARC growing up. They did port this to other consoles. They removed a lot of the drug references. I know the NES version, I believe, did, which I believe was by Rare. And with this one, I mean, they have not ported this game that much. Actually, okay, I'll tell you this. Just to go to this quickly. It was one of the first complaints of violence I remember seeing. Okay, so yeah, even before Mortal Kombat. So, I mean, there were cases that you're right, but I mean, I guess I must have been unaware of it. Although, to be fair, I was 3 when this game came out. So, at that point, I don't really know if I had much of a perspective on gaming that much at the time. Oh, so in that case, you probably had a perspective exactly on this. But alright, so you're seeing what's going on. There's the demo of my guy getting, you know, syringes thrown at me by the guys with the trench coats for that. And, alright, fine. No one had the guts until now. Alright, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can see that right there. You have the blood spurt there. Like, all the FMV thing. And that's, or the FMV stuff, like, the like we saw in Mortal Kombat, the idea was, like, digitized graphics. So I guess maybe it doesn't have the don't say no to drugs case. But alright, let's do it. Also, let me make sure the audio is in line. Okay, no, it is.
Let's go.
Alright, so there you go. And you go through and you're running around and shooting. So you hit the X button to shoot your laser thing. The regular shot is on the right trigger the way I have it. And just shoot everything. Yeah, because they're exploding in bloody chunks. You're picking up their drug money. They're shooting syringes out. If you do get hit by them, you do get stunned for a bit. And then you're addicted to heroin, feasibly. But, like, well... And, okay, I'll tell you one thing. And you have a crouch button as well to do things. I'll tell you one thing. I don't know. Are you familiar with this game's remake, which came out in 2005? Because, yeah, they did remake this. And whereas in the case of this game, you're shooting the drug dealers to kill them and to stop the organization. In that game, you can actually take the drugs if you want to. And they act as power-ups as far as stuff of, what is it? You have, like, slowdown times, like bullet times, like Max Payne or something like that. Where you can use the drugs that way, and they put... I mean, Midway tried to put money into that remake. They had Michael Madsen from Reservoir Dogs and Free Willy, and when we play Walking Dead, the Telltale games, he's in Season 2 of that, they had him as, like, the main character in that game. And also, you do have, like, explosions and things you can pick up to cause more damage. But yeah, in that case, I know people complained about that one, too, and then they said, like, oh, it's on top of the fact that it's not a very good game, whereas in this case, this is a good game. It's pretty basic in some ways. You're kind of just walking around shooting everything. But it controls decently. It does have some variety as far as where you're going. And also what you're seeing. And that is the idea that, hey, you're kind of going into some of these areas. Or you're busting guys. You know, some going into them. It's like, hey, you have the right to remain silent. So feasibly, I can kill them. Or I can arrest them. So it does give a little bit of a variety to it. Sort of. So in that case, it is interesting. And I mean, it's funny. We did sort of go into this a little bit of the violent stuff of Midway's last time, when we did Midway Treasures 1, when we did Smash TV, which came out after this. So actually, when you say that people are getting upset about this game, this was before Smash TV came out, and also before a game we're going to see tonight, Total Carnage. Yeah, there you go. Basically, just go around just shooting everybody, causing, well, carnage. And you can play with up to 2 players, I believe, for this. In that case, I did the arrests, and I got the drug money. And you get more points for busts. And yeah, there is, Spike Rush. Yeah, he does have the syringe that way, so, okay, I can look at that right there and say, like, okay, there's a question of the fact that... Because Also, let's talk about this. I don't think we've really talked about drugs in game. All right, fine. There you go. There's the marijuana, or not the marijuana, the heroin, which is that you get stuck with that and you lose health and you're also stunned for a bit of time. So in that case, yeah, it's a bad case. I mean, let's talk drug stuff in games. I don't think we've really gone into that much because we haven't had many games that went into it, number one. Number two, although we played anyway. And number two, the idea that it was, I guess, rarely seen. So, I mean, let's go to that. The thought that, all right, I guess people complaining the idea of this game with its violence more than, I guess, the drug stuff, I guess, because you're, I guess, trying to stop the drug dealers compared to when the remake came out, where it's like, oh, you can take drugs. People were saying, like, yeah, like, why are you taking drugs in this game? Doesn't it completely defeat the purpose of what NARC is? Was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, fair enough. I mean, even that remake, I mean, they were also kind of going after Grand Theft Auto with that one. In the sense you're kind of in an open world, sort of, but not completely. And they're just trying to, you know, stop the prostitutes and things. We're talking about, you know, like, I can't take it anymore. No more dick. And I remember, like, even, like, the X-Play show said, look at this prostitute who's upset about some guy named Richard. Like, that was definitely pushing it more, but also the case that wasn't a good game. This is a good game. It's just that it's also the case of, like, yeah, when it came out in 1988, it was shocking, although nowadays it's kind of quaint. Yeah, now we're in the crack lab, and I guess you have... Okay, fine, this might be the other reason. I guess they were, like, the drug dogs, feasibly. So, we mentioned the thing with, I mentioned Cruis'n USA, where you can, like, blow up the cows or run the cows over. So, in this game, this is way before even that. And Eugene Jarvis did make Cruis'n USA as well. So, the thought of, like, wait a second, look at all these things, and I guess because of, NARC being an arcade game, actually, a lot of these things being an arcade... I know, every game in this is an arcade game. Everything being around, and I guess visible to children that way. And actually, we did mention that with Tapper, because Tapper was a case where it was themed after a beer case. It was a license by Budweiser, a license with Budweiser. So, usually it was in bars until they made the root beer version. I guess it goes to the idea of, like, where was Midway pushing the envelope? Where did people say it was too much? And also years later, feasibly saying, like, maybe it was worse because then the game wasn't very good. Because at least, yeah, in that case, I blew up that drug dealer and sent him into fiery, you know, death of, you know, disintegrating, but the game plays well, so at that point, I'm maybe a little more, you know, into that. Okay, yeah, he's hyped up on PCP, so that's probably the other reason as well. Because honestly, now that I think about it, I can't really think of many perspectives as far as drugs, unless it was like, you know, indicating, as I said, the just say no to drugs kids things of the 80s. Or I guess another game, and I don't know if chat me familiar with this, I'll put a picture of this for sure. Yeah, because you can drive in the car. I'll mention that game in just a second. You can drive in the car and you just run over the drillers, but also crashes that, the car explodes. So yeah, you're not going to get out of that very well. Yeah, there was a game called, it was on NES, it's called Wally Bear and the No Gang. You're basically this bear guy, and you're trying to avoid, you know, getting hooked on crack cocaine. It's very weird, but apparently it's not very good. I remember it's, I think it might be a really expensive game now, so that's the case. Alright, so I'll go a little longer on NARC, and then we'll go on to something else. And we'll also show the trailer for its remake, by the way, because that is on the disc. I believe that was before they got Michael Madsen's involvement. Alright, so yeah, there you go with the car. I guess feasibly the idea is that, you know, you can just keep the car going and then just kind of stop in front of where it is. You know, fine, I'll do that. Let's just step the car a little bit. Okay, just bump into it a little. So if I bump into it too fast, my car is gone. But, alright, it is impressive, the digitized graphics, I'll say that. And you do have a pretty robust control perspective, because you have a lot of buttons here. You have your special weapon, which is on the X button. You have your shoot, which is on right trigger. You have jump, you have the crouch, and you have you have the movement. So yeah, it actually is surprisingly complicated for a game that you're just, you know, running around shooting things. Also, when the helicopter comes around there, sometimes it's ducked down, otherwise it's gonna hit you and you're gonna die. Whoa. Crouch spins the car. Oh, really? Oh, let's try that. Oh, okay, it looked like it's stuck. Yeah, there's not much of what? And why am I stuck on the car? Okay, there we go. Let me get in the car. Oh, okay, yeah, just turn it around. There's not much of a plot to this game. Well, which is... Okay, well, fine, not that this one. The remake does. But, I mean, I guess that's an interesting thing, too, because a lot of cases, most arcade games, I guess... Did they... Okay, I'm gonna say... Okay, that's wrong to say most arcade games didn't have a plot. I mean, we saw Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat has a very deep mythology to itself as far as how it's telling its story, even though a lot of it is in the background, admittedly. Whereas this game is basically just get out there and kill drug dealers. But I mean, there is something to be said about that. You know what? I'm gonna let that go, and then I'm gonna let myself get a game over. I mean, that's an interesting case as far as, like, then chat, I'll put this to you. Sorry about that. What would you say are some of your favorite games in arcades that you plot? I do like the entry in your name screen. You basically do like your graffiti thing with the finger, and then hit an end.
You're busted.
Also, you get the really good digitized voices. I'll say like when they're like the "Don't shoot." But yeah, there you go. Yeah, that is your perspective on NARC. We'll take a look at the trailer for the remake a little later. And today's top 5 is me. And this is not one of those games, by the way, that if you ever continue, you lose your score. So yeah, you can just keep going until the end. Oh shit, I didn't mean to play again. Yeah, well, we had our time with NARC, which is a fun one. Definitely a controversial one for a reason, but nowadays it maybe seems quaint. And as I said, it's better than this remake. And feasibly more, you know, palatable than this remake in a lot of ways, too. Alright, let's take a look at... Well, since we're mentioning perspectives on the inspiration of it, let's talk to the guy who made it. This is Eugene Jarvis. Let's see what he has to say about NARC.
You know, the inspiration for NARC was really it's like you know, a theme. I think everybody's intrigued with drugs, and it just, you know, it's like this cops and robbers thing. You know, Miami Vice.
Cadillacs.
Yeah, Cadillacs. Hookers. It's like the kind of seamy side of life that you know, it's repugnant. It's morally disgusting in some way, but inside everyone there's like that's kind of.
You want to clean it up.
I want to know. Yeah,
You want to clean it up?
I want to clean it up, or at least want to like check it out some more.
Right.
And
You want to live that life for a while, right?
that's it. You know, you have this fantasy, and so it was like, how do we? Because you know, even at that era, it was there's controversies about, you know, ratings and all this kind of thing, and the idea was to, you know, put you on the kind of as a Clint Eastwood, the guy cleaning up the neighborhood, and you could have that way you could have fun being out there, but still be on, you know, the moral. You'd have the moral forces in your favor and be the good guy.
You could be blue guy or red guy. You know, you had your helmet on, you're out there. That's right, so yeah, blue guy and red guy.
Yeah, and then and you could go out there and actually there was a yellow guy for a while.
Right. But yeah, you go out there and clean out. That's that. You had the, you know, what kind of a car was that? That's
a Porsche.
Like move around and avoid the bombs and jump out, and there's lots of cash and money on the floor, and you'd pick it up and.
Total regular thing. It was like say no or die. You know, it was definitely you know, no. It was like protect the innocent, punish the guilty.
So there you go. I mean, so basically, I guess Eugene Jarvis' perspective is saying, like, looking at that seedy side. Actually, the Miami Vice thing is not a bad, you know, thought, really, now I'm thinking about it. Because, yeah, I guess that was the idea of, like, all these kind of things to it. But, yeah, I mean, it definitely did start a firestorm for sure. And, in fact, you know... No, I'll show this a little later, because, yeah, you do have your options screen. Because in the extras, you do have the remakes trailer. I will, by the way, when I do that, I'm not going to be muting the mic on that one, because there might be a licensed song in this. I don't think there is, but just in case, I'm going to have that on. So if there is, I can talk over it feasibly. But I'll do that a little later. Also, the Area 51 remake and Mortal Kombat Deception. We'll do that a little later. Alright, so next on our list... Fine, let's get this one going. We played this before. We can go into it a little bit again. This is Pit Fighter. It came out in 1990 as one of the first cases of digitized graphics. It was not the first game to use digitized graphics, that's a lie. Actually, technically, NARC used it. But, for the digitized fighters, at least, that was one of the early cases. There was a game by Data East that I mentioned when we did this game a couple months ago for the purpose of that. But yeah, you do have, like Mortal Kombat, the idea that you have, you know, all the people here who are doing fighting and all that stuff as far as digitized actors. I'll show the sheets and everything there. So yeah, they were making the big deal as far as, yeah, this is the case of a digitized graphics, so it's more realistic. And then also, here's the idea that, like, it's a street fight. So like underground sport. So it's like the precursor to Fight Club about 9 years before that happened. Except the Executioners get big bucks, get a new champion, all that stuff. And it's 3-player fully, if you want to do that there, with the blue, red, and yellow perspectives on the cabinet. which we didn't have when we showed it last time, so at least we have that element. Alright, let's take another look at this. Yeah, we played this before. It's a stiff game. It's the case where now the Mortal Kombat's around, like, yeah, it's kind of hard to go back to this one. But it is kind of unique. And hey, it could be worse. It could be the some of the home console ports, especially that Super Nintendo version where, for some reason, they expect you to beat the entire game on one life with no continues, and they never recover your health ever at all. I don't understand that element, but... Also looks like maybe they emulated the intro of this a little better. There might be a flashing light warning here if anything is to be indicated from the Midway Arcade Origins version we played. Alright, yeah, there you go. So yeah, so they're getting ready for the ultimate fight. Yeah, fine, we'll show everybody off, because I don't think I showed them off when we did it before. I think that's Kato, I believe. Yes, it is. In fact, we'll probably place him. So there are your three leads to this. Alright, so you have Buzz, Ty, and Kato. Let's play Kato. We played Buzz last time. So show no mercy. Same deal. You're in here, you're fighting, and man, is it choppy. Again, I don't know Chad, of your experience on Pit Fighter is outside of maybe seeing it a couple months ago or playing one of the other collections. Yeah, let me know on that. And just basically mash buttons. Same deal as we had with some of the other ones. Keep doing that. Okay, he has a jump, so that's a little different, where I can kind of do like a flip case of that. So, I guess it is the perspective like a mixed martial arts concept. But honestly, I think there are other fighters that would end up doing that more. Mortal Kombat to a certain extent, anyway. I'll try to get him back so that girl with this knife can, you know, come out and hit him. Alright, so I did get him. Alright, so he's done. Yeah, you made it, just barely. And we didn't get much of a purse, because, like, yeah, I guess I was not brutal enough to him. I mean, going back to the idea of, you know, complaints about games, I don't remember complaints about this one, really. Ah, crap, I'm getting hit by the box. Alright, fine, they don't recover... Alright, fine, you know what, I'll go into this. I guess the reason the Super Nintendo version didn't recover your health is because the arcade version doesn't recover your health either between fights. But it was one life and no continues, though, in that case of that game, whereas in this case, I have free play, I can keep continuing. Even the Sega Genesis version lets you continue, so, yeah, there you go. I mean, I guess I don't really think highly of this game, but as I said, I wasn't there for this. As I mentioned when we played it the first time, actually, most of these games I was not there for. The only one I really was Mortal Kombat 3. I think I played when it was around. But that also doesn't mean necessarily that I would say that that makes some of these games good or bad on their own. I mean, because I like NARC, even though I wasn't there for that one. And there's one game we're going to have a little later near the end that I actually really like. It's one that has not been ported a lot, and it's a shame because it's a very fun one. We'll get to that as we go along. Alright, Totally Studley. Alright, so yeah, we can do the grudge match again. Where you get knocked down 3 times and you lose. And just be cheap, and just hitting buttons. I mean, that's what this is. This is a button masher, really. I guess the question of when does a button masher get you to, you know, not notice that, or when is it that you're like, oh yeah, you get that idea. Whereas like with Mortal Kombat, I can do that and maybe not have much success, but still have some fun. Whereas this one, it still feels very stiff. But there are some interesting things about it. As I said, without this game, we wouldn't have Mortal Kombat, so... Like, with hard driving, you gotta put it into perspective. Alright, so there is the girl. There, whoa. I mean, I guess I'm kind of surprised maybe this didn't get complaints either. But, I mean, maybe just because, like, yeah, people didn't really like the game that much. Whereas, at least with NARC, people liked it. And it was popular. I mean, I guess that's the idea. Sometimes it seems that whenever there was controversy in games going back then, it usually was with games that were popular and people liked, as opposed to games where they didn't like them. Alright, she's stepping on my body. You know what, fine, let's, oh no, let's, show the other fighter I didn't show off. Let's show Ty, because I didn't show him. And then after that, we'll go on to the next game. Because, yeah, we showed this off before, and at this point, like, I think we'll just keep going with this. Let's pick the barrels up. Yeah, it definitely looks cheesy, but alright, come on. Alright, yeah, who's that, like, looked like it was a, okay, what's... Okay, I don't know what that is. I guess she powered up. Whoa. Okay, there's the girl with the knife. I do know the girl with the knife. When you go into the crowds there, she'll just come by there and she'll try to stab you. Ew. This is like She-Hulk or something, but alright, yeah, she's done. She ran out of juice at the end of it. Alright, so let's try one more time. Yeah, I think this is actually where I failed last time. Yeah, the biker bar with 2x4s just beating guys up, but yeah, he's gonna kill me. Basically just keep hitting buttons and that's it. Okay, that's weird. You saw that with the animation of him throwing the, or picking up the thing and then throwing it. Okay, he's picking my body up. Okay, that's funny. Alright, so I'm glad. And now he's picking up my invisible body. Alright, so there you go. So, GDC, I don't know. Game Developers Conference? Or, God, this is clunky. Alright, so that's game over. Alright, so yeah, we did show the Pit Fighter case before enough. I think we're good on that one. Let's see what's next on the list. Because I know we don't have as many games in this one as we had when Midway Treasures 1. Oh yeah, we have this game. Alright, I don't know if you're familiar with this one. This is Primal Rage. This came in 1994. Let's take a look at the description of it. It's a fighting game from Atari Games that had a sequel that was gonna be released, but they then canceled it. Anyway, the original game was looking at Mortal Kombat 2 in particular, and they said, alright, here's another violent fighting game, but let's have it where we have dinosaurs and gorillas. Let's have them stop motion, basically, or they use models. So it's kind of like, I'm pretty sure they were paying attention to the works of Ray Harryhausen, like stuff like Clash of the Titans and things like that. And they're probably looking at that and saying, like, let's, you know, do a frame-by-frame stop-motion case for the characters in this. We'll show this in just a second. And here it is. This game was everywhere. This game was on pretty much every system known to man. I mean, it's probably a bigger story what systems didn't have this, but yeah, it did start in the arcades with its traditional cabinet like this, or its deluxe 42-inch machine, or 33-inch, I should say. So it's a 25-inch upright and a 32-inch deluxe, or 33-inch deluxe. So yeah, that thing. That definitely would show some perspective. Yeah, Worship the Power of Rage. Basically, you have a bunch of moves with these characters here, and you have to fight to get control of Earth, spelled U-R-H-T. Or U-R-T-H, I should say, sorry. Yeah, my spelling is off, and there is the bezel of the machine, or the element that went in. And there's video, I'll show that. I'll show the Easter eggs. There's something in this, speaking of complaints of parents, I don't think I'm going to be able to because the combination for it is so insanely hard. But let me just make sure my volume is set, because I know this game gets a bit loud. Yeah, well, alright, let's do it. Yeah, as I said, this game was on every system you can imagine. It was on Super Nintendo, it was on Sega Genesis, it was on Game Boy, it was on Game Gear, it was on PlayStation, it was on Sega Saturn. It was on the Jaguar CD, for God's sake. It was on the 3DO. I played the 3DO version, actually. It's pretty good. We're pretty close to this. And, God, what else it was on? It was on, I'll edit here what else is on, because it was on basically every system of the time. Alright, here we go. Yeah, you're going more, primal, or medieval, or not medieval, I guess we're going a more primitive, specifically with this. And this is version 4, or 2.3 of the game. Yeah, let me explain this. Yeah, because we're also arguing a plot. Yeah, civilization died, and cataclysms and draconians were born from the death. So, alright, Dollyfin, you're saying no plot for, NARC, you're getting one on this one. And here's New Earth. Yeah, this is the 2.3 version, as I mentioned a second ago. There were multiple revisions of this game. This was the more advanced one, which had more moves and more features to it. And also, this game itself, I believe, has like a remix of Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple, but it's like digitized out, so I don't think they're gonna complain about it. And no animals were harmed in making this game, but it's not gonna look that way when we start playing. Oh, we have our characters. We have Sauron, Talon, Vertigo, Blizzard, Diablo, Armadon, and Chaos. I'm gonna start as Chaos. I'm gonna try and see if I can't pull his fatality off, but no guarantees. Yeah, you get Rage, and so at that point you have attacks. Yeah, he can vomit at him. So that's a quarter circle forward and the one of the punch buttons. Although you actually have to hit the punch button first and then do the movement of the D-pad or the analog stick. So it's a little different, and this game is stiff as hell as far as how it moves. But it is interesting, I guess, because of how you know, I guess some of the fluidity of the animation sort of because it's like stop motion case. Although I never really played this game. Chat, let me know if you have experience with Primal Rage. I always saw this game in arcades, and I was sort of a little curious to some degree. A little, but not necessarily massive. By the way, you have the health there, by the way. When I hit his health there completely, his brain meter's gonna explode and he'll be dead. And then there's also that other brain meter down there where you hit that, if you deplete it completely, they get dizzy. It's like more Street Fighter 2 that way. Oh shit, my brain exploded though. What in the world are they? Okay, well, Blizzard and Chaos are gorillas. That I do know, and they're my potential followers, who are, young women. You can feasibly pick them up and throw them around when they come around. And they're also, what are those, pterodactyls. So it's basically, as I mentioned, the story of this is there's a massive apocalypse, Earth is destroyed. It's going to be run by one of the characters you saw, either the gorillas I'm playing as one of them, and you do have a dial combo, actually. This came into that before Mortal Kombat 3 did, by about a year. Oh yeah, and Blizzard has his attack, because I don't know what a lot of the moves are, that's the thing, so I'm basically just hitting buttons on this one, too. I'm also trying to do the fatality when I get to that, which I think is... what is it? Down, down, back forward, alright. Alright, so let me just hit him, boom. Oh shit. Yeah, he's freezing me, so he's like the Sub-Zero of this game. And I'll show the dinosaurs as well off, but I want to see if I can't do something with Chaos. Ow. Yeah, he's freezing me, damn. Whoa, okay. I'm glad I showed that, or that I showed what was going on. Oh, how'd I win? I don't know how I won. Oh wait, time made it run out. Okay, that was what happened. Time ran out and I had more health, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna try and see if I can't kill him and do the fatality, which is insanely hard to do, and I've never done it. So, like, if this happens, it'll happen, but if not, not. So yeah, Mortal Kombat-like, basically, because it's a lot of blood when you hit and stuff, except just the fact that there are these creatures, and it's this apocalyptic case. Which is interesting, I guess, this game, as I mentioned, it did get around, so it did have some... It must have had its fans, and I guess the appeal of it being something different. Okay, I'm not gonna win. And maybe I can get one of the other characters to show up. Alright, give me a fatality, please. Okay, no, it's wacky. Yeah, it gets a little different, though, because actually the character I picked, and I'm gonna continue, but I'm not gonna play as him. I'll play as, Sauron. Yeah, because his, Chaos's fatality, by the way, it was cut out of the, some of the home console versions. You urinate on your opponent. The button combination is insanely hard to do that, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. Actually, there were a lot of complaints when that happened. In fact, the Super Nintendo version cut that out. The Genesis version didn't. I don't think the 32X version did either. And I think Best Buy actually took the game off the market for a period because there are people complaining about it that way. But, yeah, so that's the perspective of it, or I think as some people said, like, stay classy, Primal Rage. I mean, to be fair, I guess this is not intended as a classic game, and to be fair, a lot of the Midway games tend not to be that way. So, I mean, that's the idea of it. I mean, although this gets fine, they're dinosaurs, so I guess there's that perspective, or dinosaurs and other creatures. I mean, I guess it also has, like, a Jurassic Park perspective, because it came out about a year. It's bizarre. Yeah, no question. But as I said, it clearly must have hit to something, and it's also something that, weirdly enough... There are a lot of games that tried to rip this off, as far as, like, the idea of, like, dinosaurs fighting. I know that, actually, there's a Jurassic Park game that did that. There was, Warpath, which is on the PlayStation. Which is also a weird case, but in that case, some people were saying, like, hey, wait a second, it's not like this one, where it's just this kind of strange case with, like, you know, all this bizarre elements of this one. So people didn't like it that much. Yeah, in this case, yeah, I just destroyed him. Yeah, and unfortunately, as I said, I don't know their fatalities. Basically, yeah, you're destroying them in a violent way. Like eating them. Alright, so we conquered the lands. We conquered the cliff. And you get worshippers as you go along, feasibly. But they'll feasibly follow you as you go along. Yeah, Vertigo, I guess, is the, like the reptile of this one, because he teleports or something, or the, Raiden. I mean, it's very stiff, though, I'll say that. And the animations, they are pretty good for this, and actually some of the other versions, they're not as good. I mean, a lot of the console versions, they had weird cases of it. Where they'd cut frames. I mean, it's something unique. Alright, and, you know, you said that, I think I threw her. So I made that happen. I mean, basically, in this case, it's like, you mash buttons, really. again, and they get to the case there, like, yeah, my brain explodes. As I said, there was a sequel to this, but I don't know why they didn't release it, because this game was pretty popular. It did seem to get its talons around a lot of people, and I guess around a lot of consoles. And I think they finished the sequel, but I guess at that point... No, I think what happened was that Atari Games, I think, either they went out of business... No, I think they went out of business. I think that Midway was just not deciding. I think they got what those assets were, I think. But then they decided, well, they didn't release it. But I think it has been leaked online, so if you're curious, like, what Primal Rage 2 looked like, it's available. I'll look into something, and I'll put an edit in for the purpose of it. I will go as long as I can until I, get myself killed again. But yeah, there you go. You basically, it's dinosaurs and gorillas fighting. Which, I mean, if nothing else, I guess it did create a crowd when you went into an arcade. So, like, okay, we saw Mortal Kombat 2 already with all the stuff going on here. But yeah, here's some animals, killing each other to make that work. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I guess now I'm thinking about it also, like, thing like dinosaur stuff. It's almost like something like a Godzilla kind of a case. Almost like, I don't know if Chad, you're familiar with this King of the Monsters from SNK, but that was more like a wrestling game. Oh. By the way, you do have 4 attacks. You have a quick, fierce, and a hard fierce, and then a light fierce, or something. I don't know. You have 4 buttons. I don't really know the system, quite frankly, but all right, fine. Vertigo conquers, and that's me dead. Alright, let's see what happens when, my followers are begging for me to get up. Yeah, but I'm not gonna get up. Yeah, he's just dancing in my mouth there. That is very bizarre. You're right about that, Dollyfin, for sure. Alright, great score. Alright, so let's put a score in. S-O-G. Alright, the Rage Champion is 100,000. I got 69,300, so not bad. That's a game over. Alright, so one thing we'll do next is quit. Yeah, because they have the start button is the same button for the menu as it is to start the game, so I have to use that to get out of here. So, let's take a look at one of the videos of this. Actually, I'll probably show... Yeah, this will probably show the fatality I was mentioning. So, yeah, have a look at this one. Oh, right, I forgot. There was like a volleyball case where if you hit the followers in the air, you keep them volleyed enough, the net will come up. So yeah, okay, there's your bizarre case. You're right. I forgot about that. The idea of one of the creatures getting shrunken and turned into a cow, and then Chaos, vomiting out and then going over on the other side of the screen and swallowing it back up again. So yeah. Yeah, not a classic game exactly, and not the kind of thing that's going to replace Mortal Kombat. I'll give you that much for sure. But we do have a better case, I would say, of a beat-em-up with lizards, creatures, and all this stuff. As a sequel to a game we played in the last collection. This is Rampage World Tour. This came out in 1997. Is the follow-up to Rampage from 1986, I believe it was. It is not the last of the Rampage series. That's a lie, because there are other ones that came on the consoles afterwards, specifically Rampage 2 Universal Tour and Rampage Through Time. Or no, yeah, Rampage Through Time? Yeah, it was on PlayStation. And then there's also Rampage Total Destruction. That was the last game in the series. But anyway, it was kind of going more of a cartoony perspective, even more than the first one. And they definitely rounded it a lot more than it was before. In fact, let's show the sheet of it. So you have Lizzie, George, and Ralph there. And you also have other characters, Vern and Beelzebub. You see them as you go around the city and bust stuff. You have 3 mild-mannered technicians from Scum Labs, the toxic waste recycler exposed to vital toxins, and they're transformed raging, dim-witted behemoths. A romp, stomp, and chomp and good time. I wish I was there, says King Kong. 2 very enthusiastic paws up, Spitskull and Eburp. So yeah, we referenced Siskel and Ebert on this program, so this is the first explicit indication. Or Rex Reed, T-Rex Reed. I laughed, I cried, I ate it up. And I did too when I played this, so I played this on the N64. This takes me back. Okay, yeah, do tell then on Rampage World Tour, as we see right there with, what's the name of the girl there? Elizabeth Veronica. In fact, here is Elizabeth Veronica right here. She's one of the leaders or workers at Scum Labs. Built for the general public, children, adults, couples, not just the hardcore players, so they say. And there you go. Go around beating buildings up. And yeah, we'll get into that in just a second and show that off. Yeah, this is my favorite of the Rampage games. Also, I'm going to make sure the audio is in line with this one a little bit. Well, sort of anyway, because it's kind of weird how this is. And this is not necessarily a one-to-one port. Okay, it sort of is. But some stuff with the audio is missing. Some of it's pitched weird. Actually, my favorite version of this is on the N64, actually. One of the first games on the PlayStation 1 I owned. Okay, and it was on PlayStation as well. That's true. And it was on Sega Saturn. Actually, that's where I played it first. Well, not PlayStation. I played it on the N64. I played the home version first. And the idea is you're seeing there, it is up to 3 players. On PlayStation, it was, I believe, only 2. On the N64, it was 3. And on Saturn, it was 2. Go around the city just destroying buildings, seeing the robots there, so it's like Ed 209 from RoboCop. It is a fun game, and it is something that's repetitive, but what I like about this one compared to the first one, I don't think the first one's a bad game, but this one, you have a speed that's really nice to this one, so that you kind of get your movement going a lot faster, and you know what, I'll show that right now, so let's get going. Also, her voice is deeper in this version, I don't know why. I think they screwed up the emulation, because the arcade version is not like that. Alright, so you start in Peoria, you're going around, and here's George. You're going around, move around, you pick up, people hitting down in the punch button, or you have a kick, which is on, you can just kick them and splatter them, and grab on the buildings and bust into them. You also eat the stuff off of the buildings feasibly, but if they start collapsing there, don't be on top of that, otherwise you're gonna be in trouble. And they're the developers of the Game Refuge, by the way. You also jump and move, so yeah, you move a lot faster in this one. I do like that in particular. Oh yeah, if you eat food that's not good though, you throw it up. So yeah, a lot of vomiting, we're realizing now. We had that with Primal Rage, now we're having it with this one. Whoa! Yeah, if you hit certain things wrong, yeah, they're gonna knock you down, and you're gonna be in trouble. But you do have your health going on, so you just keep busting the buildings. And also, if you see one of these signs here, hit it when it's highlights something different, you'll go a different level when you finish here. You just keep going through and bust the city. Basically, bust everything down. You also do a jump down like that with the jump button, hitting down on top of the building just to crush it from top. Totally destroyed. Clearly, the monster's goal is to wipe Scum Labs from the face of the earth. That line is not in this version, and I can't believe they missed that. I hate that. Gainesville, we're in now. But yeah, that quote is in that. I played this game a lot on N64, so I remember that. And I know the PlayStation version had that as well, because they were basically one-to-one in some degrees. Although, I believe the audio was better on PlayStation because of the CD system. But it was no slouch on N64 as well, and admittedly, it came out first on PlayStation and Saturn, and then Nintendo 64 got it later. But yeah, just keep going around. Yeah, talking about politically incorrect. Yeah, there's a guy in a wheelchair. I'm not gonna, bust him. I could eat him feasibly or kick him. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Not now, anyway. I mean, that's gonna be a case when we do House of the Dead Overkill. We ever want to see that. Like, that's gonna be an awkward one. But anyway, yeah, just keep going, beating stuff up. It is fun. It is simplistic, but it is also an enjoyable one. As I said, unlike Rampage 1, where it seemed like maybe you move a little slow, even for the time that that game came out. I don't know, I just really like the fluidity of this one. Also, I think you can kind of sort of flutter your arms. Yeah, you can. If you double tap or tap the jump button, you're just coming down, you can kind of flutter down and keep yourself safe. And there you go, you have your health going down. Yeah, Gainesville's busted. You also have your weakness there, and you do get your information for property damage. And you're playing with 3 players, you do have information. Alright, we're going to Daytona. Let's go away. Yeah. Yeah, there's no racetrack here, though. So, yeah, that's the other thing, is that a lot of these areas do look kind of similar, but yeah, it's pretty much destructive fun. That's what this game is, and for that reason, it is definitely one of the nicest games in this collection, though it is, weird enough, one of the worst ported. Because the music cuts out. I don't know if you heard that earlier on the first stage. Sometimes I play the music and then it doesn't loop itself properly, and some of the voices are either missing or they're pitched wrong. So you might want to get one of the console versions, honestly, if you want to play yourself some Rampage World Tour. Or, it's a Midway game. Rampage Total Destruction, which has this game. It has Rampage original in it as well as unlockables. I never played that. I don't know if it's any good. I've heard it's not, but I heard especially on the Wii it's not very good. But if you're curious to see that, let me know. We can play it. Anything you want to see feasibly, we can play. So there you go. Oh, yeah, I'm a death's door. By the way, when you get killed, you get turned into a human and you walk off naked. Alright, I'm going to continue one more time, and when you do continue, you come back to life. Well, actually, here's the weird thing I thought about. Because the idea is that the toxins of Scum Labs, you know, turn you into a monster as I eat the bikini girls there. Wouldn't that feasibly solve my problem? The idea that okay, fine, I can't get my revenge as myself, but should I just go home, call the media or call the army? I mean, yeah, the army's there. And by the way, when you see the jets there, if you don't destroy all the buildings, they'll come and destroy the place. So, in that case, yeah, it pays to destroy the buildings as quick as you can. Usually you can, as long as you're quick on it, you don't dilly-dally. Just hit some of the buildings like that one on the side, because you can bounce off that one. Sometimes hit from the bottom. You can also kick onto it. I didn't actually do that, so there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Hit it that way. Or just jump on the top, just punch it. That's basically what I do, just hit everything. And it is a lot of fun, especially playing with other people. I played this game with people, and it is definitely a blast. And one thing I do want to show before we go on to the next game is, I'm going to do what I did with Mortal Kombat 3. I'm going to put the other controller in for 2-player. I'm going to show what happens when you have another player on screen, because there's some pretty funny stuff. Oh, yeah, and you do throw up when you eat a food that's not good, and it does make you lose health. Yeah, this is a fun one, and it is nice to see it. And I would say, of the Rampage games I've played, it probably is my favorite one. Although I didn't play the Total Destruction, I didn't play the other ones, the Universal Tour or the Through Time. Alright, yeah, destroyed. Yeah, and she does have the sexy poses, which, by the way, there is an exclusive ending for this version. We have Lizzie, you know, actually doing what Conquer will do in the Sunflower mission we play Conquer's Bad Fur Day. But just in that one, this is what I call a platform game. They cut that out of the home version, but not this one. But I think you have to go through about, 130 stages. So yeah, you're gonna have your hands full in this one. And I don't remember if you have, a save option to be able to, you know, just keep going. Although, you have infinite continues, so feasibly the only thing that's gonna make you stop is just say, oh, I don't want to play anymore. Which, to be fair, you might end up saying eventually, because what you're seeing is what you're getting. There's not really much else to it, but it's still a lot of fun. Alright. I mean, I think that's the idea, and I think we've sometimes mentioned this idea before, the idea of the 30-second cycle of games, which is the idea that a lot of games are based on a repetitive element. Like, in this case, I'm just busting buildings, so how are they varying it? And they're varying it based around where I'm going, the pickups I have, and to be fair, this game definitely does that better than the original Rampage did. I will definitely say that. It definitely gets you in that idea of, having the nice monster movie take, and some of the stuff with the graphics and music. Boom. Just the crashing sound just sounds so good when you're hitting stuff. It has this great visceral element, but yeah, you can also fall off the building. And I think that's the thing, it just has a lot of character to it as far as how it moves and operates and animates. So at that point, it's just fun. You know what? Okay, I got a security bonus. I want to see something else. I want to see if, the building will, if the army will come and just destroy the place. Let's just go through. Oh, whoa! Okay, they bounced me up on the building. Yeah, because I basically leveled the whole place. I just want to see them almost the whole place. Let's go on the eatery. Also, don't hit the signs, otherwise you get electrocuted. Alright, so there's one more building, and it will give you arrows as far as certain things. And yeah, when you do eat the people, by the way, I'm doing that for a reason, you do get health recovery. Alright, there you go. There are the jet fighters. I want to get the jet fighters go. And, what they'll do is they'll basically say that, hey, you went through this at a certain percentage, and then you didn't complete it all, but that's fine. Yeah, they take a while to come out. So, okay, you basically are not going to have much of an opportunity to, miss stuff unless you try. Yeah, in that case, they'll blow up every building. At that point, they evacuate the place. You store 99%. It still bugs me they don't have that voice clip in this. Oh, right, you have a bonus stage. Alright, so yeah, we're on the plane. Alright, so I'm glad I got to show this. Just go in the clouds and in the balloons. So yeah, they do vary it up that way. So, in that way... And we're going into Johannesburg. Alright, fine. I'm gonna go to my next life. I'll show the thing with the 2-player. Actually, you know what? Let's show the 2-player now, because you have jump in, jump out multiplayer. There's Lizzie. Let me kick Lizzie in the crotch. Or kick her in the back. Fair enough. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she goes, ooh, ooh. Yeah, it is fun to do that. And when you're playing in 2-player or 3-player, you do get a specific mode or level to that for it, where, you know, you can hurt each other, number one. Number two, the idea that you're able to kind of just go into a wrestling ring and just have a lot of fun beating up your friends and families, right? That's kind of cool, though. You know what? Fine. Let's also swap the other one, show what Lizzie's doing. Because, yeah, unlike, or like the other Rampage game, they have the setting of this so that the characters are based on what players select. Alright, so they continue on you, you're gone. Fine, okay, fine, he died. Alright, I gotta go with my control stuff, because I changed it when I was playing as, Ralph. Oh, no, not Ralph, George. Ralph is the, blue, wolf guy. Yeah, jump is on the, Y button for the default. Okay, that's, weird. Also, I got a high score, so yeah, I'm definitely just punching, doing 2 things at once. Mean and ugly. And, okay, get just a head. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Yeah, this game's very weird, but I do like that perspective of it, and I'll go back to this, because, I mean, when we played the original Rampage, I shit on the, Rampage movie from a couple years ago, so I may as well do it again. Because, yeah, this is all they had to do for that movie. Turn it into this. Turn this B-movie case where it's like this cartoony thing of busting stuff out like this, instead of making that movie where it's like trying to take it seriously, sort of, but then kind of funny with the, you know, the monkey flipping the rock off, and then turn it into like a Saw movie in terms of how violent it is for a PG-13 rated case. I'm feeling asleep, I'm gonna lay down. Well, sure, no problem. I mean, the whole show is gonna be set into this, so don't worry yourself for that. It is good to see you for sure, and if I don't see you for the rest of the night, take care, and as I said, I send my best to you and your family for sure. And we do appreciate you adding to the show as much as you do. Right, that's game over, so let's see what's next on the docket. Yeah, we're done with you. We could easily come back to this game at some point, but I'd probably come back to one of those other console versions. Alright, so not too much more to go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. Alright, so next on our list is... Thanks, good night. Sure, no problem. Thank you very much, like first, and take care. Alright, so Spy Hunter 2. Let's talk about this. We played Spy Hunter 1 last year. This is a sequel to it that was released in 1987 that was not made by the same people. The guy who made this game hated this, actually, it's worth pointing out. That was George Gomez. He said this is nothing like it. The people who made this didn't understand what made Spy Hunter great in the first place. They went for a 3D case for it. And you have a little bit of a divider case as far as how the look of the cabinet went. And we'll see this when we play it. Yeah, it was Bally Midway who did the release on this. Yeah, how do you top a great earning game like Spy Hunter? You double it. Well, that's what they wanted to say. Actually, to be fair, I've barely played this, and I also have not seen this re-release a lot. Racing? It's okay. It's sort of racing. It's racing with shooting. I don't know. Are you familiar with Spy Hunter, Delifin? It's a it's kind of like a spy game. It's like a James Bond thing. In fact, it was gonna be a James Bond game, the first one, before they lost the license. But they did have license to, and I don't remember if this game has it, the theme Peter Gunn, or the theme to the TV show Peter Gunn, that was done by Henry Mancini of the Pink Panther fame. We have that song that do 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 do. It was that. So you have the F-355 Interceptor, I believe it is, or it's something else. Oh yes, okay, so you know what Peter Gunn is. Okay. I'm surprised I didn't get a content concern when we played the first one of these. For this, I think it's in this one, I think, but let me also turn up the volume because it's an older game, so you hear the audio, or hear what it is. So let's show how it is. The thing with Spy Hunter, I'll say this, any version of Spy Hunter, yeah, it's 2 screens, for this one at least. So it's almost like Super Mario Kart, or Stone Race effects are something where if you split it outside. So if usually 2 people can play, we have 1 person on the left, 1 person on the right. But with this one, all the Spy Hunter games are kind of hard to control on this system. You know, I'm going to look at the controls again just to make sure I understand. So, A button is guns, B missiles, oil, tire slash, and right trigger is gas. Okay. Let me just take a look at that. Okay, so we have to get the courier out. So you just drive along. And you do shifting. The shifting is on the right trigger. Basically going around shooting as you go along and using the interceptor's gadgets to get stuff going. Yeah, kind of some scrolling stuff. It's almost like Top Gear when we played that. And there is the weapons van, by the way. Yeah, when you get killed, you go back to the weapons van, you get new stuff, and then there's your shifter. So basically, you pretty much wait to do the shifting. And thankfully, they do give you that indicator on the side of the screen, although if you're playing 2-player, it kind of hides that. So yeah, it is kind of spy racing, but as I said, a lot of these Spy Hunter games, even the really good ones, there are a lot of things to deal with the controls. So it's one of those games you could feasibly spend the rest of your life trying to master. And I'm kind of stuck. What's going on? Oh. Okay, I have to change the shifter down. So it's almost like Outrun a little bit. Need to make sure everything's set, or yeah, be careful of dying. Or try, you know, not to die anyway. Alrighty. I don't know if I'm necessarily scoring them correctly to it. Alright, I got a game over. Good shooting, is it? Oh, we'll play this one a few times because, yeah, I know I'm not doing well. That being said, this has always been a favorite one to find. Spy Hunter itself, this one not so much. I mean, I think this is fine for what it is, but I honestly haven't necessarily played Spy Hunter 2 that much, and this has not been collected much. In fact, I think this is the only collection this is in, I think. But that's wrong, I'll put an edit here when I do the edit on this in a few days. But with Spy Hunter, it's always been a popular one. In fact, I know that they were going to try and turn this into a movie starring The Rock, actually. So, The Rock was in the movie that they made on Rampage eventually. But the Spy Hunter game, or the Spy Hunter movie, never really happened. Though they made a game, because this game was very popular, and they made a remake of this in 2001. Judged by the people who made Pilot Wings 64. Go back to Paradigm Entertainment tonight with Duck Dodgers, Pilot Wings, and then the Spy Hunter remake. Which is a really good game on the PS2, although there's some weird cases as far as the other releases of the systems that got versions. So we play that, we do the PS2. They made a sequel then to that also people didn't like, so it seems like the Spy Hunter 2 case is cursed. And then they made another one, Spy Hunter Nowhere to Run, which actually did star The Rock in it, so they're kind of going in the Grand Theft Auto direction, but I don't remember if it was supposed to be any good or not. But basically, yeah, you're the spy car, and you're kind of trying to do stuff, you know, deal with the spy stuff with all the, you know, evil, you know, groups and things trying to kill you. Fine, we'll try one more time with the escort. I mean, it's pretty fun to do the shooting. It kind of reminds me a little bit of not just Spy Hunter 1, even though it's got some different stuff in the 3D scrolling, but also Road Blasters, which you saw in the Midway Patricia's 1. Is it hard to control? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. In fact, all the Spy Hunter games are kind of hard to control in the sense you have a lot of things. Yeah, don't drive drunk. Okay, so, yeah, I'm not trying to drive drunk in this case. I guess you also have your other weapons, but I don't have them. Actually, no, let me slow down a little. Because usually the idea of this game is that you go into the weapon van there, and you get other things. But the thing is that, okay, this version is not too bad to control, because the controls make some sense in the sense that using the right trigger for the steering, the shifting is on the right analog stick, and steering at the 1, then using your guns on A, so that's easy. It's just that sometimes, you know, I have to get into the weapon van, or try to, or knock it off the road, okay, whatever. Try and get other things, and try and keep track of everything without getting my car blown up. So, actually, in a lot of ways, it's one of those games that sometimes it's hard to control when it comes to the home because of how they map the buttons. Because in the arcade, this had a steering wheel to it. So it made a little more sense as far as how it was. You had, like, all these little buttons to it. So I was like, hey, you're doing, like, the gadgets, like the James Bond cars, or, like, the car for this game, anyway. So, in that case, emulating that in the home always seems to be a tough thing. But also you have to keep manage on a lot of different aspects. So, like, yeah, I'm driving, I'm shooting, I have to avoid certain things. I have to avoid, like, the bombs that's coming down from the sky. I have to avoid the bikers there and go back behind them. Try and hold on to the courier. Yeah, the courier's dying constantly. See that thing go there. So really, above anything else, there's a lot to manage. And I guess, did she die? Or, I don't know. Where'd she go? Also, you have a radar down there, which I'm trying to see what that's indicating. I guess it's more my specifications as far as stuff. Alright, give me the weapon van. Give me the weapon van. Yeah, I'm trying to get in the weapon van. Yeah, shift gears when the RPMs go high, earn weapons by going in the weapon van, use the radar to locate other vehicles. So yeah, there's a lot going on to this. So it gives it a lot of depth, but also means that it's not necessarily the easy to approach. Alright, let's see what it can go. Alright, so there are all the people who did high scores, but yeah, also because it's the 2-screen case, you're kind of losing some screen real estate as well, so there's that too. Alright, I think we've done enough with this. Let's go to the next one. You know, at least giving a couple minutes to everything, so at least there's a good picture. I mean, I don't think this is necessarily as much of a scourge on Spy Hunter 1 as other people tend to think, but it is one that, yeah, you do have to get used to it, and I guess maybe it hasn't been re-released that much for a reason, but then again, it makes it interesting to be able to have a collection like this that has this. Alright, but we have another game that actually, I really like this one. This is one I actually kind of discovered just recently, and I want to have the volume set for this one. This is Timber. This came out in 1984. This is by the people who made Tapper, which was a game, I showed that off last time. I love Tapper. It's a game where you're basically serving beer or root beer to people. It was designed by Steve Meyer. Yeah, and he made this whole game too. So he made Tapper and he made this one, and Scott Morrison did the graphics. And you have some of the same characters that are in that game, including the, we'll show this probably in the picture eventually. You have the bartender from Tapper who basically decided, I never really wanted to be a bartender anyway. I always wanted to be a lumberjack. So yeah, you are a lumberjack in this game. You basically roll up your sleeves, start chopping trees. And there's the machine. It is basically the same machine as Tapper, from what I understand. They basically took Tapper's perspective and changed the bezel artwork on the outside and just put the board in, feasibly. And then you have log rolling, but yeah, there you go. There is your case of it. So yeah, we're going to be becoming a lumberjack. Ha! Yeah, you're looking forward to that idea. I mean, yeah, we don't really have many Monty Python games we can show. The only one I can think of is on the PC, which is based on The Meaning of Life, which, it's an ancient PC game. It's from 1997. I don't know how it would be to get that thing running as far as a virtual machine. I have to figure stuff with PC anyway. And then also, I don't know if there's content I have to avoid, but, yeah, I guess we can get our perspective. We can sing about, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I chop all night and sleep all day. Or something like that. I'm not getting it right, but alright, fine, let's play Timber, because this game is actually pretty awesome. For a game that has not gotten re-released that much. The only other version of this that I know is around, as far as a collection, is in LEGO Dimensions, which I know we mentioned before. The Midway pack for LEGO Dimensions has this game in it. And it's really, really fun. And really, really unique. So yeah, leave it to Mr. Steve Meyer to come up with something that, yeah, only in games could something like this exist, and only in games could something like, doing, bartending or doing, two-player at the same time, in the case of this one, lumberjacking be a blast. Alright, here's how it works. You use the joystick to move the logger, but you also use the next joystick to chop the tree, and you can chop in multiple directions. That flashing, I mean, it's not giving you like a, oh yeah, the tree can fall on you, but it doesn't kill you, thank God. And you also avoid the beehives. Yeah, it's not, if it's too intense, let me know. I mean, I might put a flashing warning in. It's not as bad as Defender was when we played that last year. Yeah, you do get like the neon take. You probably wouldn't see something like that anymore. Yeah, you're right, and that's true. As far as like the idea, like a lot of the other ports, maybe that's the idea that how they have to reprogram that to get the flashing light case going, or put a warning on that. Although, you say you probably wouldn't see that anymore. I mean, last year we saw 2 games where they actually had to patch them because of strong flashing light cases. There was Bound Wonderworld. I mean, this is nothing compared to something like that. And Sonic Colors Ultimate, particularly the Switch version. It was really, really bad for that, from what I understand. Much less so than this, but alright, let's get chopping trees. Alright, so there is my man. We got the bartender. He is now chopping wood. And we have the, I guess this Irish leprechaun guy. He's saying like, yeah, I'm smoking cigarettes. So get going, chop the trees, and you have to chop as many trees as they ask you for in the time allotted. And also one thing I'm going to do is I'm also probably going to put the volume up a little bit after I finish this level. Oh, if the tree falls on you, you're fine, but yeah, it's that. Yeah, if you finish the time, you do get a nice point bonus. Timber! Oh, yeah. Now you have bears. They throw out the honeycombs at you, or the beehives. And if you get hit with the beehives, the bees will delay you and cost you time. But the bears don't ever actually come out here and hurt you, and I got the bird that's worth 1,000 points. Also, you can't go over there and chop the bears to death. I tried. Sometimes they'll come out far enough and you just hit him with the axe. You know what, fine, I'll show this. Yeah, he just goes away on his own. So it's like, yeah, the axe is not going to do anything. The bears are invincible. So you just have to avoid them. You just avoid having the trees fall on you. Again, it's more about, you know, losing time. Alright, fine, I get hit by the beehive. I think it turned naked. Yeah, your only penalty really is if you don't get the trees cut in time. But in that case, I got set. So we're set. Hey, finish with time to spare and you get a nice bonus. And just like Tapper, you have a bonus game in between. In this case, you have to do log rolling. It's hard to do this. Just walk on it and try and hold on as long as you can and don't fall in. But yeah, I fell in. 3 seconds. I'm really not as good at this game as I am Tapper, but to be fair, I've only played this game very little, but honestly, based on what I've played, this is actually one of my favorite games in this collection. I love this thing. This game is awesome. And it's a game that, as I said, I missed. Log rolling. So yeah, you don't get a whole lot of stuff with this in a game, do you? So that makes it very unique, and I think, if nothing else, I think it shows maybe what was interesting about Midway as a company, which is the idea that because they had a big arcade division, they'd say, okay, we got a bunch of games we want to put out, let's try and think of everything. They pretty much threw every idea at the wall. It's like, hey, let's make a game where you're chopping trees. And like, most people say like, well, yeah, why would you make a game like that? But they say like, okay, I have an idea, let's do it. And they turn it into something really fun, and this game is really, really fun. In fact, I'd say this is probably one of the most underrated Midway arcade games that I can think of. I said, I'm a big one on Tapper, so because this is a lot like Tapper, maybe that's why I love it, but in this case, like, yeah, this is neat. And you can't say there are a whole lot of games where you really do stuff like this. So it stands out, it's something original. In other cases, you almost wish they would, like, bring something like this back. And by the way, as you keep going along, you have more trees you have to cut as you go along, and more bears and things that are going on. You get the nice music going on for it, but yeah, it is nice stuff. And you can cut the tree in different directions. So yeah, I'm hitting the right analog stick to the left here. But if you touch the tree like that, you get stuck in a case like that. In this case, I can hit it to the right. And it looked like I just avoided getting hit. And yeah, you can trip over the logs, so there you go. Alright, fine. I'll tell you, I guess what it's maybe sort of reminds me of as far as chopping trees. I mean, we showed Animal Crossing off briefly. That's a game where you can do that, although that's not necessarily the whole point of it. And actually, in that case, you can chop trees and the beehives come out, and then you get stung really badly. And I remember playing the new one, the New Horizons, that was on the Switch, and they give you medicine. I was saying, it was the Crochet Nerd I was mentioning, because he's the one who got me to play that game after like a year and a half of it being out. And I said, oh my god, there's medicine in this game. You can go through this, you can go and fix your bee sting. He's like, yeah, you've been out of anything from the GameCube game. Oh yeah, but I guess the overlaying is weird, so yeah, you have game over and it's not shown correctly. Right, there you go. You get your initials. Let's go da. In fact, you know, let's do one more run of this because this game is fun enough. Let's show it again. Maybe do better with the log rolling. But yeah, this is a fun one. I don't know, Chad, if you have experience with this game. As I said, this is an obscure one. And that's, I guess, the thing about Midway Treasures 2 itself, is that compared to even Midway Treasures 1, you have a lot more obscure games in this, but some good ones. This is definitely a good one. In fact, in some ways, I'll say this collection might be worth picking up just for this game alone. It's an interesting game, and yeah, that's the thing about it. And as I said, that's also why I love Tapper so much, which is the other one that's much like this. It's interesting, it has a lot of strategy, it has an interesting through line, it has an appealing look to itself, and some appealing, you know, sense of humor of the idea, like, hey, the bears are, like, coming out and saying, like, yeah, instead of going and mauling the guy to death, we'll throw the beehives out. And, I mean, I don't know, I mean, it's just something that, it kind of makes you feel giddy playing it. It's something that, you just describe somebody this in a sentence, and they might look at you weird, maybe, but then they play it, and they're like, oh yeah, I totally get it now. Yeah, and also, you can't get the trees to fall on the bears, but yeah, you just do that in time, and you're set. I'll try the thing with the log rolling, because I think what happens is there actually is a physics engine on the log. You do the walk, and then you walk up a little bit. Oh, but I hit back. I tried to hit back, but then I fell off. Alright, so I don't last very long. I said, maybe in a couple of years I'll be better at this, or maybe I'll play it more, but based on what I'm playing here, I want to play this game more. This game's awesome. And even as far as the arcade, actually, weird enough, I've never seen this in the arcade, but I'd be curious to play in the arcade, but from what I understand, it mostly is the same way as Tapper is as far as the machine. It's basically, like with that one, you have a tapper on, like, the right side of it, so it's like a right analog setup. In that case, you can kind of use that just to chop the tree. Or I can imagine like a, actually, I can imagine like a Switch version of this, where like, hey, you could chop the tree by swiping the Joy-Con or something. Ooh. I hit by the tree, and then, you know, hit by the bees. Ow. Okay, so I guess you do have lives feasibly when you get knocked down, but alright, fine. That's game over on the Timber game. Yeah, this is a good one. I could feasibly be playing this one for a long time, too. You know what? We'll do one more, and then we'll go on to the next game. And you have to kind of hit the axe multiple times. You can't just hold the stick. Alright. Actually, I want to see if I walk up to him, does anything happen? No. Also, yeah, don't walk into the tree. Yeah, so he is a bit clumsy, which is fair because this character is clumsy in Tapper as well. He also had the thing with the birds in that one, too. Right, yeah, pay me, my friend. That's all like, yeah, just doing this for my money. It's like, yeah, just get my lumberjack outfit and regalia on, ready to go. Yeah, nothing's gonna stop this lumberjack for sure. Actually, I gotta wonder, going back to the Monty Python thing, I wonder if maybe there's like a ROM hack of this where they basically make it so that's like, the lumberjack guy from that, and I guess they have him like, in women's clothing perhaps or something. That'd be curious to see, but I don't know if necessarily anybody's done it. Alright, so yeah, just have the walk and hit the next tree. Oh, crap. I mean, I'll tell you, one thing I do want to try to do, I want to try and do better on the log rolling. Alright, so there's the tree, and we're done. Alright, so next is log rolling. It is the second stage that happens. Okay, yeah, it looks like I just walked up still. Alright, that's 4 seconds, so it's better. I'll take that, at least. Alright, so let's do another login, and then we'll go on to the next game. I'm definitely liking how this is going as far as this idea of, you know, compilation stuff. Oh! And next week's gonna be a different dynamic, as I mentioned, the Crochet Nerd's gonna be with me on the show next week for Space Channel 5. I'm looking forward to doing that, as is he. Oh yeah, bye-bye birdie, you're going out of the tree. Yeah, I think, yeah, you do hit him out of the tree to just go there, and I think you do have to go and touch him for the points. Oh, then you just keep them around, they'll still like you screeching. I know, I don't think you can slice the birds to death. I mean, that would be a case of it. In fact, given all the updates that Midway made to a lot of their other games, I'm surprised this didn't say, like, yeah, let's go M-rated with a new, a Timber game. It was like, yeah, people probably don't remember this. I mean, admittedly, I didn't play this for the first time until probably just the other day, so in that case, I'm discovering something great now, too. Alright, so yeah, let the tree hit me, but yeah, I did get my pay that way. Yeah, and you do get more points based on how quickly you take all the trees down. Now fine, let the bee hit me, because I want to, or the bear hit me, I want to see something. Okay, so you lose a life when you get hit by the bees, so yeah, in that case, that's the idea. Or, okay, I got a life because I got 20,000 points. Okay, fair enough. I guess if I run out of time, does that mean that I lose a life too? I guess we'll see. Or, okay, oh, did I knock the, oh! Did I, either I knocked the beehive out of the sky, did I? Let me see that. Okay, no, maybe I just hit it with the tree. Because I knocked it out and I got points. But alright, there is a Gar. Let's have game over, but alright, there you go. So there's Timber. Yeah, an underappreciated game of Midway's that I didn't really know much of, but I'm glad I know it now. And it is awesome. So, let's see what we got left. We're coming down to the end, and then we'll do the extra videos for stuff. Alright. Talking into the politically incorrect case, let's go into this one. This is Total Carnage. This came out in 1991. This was by the people who made Smash TV, and it plays a lot like Smash TV. It's supposed to be a parody of the Persian Gulf War, from what I understand. And I think they wanted to make it, you're going after Saddam Hussein in that, but they basically said, well, no, let's try it, making it something else. And it plays a lot like Smash TV, in a lot of ways, and Ed Boon did voice for it, so yeah, like Mortal Kombat. Yeah, him and John Tobias worked on this, as well as Eugene Jarvis, who also worked on Smash TV. Yeah, there is your take on what Total Carnage is. A sense of humor, very ribald sense of humor for sure. Sense of action and drama, and there you go. The mother of all battles. Shooting stuff around with WMS, Williams Entertainment. So, let's show this one off. And also, let me turn the volume down, because goddamn, this is loud. I did not notice that. Yeah, sorry if I hurt your ears with that, but alright. And like with Smash TV, you have an 8-way shooting case. A bomb on left trigger or right trigger and shooting... Okay, you shoot on the buttons, but yeah, just move. Alright. Alright, fine, it's... Wait, it said 1991, but it's saying 1992 here, so okay, maybe they got the date wrong. Alright, there you go, Midway. Yeah, the Midway logoing of Terminator 2 Judgment Day, which is not in this because of licensing. But I believe some of the same assets from this game were used in that one. I think. But I believe this game came out before. Alright, so let's get going. At the war of 1999, so yeah, we're going back in time now. That was futuristic when this game released, but yeah, we have this BNN reporter, Candy Blitzer, reporting from General Akboob's factory, the baby milk factory. But yeah, there you go. She's been taken, so now we gotta go get him. Or get her back and take care of everybody. American citizens are held hostage. Alrighty. I guess going to a lot of the Commando-like games of the time, like Commando from Konami, or Capcom, I should say, and Ikari Warriors from SNK. In another case where, yeah, the characters are blocking the text, so yeah, get out of my way, my friend. We have to blast through the enemy forces and go. And you do have a map, so yeah, it is a lot like Smash TV. If you played Smash TV before, this is going to look very familiar. Alright, so hit the start button to continue, or hit the right trigger to continue. Just walk around, shoot everybody, and they're exploding in bloody chunks. You also have a area you can go into. If you find passwords, you can go into this and hit them to go to secret areas, but I don't have one. And I hit the button to go out, and I'm hitting every button on the controller's not letting me do it. Doomsday Squad. Yeah, not wrong, that's true. Actually, I think there's a game called Doomsday Squad. Or there's a movie, Doomsday Squad. But yeah, you're right. Well, like Rambo. I mean, I guess it's taking the Rambo case on top of that. So that was their idea. So yeah, move around with the dual analog stick shooting case, where you're shooting out with the right analog stick, moving with the left, and picking up the weapons to get stronger hits and destroy the tanks. Picking up keys and everything and dropping bombs. Click 220 keys to allow the entry to pleasure domes at the end of the game and open up secret paths. And yeah, you drop a bomb, hitting the right trigger, and it busts down things. You also save the newsman people there, and then pick up items. Oh, crap! Yeah, but don't hit the mines, otherwise you get a hole blown in your chest. Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is a lot like Ikari Warriors, which, as I mentioned, that was the SNK game, but unlike that one where it's really, really slow, this one's really, really fast, and it moves at a nice clip, too, and it controls very well. You find hidden keys, they will give you indications of that, and yeah, you can use your bombs to destroy stuff. Alright. Bingo! So yeah, it's just like Smash TV, so you're basically just running away from everything and just shooting everybody and having them explode. Yeah, and there you go, get the gas, whoa! And your weapons will run out eventually, so yeah, you don't have them forever. And you do get extra bombs, which you have a limited number of. I believe that's, yeah, it's that, okay, it's that number at the top. You usually want to save your bombs on the tanks, because usually your guns won't take them out that quickly. Sometimes you get missiles shot in, so there you go. Woo! Get big stuff bonus. And you have paths you go. Let's take the mother of all battles, why not? Air shoes, you pick those up, you move faster. Instant warps will appear in the game as well, and they can take you to different areas. Mr. Butane hides here. Let's go find him then. Or shoot him out. Okay, yeah, there's an enemy. So yeah, it's just like Smash TV. Yes, the Smash TV comparison is absolutely apt in this game. It's by the same people, and because it has a lot of the same tech running it. In fact, actually, a lot of the same sound effects, I would say, too. Ow! And you do have lives, so just like that game, it's not going to be a case where as soon as you die, it's instantly game over. It's soon after that, it'll be game over, usually. And you put more quarters in. Oh, shit! Or you run over. Alright, fine, there you go. Now it's game over, so let's give it another shot. There you go, now I get the flamethrower. So yeah, everything is going to go. Whoa! Alright, not hog bombs, or do not hog bombs. Well, fine, I'm playing solo, you play two-player, and in that case, then maybe you don't want to hog them. In fact, I'll show one of the warp points as well, which is through that portal here. You'll pay for your crimes and fry like a pig. Okay. Tap button. Oh shit! It's a torture chamber, so it's like Metal Gear Solid. Okay, yeah, it's just like the Metal Gear Solid. A lot going on here. Okay, now I'm dead. Okay, crap, I died. Oh shit! Wow. Okay, I never saw that before. Yeah, nice try. Yeah, nice to say that. Yeah, that was me dying. And where were they taken? Okay, I guess we went in the base. Alright, so yeah, it's like Metal Gear Solid. Remember the torture scene in Metal Gear Solid when you're trying to avoid that? If you don't get that right, you get the bad ending. Yeah, I did that way better than I did this one. Yeah, go back on the YouTube site if you didn't see that one from Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, okay, I didn't know they had like... Oh, maybe Metal Gear Solid got the idea from this game. Except probably Metal Gear Solid did it a little better. But yeah, in that case, you don't die and explode into that case of it. So yeah, there you go. The risky imagery, and as I mentioned, the reason this is a mature-rated game, or this collection anyway, is... You're right, there's a lot going on here, so... It does give a lot of depth as far as it for an arcade game like this, but that also means there's more to manage. But then again, that's also why it has 2 players, so you can bring somebody else on and get some assistance. I mean, it definitely looks pretty nice as far as how it is, and it plays really well. So, as I said, if you ever played any dual analog stick shooting games like Robotron or Smash TV, you're going to be in heaven. On this one, you're going to be having no problem playing. Because it kind of plays, as I mentioned to other things at the time, as I mentioned, like a lot of the Commando stuff, but also, when I said Konami, I meant Contra. So yeah, Contra's a Konami thing. So, alright, you know what? Let's do one more case of this, and then we'll go on to the next game. Yeah, this is definitely fun, too. Definitely dumb, violent fun, which in a lot of cases, that tended to be what Midway, I guess, was sort of known for. But also, some creative stuff, as we saw with Timber. Alrighty. Alright, also get out of the area, because there's a bomb. And the way to get out of there is going to the portal. Oh, it took me back out here, so it's a different path. So yeah, you do have a lot of things, and honestly, even more than Smash TV, you do have a lot of different paths to go down. Alright, but I got electrocuted. And there's checkpoint, I guess, so I don't know what that's checkpoint gonna be for you, because if I die, I just come back to where I started anyway, or where I was. You get the shooters go, woo! So yeah, it's just like Smash TV that way. Yeah, the only thing missing is the, you know, the game show guy saying, good luck, you'll need it, or I'd buy that for $1. Yeah, you're the Weasel Man, you shall absorb total pain. Who are all those people? They are the, I guess they are the goons of General Akboob, as they said, for this. So yeah, he just has an endless army of enemies, which, as I said, that's always the case with a game like this. The idea that there are all these enemies to kill, where do they get them all? Who are they? Or... We mentioned Saturday Night Live in the show before. I remember Stand Up and Win, like the Jerry Seinfeld game showcase, which is they're talking about 7-Eleven employees. Who are these people? Would somebody please tell me, because I'd like to know. I guess the idea in this case is, like, who are the people in Total Carnage? There might be an answer to that, for all I know. I mean, I could see anything to that, or any, you know, background as far as, like, everything, or if, like, do they give every single one of the characters names? Which actually is going to be the case when we do Space Channel 5 next week, so... we'll definitely show that off when that happens, but where is our way to go through? Okay. Yeah, that SOB General Akboob just sent us this message. Get out of my peace-loving country. Okay, there you go. Acts of aggression will not be tolerated. You're assuming you just swim in pools of your own blood. Alright, we'll go to our next game over at least. So, okay, I'm glad I'm going to just show off some more of this. So the idea of, like, yeah, the cartoony perspective of, you know, the war case, anyway. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, there's, like, this purple stuff. So, yeah, what is this all about? Oh, right, they're aliens. I forgot. So, like, yeah, it is a case of, you know, soldiers, but then you also just get aliens. Yeah, why not? They're all over the place. Ooh, got a hole blown in my chest. Yeah, just use the gas there. Boom. They're all going away. And use, like, the pellets. So, yeah, you do have, like, it's very colorful. That's true. I mean, that's even more than Smash TV, honestly, because you do have a lot of cases, or it's almost like Alien Syndrome, Sega's, which also had a lot of cases like colorful aliens. But, yeah, you know what? I think we're set to this. I think I've gotten myself taken care of enough. So let's go on. But it's a fun one. If you like Smash TV, you like your violent action, With politically correct perspectives and aliens and colors. Yeah, that is a nice one. I believe it is in the Midway Origins collection as well. So confused me, show it again. There you go. There are all your all-time scores. I'm next to MJT and buy. So they were saying buy this game, or buy quarters to play this game. All right, there we go. That is Total Carnage for you. Let's see. Yeah, we were almost at the end of this, because we've gone through a good amount of these games. I'm having a good time with this. And, chat, thank you very much for, stopping on the show and jumping into this. All right, let's go to the next game. This is Wacko. This is a follow-up to Kozmic Krooz'r. This came out in 1983, and you play as, Captain Krooz'r, like that one. And from what I understand of this, is saying, yeah, the count is different. The control panel marquee were slanted. Okay, it was Steve Meyer, who also made, Timber. All right, let's take a look at what Wacko is, because I don't have much familiarity with this game. Alright, so that's it, with the alien creatures. Some look like dinosaurs. That one look like a gremlin, or from the movie Gremlins. Alright, here's Wacko. Okay, so the cabinet was tilted on its side. Okay. That's interesting. Alright. So, this also goes to another thing, which is, when it came to arcade machines, every company wanted to get their game to be played massively, so how do you stand out? Why don't you just tilt the control panel? Alright, but yeah, this game is kind of like Kozmic Krooz'r a little bit. Kind of like Total Carnage in the sense that you're shooting in directions, although in this case you're only shooting in 4. As all the graphic stuff that Tapper and Timber did because the same people who made it. Yeah, match creatures will disappear when hit. Little creatures not disappear until all big creatures are gone. Okay, so you have kind of like a combo system, a little bit, where you basically want to kill your enemies of the same type in groups. Okay, I actually did not pay attention enough to that, so let's give it a shot. So kill him. Okay, and then they go away. Alright. Okay, so you basically stun them for that. Alright, so that's how they set it up for Kozmic Krooz'r. So, alright, in this case it makes sense to just do it for direction, but also just make sure not to hit. Ooh, not going to it that way, because yeah, it seems like maybe you don't have as much room to maneuver. Or you just keep shooting, so like, yeah, you keep shooting and keep that going. So, alright, yeah, so we're getting Captain Krooz'r again, so, alright, it also kind of does the Robotron feel a little bit in the sense that after you destroy enemies on screen, they all come back. And yeah, that's game over. That is a quick one. We are not gonna let stand that quickly, though. So yeah, it is Wacko, indeed. Chad, I don't know if you have familiarity with this game. I do not, because, yeah, I don't think I ever saw this game in arcades. And like Kozmic Krooz'r, this is one of the very few arcade ports of this, or home ports of it, that I'm aware of. Although, unlike Kozmic Krooz'r, I don't believe this had a special arcade cabinet as far as, like, hey, there's a model inside of it, so that it would be weird to emulate. Oh, crap. Yeah, you don't have a whole lot of room to maneuver as well, I'm realizing that. Alright. Alright, kill everything on the screen, you get speed bonus. Alright, so, it's an interesting color palette. Yeah, and I think that's... Honestly, as I said, the Steve Meyer games, Timber, Tapper, and this one, they definitely have an interesting way of how they look. Okay, so you're mixing color on enemies. Okay. Almost like a little bit of a... like a indication to Ikaruga, eventually, sorta, kinda, a little bit. And they also get into smaller creatures. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it definitely gives you the perspective of something that's a little otherworldly, because, I mean, yeah, Captain Krooz'r and Kozmic Krooz'r, or fine, Captain Krooz'r is kind of an otherworldly guy, so the idea that you have this color palette that reflects that makes it unique. Alright, I died, let's try again. Yeah, I'll try a little more on this one, because actually this game is pretty fun and pretty unique. And you're right, I do like the idea of how that is, so yeah, good observation that way. I mean, if nothing else, also I'll say this. The one thing I'll say about this Midway Treasures 2 collection specifically is that, unlike the first one, there are a lot of unique games or different games. Aliens, yeah, that's true, they are aliens, I think. So it does get that spacey vibe. But I was gonna say, what I like about this collection is that you do get these off-kilter games. So, as I mentioned, a lot of cases, it's not just the fact that, oh, I'm showing these things and maybe, chat, you've played them or not. And then it's like, oh, let me tell you what these are all about. Even I don't know a lot of these, so in that way, it's kind of giving me perspective. Alright, be careful hitting a match pairs because it creates mutants. Oh, alright, so basically the idea is that if I shoot one color character and then don't shoot the same color one, it doesn't mix. You know, let's show that. Okay, yeah, there you go. Alright, so yeah, you have to hit them again to unmix them. Perfect. So basically it says, don't shoot willy-nilly. Okay. Wait a minute, why is the smaller one not going? Unless maybe I can't get rid of the smaller ones. Oh, crap. Let's try. Let me just... Okay, no, I guess I can. I guess I just shoot him then. So at that point, it then becomes pretty traditional. So I have to get him smaller so I can shoot him down. Okay, so I have to get them all smaller down and then kill them. Okay. Yeah, fine. I'll try one more time, because actually this game's pretty fun. Oh, no. We'll just keep being Alright. And it's pretty simple, but as I said, there is something kind of unique and appealing about it. Maybe more the Kozmic Krooz'r, honestly. Not the Kozmic Krooz'r a bad game. Honestly, I don't know if I'd say that there are really that many bad games in this. Well, okay, there's some that aren't very good, like, fine, hard driving's hilarious, so I can always give that one that case. And I'm so happy what we were able to show on hard driving, I'm gonna say that right now. But, yeah, there we go. Ooh. Alright. Yeah, this is weird, because it looks like sometimes they're above you, sort of, so if you walk into their feet, you're not gonna be on the same plane, and then you'll die. Alright, you know, that's fine. I think we did enough on no, it's Captain Krooz'r who's here. Kozmic Krooz'r's the other one. This is Wacko. Yeah, it's pretty fun, actually. I gotta be honest. Alright, let's go on to the next one. Alright, just 3 more to go, and then we have the extra trailers. We'll go on those in a second. Alright, this is Wizard of War. This came out in 1981, it says, but I looked online, it said 1980. So maybe they're wrong. I'll see who's right, again, later, when I edit this. Alright, apparently what this is it's a dungeon crawler, from what I gather. You can play as with 2 players for this one. Kind of going around a maze, trying to defeat enemies. It's Tom Hugh and Dave Nutting who developed this. And this is the game, or that's the perspective of it. Welcome to my Dungeons of War, W-O-R. So there you go, you're going in the maze that way. And that's how the game is. It's almost like Pac-Man to a certain extent. It also had 3 different variations on this cabinet. It did 2 stand-up versions, and it had a tabletop one. I don't know if we showed this enough when we did Miracle Treasures 1, but yeah, those tabletop ones, we have them over a case like that, and you have a seat on one side and on the other. All perspective, like, hey, how the pull-out service drawer is, the cocktail table, the mini-mite, the standard arcade cabinet, lighted coin slots, they have wheels on them so you can move them. And then triphonic stereo sound, or triphonic sound system. Talking video game that uses 3 speakers for improved sound. Alright, so there is your Wizard of War case, and Solitude is 1 or 2 player full color video game that talks. Yeah, that was a new case in 1980. So there you go. Go through the maze and defeat everything with 71 challenging phrases to excite continued play. Full color screens extended by action sounds and haunting music. Alright, well, oh wait, there's more. Hold on. Before you do that, it said there were 5 over there, so let's take a look at what else is in the gallery. Alright, so this is what the game looks like. We'll see a little more in a second. With passages along corridors, so yeah, the Pac-Man case is mentioned. And then all the enemies. You have the Burr Wars, the Gar Wars, the Thor Wars, the Warlocks, the Wizard of Wars, the Blue Warrior, and the Yellow Warrior. Alright, so let's play this one. Okay, alright. Oh no, we'll do Xenophobe in a second. But yeah, now it's Wizard of War's time to shine. This one you just move and shoot, so pretty simple. Okay, it's 1980, so I don't know why it's saying on the screen over there it was 1981. Or maybe it was when they fielded it. Maybe the dev did it in 1980 and then they first started fielding it in 1981. Maybe. Alright, so yeah, some of those are going to be worth more points, so that's the idea. Visible monsters in the maze are located using the radar. They become visible and enter the same maze corridor as the player. Alright, so let's take a look at how this is going to run. Yeah, I do love that digitized speech cases. Oh yeah, so just walk around the maze and kill everything. You can also walk through the other character. I guess you could feasibly kill him. Yeah, you can, as it is. The idea is you could play this with 2 players, so you get another player going about, and you can also go down the other path to find things. It's like Pac-Man. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like Pac-Man with shooting, and with the fact that, unlike Pac-Man, I'm not moving now. So yeah, he's staying still. So, I mean, it is a different case as far as, like, the maze take, and also because the monsters are getting a little faster here. And also, you can just shoot them constantly. Oh, shit! Flashing light, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll put a warning on that. I did not know this game has that. I'm sorry. So it's just like Defender, the last game. Alright, so yeah, I will flashing light warning the ever-living hell out of that. I'm sorry. That was extremely intense, even for me. That's okay. Yeah, I sometimes I'm not completely aware of that. I'm gonna be putting like a million of those when I do Skies of Arcadia, we'll tell you that right now. But it's like with Defender, because Defender is the same case. Like, you get a kill like that, and then the screen flashes. Which is also the idea of, like, why, when they have later versions of something like this, they're gonna get them going. Oh, yeah, careful. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's early gaming. That's true, but still, it's like, well, I didn't know that was the case, but that's also why, because look, I'll say this. I'm not someone who has an epileptic case. I'm not someone who's necessarily saying that, you know, I have some personal connection. I know people who are like that. But I'm also thinking, like, look, if it's intense for me looking at that, and then I know that it'll be a problem for other people. In fact, I know that, I'm trying to remember what game it was that I first kind of noticed that. Actually, no, it was when we did Defender for the Midway 1. It flashed so much, and then also I remember, Haunted Castle, which is a Konami game, which they did an arcade port of, but when they did the port of it, it was on modern systems. They didn't tone down the flashing lights. There's some other cases where they will do that. In fact, I think this is in Midway Origins on the 360 and the PS3, so they might have toned it down in that game. So, in that case, yeah, I mean, it's weird also because, I'll say this as well, let's get into this as well. As I said, I don't have that sensitivity or anything. I mean, I want to be sensitive to it because it might be a problem, but also, I've noticed as I'm growing older, not necessarily that my eyesight is getting worse, necessarily, but that in some cases I've sometimes noticed that what I used to not have a problem with... Oh, careful, yeah, okay, you kill the Wizard of War, it happens. So, alright, as soon as you see that, you know that's what's going on. I've noticed some games where I used to never have a problem looking at the screen for that. Sometimes I'll be like, whoa, that's strong, and either I'll look away, or I'll be like, yeah, I don't necessarily want to look at the screen directly. So, that's kind of the case of this one, and as I said, I'll put a flashing light warning every time there's going to be a flash for this game. It's only this one. Okay, don't shoot him! Okay, got away. At that point, I'd want to let him get away so it wouldn't be a flash case. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe in my case, like, maybe it's just I'm getting older and that idea of it being stronger. I'd be curious when we do Skies of Arcadia, because we're playing Skies of Arcadia on the Dreamcast when we do that. They re-released it on the GameCube where they did underdo the graphics a bit because there was a lot of flashing lights in that. And there's a game next week that's going to have a little bit of a case of that where the game itself is actually going to warn, but it's nothing like that, admittingly. So, yeah, there you go. See, it's fun, but yeah, if you have epileptic conditions, you might not want to play this. Or you might want to find a port that cuts them down. Which there might be one on that Midway Origins. I'll check and see if there is, just because I'm curious. And because I do have that collection now. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully you're still alive out there, chat. Thank you for, you know, that, and for your understanding. Okay, so, actually, yeah, we only have 2 games left. Alright, we have, next one. This is Xenophobe. This came in 1987. Take a look what this is. It's a 3-player simultaneous game. And the idea is that it's 3 players simultaneous with independent screens. So what that means is they split the screen into, like, 3 sections. even if you're playing solo, we'll see this when we play this way. And you go around an alien base, you try to exterminate the aliens. They're pulling from Alien, clearly, on this. Or feasibly also from Alien Syndrome from Sega, again. Okay, so that's the idea of it. This is what it looks like. So yeah, the machine had 3 screens right there. Let me show that. She had red player, yellow player, and blue player, or left, center, and right. So they each had an analog stick, or a joystick with 2 buttons on it. Or a couple buttons on it anyway. And you go through on individual screens as they each have right there to kind of defeat aliens and get through. So actually, from when I played this is a lot like Alien Syndrome, if you're familiar with that one of Sega's. At some point I can show that because I have a collection that has it. But yeah, in that case they'll say this. Allows 3 players to complete simultaneously as a team or against the game that way. Choose 9 different characters, soldiers, engineers, and scientists from Valley Midway. Alright, let's take a look at this, and we'll see what the controls are. Alright, yeah, your controls are... Okay, there's a lot going on this one, too. You have jumping, shooting, crouching, and then adding health, and move. This is kind of like, Gauntlet. In fact, no, it's Xybots. Xybots is what the guy made Gauntlet. Alright, so... One is a fear of anything alien is xenophobe. And in this case, it's a positive, because, yeah, those xenophobes are going to kill us if we don't do something about it. You have the left thumb button or the right thumb button. You hit the start button, and we're going to get going. You can choose character. You play as Mr. Embrace, or, press start to join. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to move the character. Okay, so I have to hit buttons. Okay, I play as Dr. Quack, so I can play as a duck in space, fighting aliens. Because why not? Alright, transfer engaged. They're coming in like Star Trek and just shooting our gun there. So yeah, that's the reason, by the way, that it's a smaller screen. In fact, let's hit start on one of the other controllers and pull out the other player just so it looks a little better to show what this thing should really look like. You go between rooms and just kill stuff. Or, wait a minute. Okay, right. Okay, so it's giving you another player. So yeah, he's there. Let's see, can I shoot? Yeah, he can shoot. So basically you can go to individual screens this way and keep going. And I guess like with Gauntlet, you do have... Okay, I have a weapon that's there. He's on the ground. Let him go. So yeah, he can stay there. I can keep going. I can just punch him. Or feasibly try and pick stuff up and crouch. Yeah, just punch the aliens. Jump, stand up. Yeah, so I'm hitting the buttons. Alright, so yeah, it is weird. It says an alien alert, just punching aliens with fists. As a duck, yeah, it's weird. It's very bizarre. This is another one I never played really that much. And it's one that's been collected a couple times, not many. In fact, I think... Okay, there we go, got a gun. So yeah, these aliens are gonna go and we gotta take care of them all. So yeah, they're eating that guy in there and the place is self-destructing. So let's see if we can't get down. Alright. Okay, so I have to do a crouch, which is on the B button, and then take that to get health. Alright. Alright, so he is getting eaten, or to go into the alien perspective. We're finished! We're done! Game over, man! Game over! Yeah, but, yeah, there he goes. Alright, get up. I'm trying to get up. It's on... Okay, no. Crouching is on... Oh, shit. Crouching is on, B, and then getting up is on X. Okay, so it's a separate button, I think. Alright. Yeah, left button to continue. Okay, yeah, you're not continuing. We're just going through to see if we can't get out of here because, to quote Alien Syndrome, the bomb is set. And we have bombs here as well. Oh, I keep hitting left trigger to add stuff. Bizarre. Yeah, I mean, another one. I mean, I guess in this one, it's a little less because, I get they're kind of going for Alien. Because Alien was around and Aliens had come out. Yeah, at the time, I think. More flashing. Not as bad as Wizard of War, that's for sure. But, definitely a weird case to it. And also, small screen real estate, but again, the reason for that is because they're running this with 3 players at the same time. So feasibly, you could be playing this game, trying to cooperate, going through different rooms, saying, hey, I'll take care of the aliens in this room, take care of them in another one. In a lot of ways, it kind of reminds me of the multiplayer in... This is not the same kind of game, I'm aware of this. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, or no, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, which is on the Game Boy Advance, which is multiplayer, is basically like a Metroidvania kind of game, and you can go around different areas in the 2-player mode to play, but in the case of that one, it's also kind of weird, some of its designs. Alright, this place is gonna blow up. Alright, so yeah, there is some flashing now, but yeah, we're getting out. So the base is overrun and we leave. No bonus awarded, so I guess you get bonuses for killing everything. Or getting stuff out of the base and living. Yeah, without dying. So I think what happened also is that I'm hitting the Y button. And it's getting me a lot of what is it? A lot of health. You know, let's turn the volume up a bit because I'm realizing this is kind of quiet. Okay, apparently I didn't want to stay at this one. Okay, no, I can. I can just go and take this to go to another room. Yeah, it is a strange one. I said I've never played this either, honestly. I've played it very little. But I guess it must have had its fans, and as I'm thinking, the idea of, as I said, oh shit, I keep hitting that add health button. I don't necessarily want to play it that long. But I mean, I would think the idea of a cooperative game like this, that is something interesting. You know what, fine, I kind of want to let myself... I can get acid hit. You know what, fine, I'll let myself get acid hit just so I see something. So yeah, the Duck Dodgers perspective, here we go. This is kind of like that, now I'm thinking about it. But yeah, Duck Dodgers wasn't necessarily using his fists. You do have, like, the robots, you have, like, the idea of the, I guess the janitor case. Or as I always love to say, the game over sequence of, the game, where it's just like, yeah, try to do a better job than the other guy did. Okay, he's just shocking me. Alright, I'm stuck. I'm hitting every button, it's not doing anything. Yeah, he's looking scared out of his wits, but then again, like, yeah, if I was getting, you know, stuck this way, I'd probably do that. Well, you know what, let me let that go. Just let myself get, you know, blasted this way. Yeah, so I guess if I don't do anything, I'll just be stuck here and not break free. So, alright, fine. That's gonna be the end of our time with Xenophobe, in the sense that, yeah, we're getting, shocked to death as my health, that's really high goes down. That's because I hit the Y button to keep adding money. It's interesting, for sure. It's not a bad game. But it's very, weird and cryptic. That being said, it's probably better when you're playing with multiple people, so... Which is what it was designed for, so... Yeah, take it as it is. We're almost down to our last health, and then we'll have game over and look at Xybots. And then 3 trailers, and we'll be done. Alright, so yeah, hit left button to continue. No, we're not. Duck Dodgers, you're going away. Or not Duck Dodgers. We'll see you when I get that Duck Dodgers game. I will, I'll try and get that game eventually. Because it is, an interesting one. Alright, so that's game over for Xenophobe. There you go. It is very interesting and weird. Alright, and lastly in our list, before we look at the, videos of the other Midway games, we have a pretty interesting one. It's called Xybots. This is it. It came out in 1987 as well. This is from Ed Log, who made Gauntlet. It's a third-person shooter. You're kind of going down a maze a little bit. And you want to make a 3D Gauntlet game, apparently. Kind of more literal as far as the dungeon crawl case, with a 3D perspective. And in this game, what you do is you're going down halls and you kind of shoot at aliens and things. But you also have to kind of turn. I'll show you this. As far as the way the cabinet looks, because yeah, there is the cabinet there. You have it kind of like Wacko. It's kind of off kilter a little bit as far as where the setup of that is. And you have sort of 2 screens there. You're kind of going left and right in that little box over there, with kind of the square there. So yeah, the future is approaching with Xybots by Atari Games, and here it is. You have your shots there as you're going through with Major Rock Hardy and Captain Ace Gunn on their quest to overcome Master Xybot and his horde of robotic monsters. Alright, so let's take a look at this one. Yeah, there you go. You have your turn left and turn right. And they're smart the way they map the button for this one. They put on the 2 triggers, which sounds like it would be weird, but actually controls really nicely. If you're zapping and you're shooting. Alright, so there you go. There's Xybots by Ed Log. There he is, the game designer and one of the programmers along with Bob Flanagan. So yeah, we're definitely getting more of our space perspective. So yeah, we're ending on Space the Final Frontier, as it is with Xenophobe and now this one. Alright, I want to see if there's an attract thing for this, though. Is there? Alright. There is. The Xybots have invaded this once peaceful planet, and their underground multi-leveled fortress is guarded by robots called Master Xybots. Major Rock Hardy and Captain Ace Gunn have been sent to destroy them. Alright, so here's how it works. You have a map there, and you are controlling to pick up items, including coins to buy stuff. So actually, they're kind of turning this a little like Gauntlet in the sense of almost like an RPG a bit, to a certain extent. Yeah, save keys to open doors, just like Gauntlet. Exactly the same perspective of that. And then walk in the hole there. So yeah, they do give you the tutorial when you go through the track mode. And then the saucer will carry your items. If trapped, becomes kamikaze and blows up. And when you get to a corner, you want to turn around. It does have some scroll and stuff there to that. And yeah, twist the knob to turn. Okay, so in this case, for that, I guess for the arcade game, you basically twisted the analog stick. So it was basically a move around stick, but also a turn stick. And since there's no console I'm aware of that has something like that that's put on the left and right trigger, and then shoot the monsters. Okay, so walk around, there you go. And you can feasibly just sidestep each way, but when it says danger like that, you want to hit the right trigger, so then you basically turn your perspective this way. It's a little choppy in some ways, but I don't know, I kind of gotta give it some credit for how it feels and what it's kind of doing. And I don't know if I've ever played a game quite like this. I mean, I've seen like dungeon crawling games like this in that era, like Phase Star, Sega's. In that case, you're kind of just going forward the whole time. Alright, so you have 3 coins. So I can buy slow energy loss. Let's buy that. I'll go level 10. Oh, shit. Yeah, be careful for that, but you have to also pay attention to the map. So yeah, this is another one where there's a lot of things to keep track of on the screen. You have your small window there. You have 2-player where the press start is flashing. You have your layout as far as where your energy and your items, and map in the center. Yeah, it definitely has this kind of, you know, appealing old school arcadey style. Okay, zap. Okay, fine. There's a flashlight on the zap, so I'm not going to use that. Use 10% energy. Find your energy pod when your energy's running low. So in that case, I'm not going to use the zap, lest I kill the audience. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I really don't want to do that. But then again, I was like, well, yeah, that's the idea. All right, you do go into those targets there. Sometimes you find bonus areas, or you'll find the shop. And in this case, yeah, I have shop, but yeah, I don't need anything more for it. You know what? Yeah, that other screen looks really lonely. Let's put that up there so, like, yeah, we get the full picture of what this is actually looking like. Actually, here's the other thing. If I launched another player into this, I want to see something. Okay, so I can actually look at myself. Actually, can I kill him? No. No, I don't think... Okay, no, it's like Gauntlet. My energy goes down. Yeah, okay, it's like Gauntlet. My energy goes down as I go along. So, alright. So I can't kill the other player. I just was curious about what that was like. Because honestly, the reason I'm doing the 2-player stuff for it is just to show what it's looking like. Alright, if I die, it's game over, but alright. And unfortunately, I do have to go back to the beginning of the stage. So, alright, there you go. It's not going to help me that much. I mean, I do like some aspects of how this is. I mean, also the idea that you kind of want to keep your eye on where the enemies are. Cause yeah, I can easily you can just strafe the whole game. It's like, oh, you're in danger, so you can't see where your enemy is unless you turn yourself. Or get the siren. Whoa. So in that way, I guess there is actually a lot of strategy to this one. It's kind of interesting. Dude. Alright, so yeah, just keep going through. Actually, it also kind of reminds me, I guess, of a lot of screensavers from, like, the 90s. You know, like the maze thing. We were going through that. Oh, there's voice. Okay, I did not know that. Cool. Alright, let's increase my energy limit, and then after that, I think we will be done. They'll take us to a nice 4 hours, and wait a second. Why do I have another, look at myself on the screen there? Oh. Okay, I got another... Oh, I got a better gun. Alright, so you do have weapon upgrades, too. Alright. This is another one I haven't played that much. But it's pretty fun, actually. And it is pretty unique. I mean, that's the thing I think I could say about a lot of these games. They're unique. And I guess they had to be in order to kind of stand out in an arcade. To get a sense of, okay, you could play many games when you go in, so what makes you want to play something? Something that, oh yeah, it's pretty unique. Yeah, give Midway credit for doing that, that's for sure. Alright, woo. But you know, it's funny, I'm just looking at my map, I'm not necessarily looking at the actual map. But there is that, there's a target. Wait a minute, let me go back, because there's like a diamond over here. Let me see what that's about. Okay, that's just another item, I guess. Whoa. Alright, there. Is everything dead? Yeah, everything is dead. Awesome. Bonus for destroying all the monsters. Okay, so you do get more points if you do that. Alright, let's try another level. And then we'll be done. Well, but then we'll take a look at everything else as far as the videos and then we'll be done. Or the trailer videos, I should say. Ooh. Well, if you do the other thing, you do just run to the end if you want to. So, okay, you don't necessarily have to fight anything. Yes, you do make a lot of progress quickly in this game, I'll say that. Whoa. But there is a little bit of delay when you turn, so it's not going to be instantaneous. Alright, I'm dead. Alright, that's game over, I think. Let's, let the game over case go. We'll take a look at those other videos, and then we'll be done for the night. Because I've enjoyed this compilation program. We're giving another one of these. And as I mentioned, chat and YouTube land when it goes up there. Whatever classic compilation you want to see for next year's program, let me know and we can make it happen. I was going to do Midway Treasures 3 to start. We can do whatever else you want. So we can get a hold of it. Alright, so that's that. And last, we're going to look at the trailers. Let's get the NARC one out of the way first. Actually, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the volume down a bit. I'm going to reduce the game sound on this. So I'm going to stop this for a second. And then let's go into X, hit options, because I didn't mention this. You can set settings for games if you want. Any game, you hit the X button on, you can do that. You can map the controls however you want. You can save and load scores, reset the scores, have an autosave, and see extras, which you have the credits of the collection, the trailer to Area 51, the trailer to Mortal Kombat Deception, and the trailer to NARC. We're doing the NARC one first. Rated M for mature. They say it's rating pending. Yeah, this was before it came out, but yeah, this is a mature rated game for sure, because you were taking drugs in this game, or you can. As I mentioned, I have the automatically reduced game sound down to show this, so like, hey, there's a rap song in this. I don't know if that's licensed content. If it is, I'm in trouble, but I don't think it is. But in case, I'm going to talk over this a little bit. But yeah, you're definitely getting the, I guess as they call it, the weird camera cuts. They used to call this, I don't know where this term came from, the avid fart. I don't know what that's all about or why they call it that. But, yeah, a lot of games are doing that. Or I think as the X-Play program said, if you ever wanted to take Grand Theft Auto and mix it up with the drug-fueled elements of a Person to Chemical Brothers show, you get the NARC remake. This is it, in fact. Which came out in 2005 for the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. So I don't know if the GameCube version of Midway Treasures 2 even has this trailer on it. Because I know they were planning a version on GameCube. They didn't end up releasing it for GameCube. And actually when it came out, they then actually charged it only $20. Which would seem like it was a deal, but from what I understood, it apparently was not a very good game. And even looking at it, I don't even think it looks that great, even for 2005, honestly. From what I understood, it also had aces with its controls. They were really off. And also the idea, as I mentioned, like the one we played, if the idea of you taking drugs does that necessarily, you know, ruin the concept of the game. Or completely destroy that. Alright, the other ones I'm going to be quiet on because these are ones that I know they don't have licensed content. So I'll put the volume up a little bit for these two. And let's take a look at Area 51 and we'll end on Mortal Kombat Deception. I will be right back.
Audio log, December 5th, MedLab 6, Dr. R. Green.
Today is an exciting day as we embark on a new chapter in human genetics. I am extremely anxious to see the data. Understanding this new genome may lead to a renaissance in bioengineering. We have successfully brought the subject into cryostasis. Preliminary testing of the tissue has begun and has yielded some rather interesting results. We believe the bile ducts along the abdomen may function as some sort of defense mechanism, possibly secreting a pathogen or toxin when threatened. Conventional genetic analysis of the pathogen suggests that it uses reverse transcription to infect new cells. It appears to be mutating rather quickly and unpredictably. Stand by. Everything is going extremely well.
All right, go hard. Went into the search point. Keep it tight, people. Find the numbers.
What the
Grandpa!
Team 2. It all started when some large creature attacked us. Creature? That was an alien. Here they come again. Assistance. Repeat. We could use some assistance.
Anybody out there? My God, can anybody hear me?
Alright, so that is Area 51, the remake of Area 51, which is a light game shooting game from Midway initially, and then they made this remake, which is a first-person shooter. It came out in 2005 for the PS2 and the Xbox, which I know they delayed it a lot of times, and when it eventually came out, they actually had David Duchovny in the lead role on it. In another case, I'm going to put flashing light warnings on these. I'm sorry, again, for this. But, anyway, it was kind of interesting in some ways, despite the fact that it seemed like it was a weird twist on it. Really? Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, and this will also go into, I guess, a little element, sort of, as far as, like, well, maybe why Midway's not around. Midway did spend a lot of money to try and get some stuff going, and they're pretty interesting. Yeah, an early movie star. Yeah, from the X-Files and also from films like Connie and Carla, and he also made a movie called House of D, which he was also in, and on video game. And fitting we bring that up because, unfortunately, we're talking earlier as far as losses that we've had this week, for sure, as far as Elect versus Case. But we also had a loss this week of Ray Liotta, the actor who is actually in the video game Grand Theft Auto Vice City, as well as movies like Goodfellas and NARC, which is not connected to the NARC game. It's something totally different. And he was made to Newark last year. I know. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a sad case then. So I guess then it is an interesting thing. It is a weird case, though. I guess there's this melancholy perspective of loss on this show. But as I said, it's something I guess that we can kind of go to it, and the idea that what happened to him. They said he passed away in his sleep. You know what? Fine, we'll keep this discussion going while I'm looking at this trailer, Mortal Kombat Deception. Do they know yet? He fell asleep, or he died in his sleep. I don't know if they know. I mean, maybe when I edit this in a couple days I'll know. But, yeah, it was another case of, you know, I guess it was kind of surprising. He was only, he was 68. I mean, that's sort of young, kind of. But still, something that I think was kind of surprising to that, as far as that. I remember I saw it, it's like, he did? I was kind of taken aback, and I mean, as I said, I saw the Mini Suits of Newark, which was one of the last movies he was in, and he has another movie. He has two other movies that he had shot already. I think he was shooting another one. And he didn't look that great, but I don't know necessarily if that was a health case exactly. And all the and not to mention also all the school children killed in Texas this week for a bad week. Yeah. So, you know, let's not ignore that, I guess, then. So, yeah, as happy as shows as this can be, I mean, I guess maybe it shows the idea, like, what is this necessarily a case of he didn't look well? Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily it, because people have brought that up with, well, okay, I don't know if I want to go into that, because it's going to be a spoiler for something that came out this weekend, but then there's another actor who is in a movie, a pretty big movie this week, and they were having to dance around the idea that he was, he's not healthy, exactly. With Ray Liotta, I don't know, as far as that, so I'm not sure. And we are seeing Mortal Kombat Deception, by the way, which is the 2004 entry of this franchise on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, and the PSP as well, where they added puzzle combat, where you can like kill your opponents that way, or death traps where you
Deception.
knock them in that way,
October
and they get
2004.
crushed. Or the chess combat I mentioned last week. Just chess combat was a real thing, and there was online for this, which it does not have anymore because the servers are off.
Outstanding.
But yeah, that was the perspective of Mortal Kombat Deception, and I guess also the ideas that were mentioned here, the idea of the melancholy underpinning the show. But that being said, it's like, look, because I've been asked this question a couple times, I may as well go into this. When do we necessarily go into something serious like that? And I think the answer is when the situation calls for it. If we're playing a game that makes sense to talk about it, or hey, chat brings it up and there's a reason for it. And honestly, there is a reason for it. And honestly, I'm going to say this. This will be something for Lek versus see later for this, because I know he said he was going to take a rest. But I'm glad he brought it up, because, I mean, as I mentioned before, he's been a star with doing that when it's come to certain cases, saying, like, I feel like I'm going to comfortable to say it, but also something that I know it's not easy. I cannot imagine what he's going through in a lot of ways. Or, fine, I can to a certain extent because I've had losses in family, but especially given what he had mentioned for this. And, I mean, my heart's going out to him as far as this, and to everybody as far as, and all the people who've had losses this week. And, I mean, I guess if nothing else, like, look, this is going to be a show that I'm not necessarily going to be ignoring that stuff, but when I say this is a show that I kind of want to try to, put perspectives of everything else, throw them out the window, and kind of escape from it, that's why I want to do it. But then again, I also think that in some ways, understanding what may be escaping from kind of helps that. I mean, look, it's not going to help that much completely. Like I told Select First 2, I mean, yeah, everybody out there, I think, is clearly having him in their minds, for sure, and everybody who suffered losses this week, and I can completely get that, for sure. But as I said, if nothing else, it's been a rough week for many. Yes, and so, I mean, look, as I said, my show is not a show that's going to change the world or instantly make anything better. It's not ever an intention of me saying that I'm going to make a snap of my fingers and that makes it better, because clearly, no way. Absolutely not. But as I said, what I do for this show is basically say that, alright, all the troubles you're having in the world, even the worst things that happen in the world, I'm going to come in, I'm going to give you, we had a good distraction tonight, I'm going to do what I can for that, and give enough of a perspective on gaming. And I mean, I'd like to think that that's been the perspective of people who come on the show. Thank you. Of course, anytime. I mean, because I think I'll tell you, it's maybe my way of paying back, because, as I said, I just started this for fun. It is just still something I do for fun. It's not something I necessarily expect that people are going to say to me, that this is something that, I'll go this. And, for a ending thing, let's have the, Attract on Timber, because I think it's going to be a nice thing to look at for this. But, in a way, I think maybe my trying to, I guess, reach out or be this case with people who come in the chat for this, it's just maybe me thanking them, saying, you have a lot of options to choose something to watch. You come to this very small show, this very intimate show, something that there are not millions of people watching it, but that it's going to be different. It's going to be a discussion program. It's going to be this kind of thing that we're going to commiserate. I mean, we've kind of gotten to know each other, of people that I don't personally know even. There are people I do know personally in the chat and people I don't. But, I mean, in that case, you get that, I really get that idea of a connection here, and I really like that that's what this is becoming. Because I said, this show is me replicating a connection I had with people just playing games when I was seeing them before COVID, and then afterwards I said, I have this tech, I want to show this stuff off, and I want to run my mouth. And there are people who are saying that they like that I'm running my mouth on games, and they're saying they want to run theirs as well, and I want to hear what they have to say and get into a discussion. So in that case, it works out. I'm glad it's turned into that, and I want to thank every single one of you who's watching this either on the YouTube site or has been watching it tonight. Yes, you agree, Dollyfin? Well, thank you for that. And when you've been on the show on top of that. So, I mean, in that case, I always say this every week. I always say that keep being awesome. I always say that thank you very much for your support and watching the show. It's not, as I said, it's not really much to that, but I mean, that's why I say it, because I'm saying, I want to at least give that perspective. I am caring as much as I can care, because as I said, there are no words for any of the things that we've mentioned as far as things that have happened this month. The most I could say is that, hey, I feel something, even though there's really nothing that I could do about it. And I want to at least be open to that and at least try to show that perspective. I appreciate the Saturday night release. I mean, I think that's the idea. And as I said, if nothing else, I said, me and anybody else is going to be on the show. Next week is going to be another person on the show with me. We're going to give you the best show possible. We're also going to give you a show that's going to be something more, sending hugs out to all. And I agree with that, Dolly Finn, for that. I mean, as I said, I think that's the idea of, and I mentioned this when we did Kingdom Hearts, the idea that hopefully you're hearing my voice, the idea that I'm being honest about this. I'm being, I'm not, coming off the perspective of just feigning caring. I'm really not, and I hope that that's coming across. But I mean, I think it is. I mean, like Versus saying it was, Dolly Finn, you're saying it is, and people have said that specifically. I think they're sometimes saying like, hey, how emotional can you get on that for a game, really? But I'm saying like, oh, yeah, we can. I mean, you'll never see another play of Midway Krooz'r 2 quite like this in terms of all of the, emotional stuff we got into, but even just the idea that we're laughing ourselves silly with stuff like hard driving. So, yeah, it kind of works in all those different ways. So in this way, this is a very emotional program as far as this part of the show, or this episode anyway, but just in general. Your compassion is appreciated, and I really try to be, and it's not that I'm coming in here. I didn't necessarily plan coming onto the show, either tonight or even when I started, saying that this will turn into that, and I'll be that way. But I mean, if it's giving comfort to people, or giving some kind of entertainment value, even if it's a small audience, I'll take it. I mean, and that game was funny. Yeah, that's true. So, in that case, it is kind of the wide range of that. And clearly there are people who believe in the idea of this, because as I said, I know people who want to be on the show. Dolly Finn, you've been on the show for certain games. We're going to be figuring for certain games. Nocturne's on for stuff as well. And we can go into that for next week as far as Crocheting, which is going to see, and Laughter's good medicine, or can be. Because I said, I've been working through a sickness to the point where I've been kind of coughing a little bit tonight, but it's like, well, I don't know, maybe I'm feeling a bit better just on the back of that, even though I've been making a bit of amend as it's been. But yeah, I guess to go into a final thought on Midway Krooz'r 2 itself, it is an interesting collection with a lot of games that maybe you haven't played. There's some good ones in there, like Timber, especially. And there's some issues as far as, like, some things with the emulation and flashing lights and, like, Kids of Wizard of War. But yeah, there's some nice stuff in this, and it is cheap, particularly on the original Xbox, which you do have need to have one of those if you're playing the Xbox version. It does not play on the Xbox One, Series S, Series X, or 360. Hope you're feeling better. Well, thank you, Dolly Finn. I appreciate that as well. So there you go. It works both ways. The idea that the best wishes of me to all of you in the chat, and all of you chat to me, because clearly I guess the idea is like, hey, you're not thinking that I'm doing something wrong, you want to run away from the show, and you're thinking that, no, like, who cares about this guy? Like, you're saying, like, okay, apparently maybe because I'm caring enough or giving this perspective, you're thinking, like, we're forming a bond. In that case, I feel that's real, and that's why I want to keep the show going, and I will keep the show going, and people want to be on this show, whether on the chat or in the studio with me, which, yeah, to that, I will finish on the Midway Krooz'r 2 thing, saying that, yeah, this is an interesting one. It is cheapest on Xbox. It's not as much anymore on PlayStation 2 and GameCube. It's like $30-40 on those. It's like 20 below on this system. So if you have an original Xbox, it's probably the cheapest way to get it. But it's on the other systems if you want it that way. Yes, great. All right, so with that, we got a good 4.25 hours. Probably almost 4.5 by the time I do the sign-off tonight. Let's take a talk about the next couple weeks on the show, especially next week, because it makes you want to cut down a tree. So there you go. That's true, and yeah, they are cutting down the tree. But yeah, there you go. I'm pointing to Timber being a good case of that. All right, so next week is going to be the long-awaited, this has been months in the making, but it's finally happening. The debut of the Crochet Nerd, who I work with. I always say that. I've talked him up a lot. Next week, he's going to make his glorious debut on the program with me, next to me on the couch here. We're going to be playing Space Channel 5, which came out on the Dreamcast, actually next week, 22 days to the day of its release in the United States. It is a music game, a music rhythm game, a very strange music rhythm game. There's one element of licensed music. I'm going to have to do some audio checks to make sure we avoid that, sort of, but it's going to kind of bleed over. We will, I don't think I'll get content strike. I hope not. It is a licensed track. It's a Mexican Flyer by Ken Woodman and his Piccadilly Brass. Oh my god, Fab. Oh, so you have a fandom of Space Channel 5, am I right about that, Dolly Finn? I was talking to him about this game, and this is how I knew him and I had to be on this game together. He was describing to some coworkers this game and saying that, oh, it's this game where you're going, oh, so you do. All right, so you're looking forward to this one then. And him and I are definitely looking forward to playing this. Yeah, it's a music game where you're playing as Ooh-La-La, a space reporter about 500 years in the future, who's going around to cover an alien invasion where they come down and force people to dance. And it is It is glorious. We were showing people this game. He was describing it to people. Usually what I do, usually there's all this weird stuff. I mean, I could describe something like Timber, saying like, oh, it's a game where you're chopping down a tree, or chopping down trees this way, and it's like, yeah, what is this? But he was doing that for this game to other people, and I was sitting there just smiling and saying like, every word he's saying about this is true, and it is glorious. So next week, he will be on the show with me, and we are going to play Space Channel 5 for the Dreamcast, and we are going to be playing it on the Dreamcast itself. It's on other systems, but that's the best way to play it, and we do have the extra paths. I just have to look into some stuff as far as where they are. I do have a completed file for the purpose of running that, and I should be able to hopefully have all the character profiles unlocked by next week at 7 p.m. On the show, or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday. And Aliens, yeah, the Merolians. So yeah, we're going to have our experience with that. Definitely want to get up and dance with the purpose of that one next week on the show at 7 p.m., and we are looking forward to that. And the week after that, he will also be on the show again. Krooz'r will be joining me for the next long-form game we have running, which is going to be The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Proto-Revo is with me for Ocarina of Time, because that's the one he loves. For Krooz'r, he loves Majora's Mask. I said, do you want to call dibs on that one? He said, yeah, please. And I said, okay, great, we're going to do it. We're going to split between playing that one specifically. He'll play parts of that game, and I'll be playing parts as well. We're going to feasibly be running 5-hour sessions as it's been for the long-form stuff until we finish it. It should be about 6 months, I think. And in a couple months, also, he'll be back for another play that I know he is looking forward to, maybe more even than the two we're doing the next 2 weeks, which is going to be Shadow Hearts on PlayStation 2. We're going to do that starting in October. But yeah, he will be on the show the next 2 weeks, and he'll be on every month for each part of Majora's Mask, and then twice in October for Shadow Hearts, and then twice for the end of Majora's Mask, probably November, and for Shadow Hearts. And then later in the month, I'd say 2 weeks from now, we're going to be doing... I'm tempted between doing Super Mario 2 6 Golden Coins for that weekend, or Sailor Moon the story for its fourth and maybe final part. I doubt final part. But those are going to be... It's going to be one of those 2 weeks for each of those, and then the other one on the other week. So for one of those, we'll be continuing with... you know what? I think we'll do Super Mario 2 first, and then at the end of July, or no, you know, because I'm wondering how the RPG for July they're going to start is going to go. So you know what? A week after Majora's Mask, we do Sailor Moon the story's fourth part, and then the week after that we do Super Mario 2 6 Golden Coins. You chop down a lot of trees. Yeah, they are chopping while I'm talking. So yeah, there you go. They are just they got their axe and they're still going. Yeah, and I did show how the 2-player works because there is 2-player simultaneous. You can basically chop the tree down on the other person and they get stunned, so basically you can get more points that way. But yeah, that is what's looking like for the rest of the show for the next month. And in July, we'll have the finale of Sailor Moon the story, the start of Parasite Eve with Medics. I'll have to talk to him as far as getting the setup on when that's going to happen. And some other stuff as well, including viewer request is going to be Tetris 2 for the Super Nintendo. And Nocturne and I have a plan to do something in July. We're going to be feasibly figuring that out, and we'll give you some details as we go along the next couple weeks. But, you know, with that, hope you have a great night amidst horrible circumstances for sure, personally and worldwide. But as it is, yeah, we're here for you for sure. Good night. Thanks again. Yes, guest for Tetris. Well, I wasn't thinking guest on Tetris 2 specifically, as far as Nocturne's concerned. Her and I are going to do something else. But yeah, Tetris Attack is all you. So yeah, at some point, you and I will figure out, we'll have Tetris Attack running, and we'll make that happen. I'm not doing the game without you. So, for sure, Dolly Finn for that. Okay, so with that, and with enough of this, thank you very much, Dolly Finn. Thank you very much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. Thank you for everything you do. I'm sending my best out to everybody as far as the stuff that you're all going through. Thank you for, being willing to talk about it and being open to it. And, as I said, I'll keep giving you a good show as much as I can, as much of an escapism as possible. But it's like, yeah, here you go. We'll have the good show for this. Thank you. Good night. Have a great night. I'll see you next week with the Crochet Nerd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Space Channel 5. Until then, keep being awesome, keep being strong. You are awesome. I'll see you then. Have a great night, and I'll see you next week.